Chapter 26. At those words the man steeled his resolve, recovering the courage worthy of a soldier that had looked death in the eyes many times on the battlefield. When Lith allowed him to speak, he wasn't afraid anymore. "I am knight. My honor lies with my lord. I will never betray his trust. You filthy mongrel. Oh my, you're so helpful. Thanks to your friend there. I already knew there is a lord behind the ambush, but I thought you were just mercenaries. Are you telling me you are actual knights? Maybe his personal guard?" Realizing his mistake, the knight bit his tongue, literally, trying to die before letting anything else slip out his mouth. "Tsk, not so fast." Lith froze him in place again, forcing the teeth away from the tongue before healing it with light magic. "You are way dumber than you look." Lith never stopped smiling, talking to him with the calm, collected manner a mother would use with a small child. "I'll spell it out for you. Not even death can save you from me. I can take you apart, piece by piece, and then put you back together, like the flesh puppet you are." Lith's eyes lost any trace of humanity. His voice exuded only hatred and rage. "But if it's pain that you want, I can give you plenty." Lith clenched his fist, and suddenly the knight felt his nether regions squeezed and crushed like into a vice. The knight's eyes filled with tears. His mouth was only able to emit gargling sounds. Lith would release the grip from time to time, giving him some rest, before twisting and turning his hand, and so the knight's gonads. "Are you ready to talk?" The knight was still in so much pain he could barely understand his words. "No, not a problem. I just wanted to test my new and improved plague arrow." After a bolt of darkness hit the knight in the chest, Lith released him from the puppet master grip, letting him sprawl on the ground. One. Before the knight could start looking for his weapon, he found himself shivering and cold, while his teeth were rattling uncontrollably. 2. He ended curling up, hugging himself, trying to find some precious warmth. 3. Suddenly the cold was gone. The knight started sweating bullets. He felt terribly hot, like when he had been forced to stay on guard for hours under the scorching summer sun. 4 or 5. He felt suffocating, so he tore away his shirt, gasping for air. The knight's throat was so parched that he started gulping down handfuls of snow, thanking the gods for its fresh relief. 6, 7. Then it was like his blood had started flowing in reverse. All his body was coursing with pain. The whole world had become the knight's enemy. The ground hurt his skin, the snow his throat, the light his eyes. There was no safe position he could find. He could only switch from one torture to another. 8, 9. The knight's veins were full of poison. His own saliva tasted like acid. The knight started to puke uncontrollably, until nothing but bile remained inside his intestines. And 10. Ready to talk now. Lith dispelled the plague arrow using light magic. "Please, no more. No more. If you waste any more hours, you'll play right into their hands." The knight was barely alive, but at least had a sliver of hope. By enduring all that torture, he now had a bargain chip. "Hours?" Lith laughed. "I killed your soldiers in what, 3 minutes? Barely another minute has passed since you told me about your knighthood. Even rounding that up, it'd make 5 minutes at worst. What hours are you talking about?" The knight was shocked. That couldn't be right. He looked at the sun, searching for a proof to expose that cruel lie. But the sun was still raising over the horizon. "Gods have mercy! How can all that pain and misery last a minute? It seemed hours long." "You really are stupid." Lith paralyzed him again. "It's a minute from the moment you try to bit your tongue off." The plague arrow lasted barely 10 seconds. "Didn't you hear me counting out loud?" It seems that the plague arrow distorted his sense of time. Solus was studying the specimen's body reaction to the new spell. His lack of mana must have allowed the dark energy to reach his brain, altering his perceptions. Lith was on cloud 9. It was all too perfect. "I'll ask you only a second time. Are you ready to talk?" The knight's mind broke down, forgetting all about his vows and his honor. All he wanted was the pain to stop. Even death seemed alluring in comparison. So, he told Lith everything. About how after being humiliated during the spring festival, Ricker Trahan had reconsidered Nana's worth. He had understood how lacking his preparation was, and had become determined on becoming her only apprentice. After taking the matter to his father, Baronet Trahan had explained to his stupid son the enormity of his mistake. Nana held a huge grudge against nobles, and since they had started off in the worst possible way, begging or bribing her would be useless. The only option available was to remove the competitor out of the picture, hoping that Nana would be willing to replace one pupil with another more reliable. The reason why they ambushed Lith was the same that prevented Baronet Trahan from coercing Nana to do his bidding. He could not afford to make her angry, otherwise the whole Trahan household would be wiped out. Despite Nana's fallen status in the Mage Association had stripped her of most of her privileges and authority, she was still a member nonetheless. In the county of Lustria, she held an authority equal, if not superior, to that of Count Lark himself, and that meant that she was free to execute lesser nobles like them on a whim. Nana would not even need to justify herself for such an action, just explain her reasons to the association by writing a letter. A mere formality. That was why Baronet Trahan had sent his personal guard on an undercover mission. He had stressed countless times the importance of not creating a fuss. Nana should never come to suspect anything. Their orders were to make Lith drop off from his apprenticeship by intimidating and threatening him. If none of the above worked, their job was to make him disappear without leaving any trace. During the spring festival, Nana told me that powerful magicians are like nobles, but I never expected that she actually was such terrifying existence. Seems like my choice of becoming a mage has much more ramifications than I imagined. Status of a noble, even a frigging mage association. All this stuff is giving me a headache. Now, what to do with this dirtbag? It was a rhetorical question, but Solus replied anyway. Disposing of the bodies would backfire on us. If we want to make this baronet pay, we need the bodies and some proof that links him to the ambush. Lithmai nodded. My same thought exactly. Last question. Where are the leather jackets with the Trahan family crest? We left them at home. We could not allow anyone to notice us. It would mean implicating the baronet. The knight was terrified. Litha's eyes were turning black, glowing with dark energy. Wait, the whistles. We brought along the silver hunting whistles the baronet gifted us when we swore our allegiance to him. They bear his family crest too. Thanks, a deal is a deal. Lith double-tapped the knight's head with ice arrows, killing him painlessly. He then collected all the whistles from the dead bodies, taking care of erasing the traces of his spirit magic. Those twisted necks and imploded head could rise too much questions. Let's cover our traces. I simply need to cut off the former and freeze the latter. After that, Lith used air fusion to rush toward the village. Being forced to wake up Nana was now the last of his worries. He wanted revenge. Air fusion allowed him to reach a speed of 60 kilometers per hour, 37 miles per hour. So he arrived in less than 2 minutes. But once at the village's outskirts, he had to cancel the spell. I can't allow anyone to see the fastest kid alive. Damn, I want those books so bad. I need to know if spirit and fusion magic are of public knowledge or still unknown. I can't risk exposing my aces in the hole unless it's a matter of life and death. Lith kept running until he could spot Nana's house on the distance. And when he saw a luxurious stagecoach right in front of her door, he pushed the pedal to the metal. Lady Neria, I beg of you, be reasonable. Consider the bigger picture. Lith could not hear from that distance, and even if he could, he was too focused closing in to pay attention. Solus had no such problems. In the last year, she had not acquired new abilities, but her senses had become much keener. A farm boy has so many things to take care of. Magic is a strict mistress that demands time and resources, all things that my dear son can provide aplenty. I am sorry, dear Baronet. Nana's voice was polite, but devoid of any warmth. Her hands were clutching so hard on her cane to turn white. A magician word is her bond. I'll wait for Lith all day, if necessary. And in my opinion, raw talent and a sincere disposition are much more important foundations for a magician. Things that your son is clearly lacking. Or do we want to pretend that his rude words and acts during the spring festival never happened? I may be old, but my memory has yet to fail me. Ricker Trahan was pale as a ghost. So far, His father's plan didn't seem to work. They had spent the last half hour in a one-sided negotiation. If everything failed, he knew that his father would skin him alive in case he didn't manage to enroll in the Lightning Griffin Academy. Baronet Trahan had invested countless resources to give his son all the books and teachers he could afford. The idea of all that money and efforts, wasted because of Ricker's arrogant ignorance while dealing with the best magician in the county, was enough for the baronet to disown Ricker. Now let's not be so hasty, Lady Neria. It's normal making mistakes when we are young. The important is to learn from them and never repeat them. I know that Ricker has quite a temper, and I apologize for his behavior. I can assure you he is terribly sorry for what he did. Ricker had never felt so humiliated. They kept talking about him like he was not there. Also, please, consider that punctuality and reliability are very important when walking the path of magic. Yeah, I do not see this Lith anywhere near while my son is right here. Don't you think that maybe a farm boy cannot understand the privilege you are granting him? Life in the wilds is very hard on the youths. I honestly fear his parents had not the opportunity or the time to impart him a proper education. I can understand your position. You gave him your word and knew him for so long. But I can't stand the idea of such an opportunity wasted on someone that cannot give you the respect you deserve. Also, I can guarantee you that if you take Ricker as your disciple, I will reward you handsomely. Not to mention that in case he got admitted to the Lightning Griffin Academy, we will never forget your help and generosity. I am ready to commit, as of now, that if my son reaches the greatness he deserves, he will do anything in his power to clear your name. What do you say? Nana snorted. I would like to say many things, but it doesn't seem to be necessary. The reason why you don't see him is because you are looking in the wrong direction. Lith is the panting little imp right behind you. Chapter 27. At those words, father and son turn around just in time to see Lith rush past them, stopping only when he was already in front of Nana. Now that he was close enough, Nana could notice that Lith's body was covered in cuts and bruises. Some were quite deep, but had been already roughly treated with light magic. They were still bleeding, but Lith's life was in no danger. What in the God's name has happened to you? As far as I know, the roads to the village are safe. Nana did not miss the panic flashing in the expression of the two nobles in front of her. Lith was still bent downward, hands on his knees, trying to catch his breath. Was it really necessary inflicting yourself all those wounds before coming here? Solus asked, still worried about Lith. No pain, no gain. Lith responded telepathically. Coming unscathed out of a sink or swim fight, alone against 5 knights, would have been too suspicious. These wounds served 2 purposes. First, to make Nana angry enough to do what must be done. Second, and most important, to avoid any further investigation. If there's anything this mess proved, is that too much attention is bad. The higher I get, the more dangers I will have to face. Right now, I have no backer. All that stands between my family and the baronet is Nana. I can't protect them at all the times. It was a stroke of luck that they had to target me. In the future, I must be careful of not crossing the wrong people, at least until I get enough power or backing. I don't care about magic or wealth if I don't have anyone to share them with. No one will ever be taken away from me. Never. The whole conversation with Solus lasted barely for a second. Still panting and wheezing, Lith told her about the ambush. When I was coming here, 5 horsemen tried to coerce me into giving up on my magic schooling. When I refused to submit, they tried to kill me. Thank the gods, I managed to kill their leader before they got too close. With him dead, their formation went in disarray, and I managed to kill them before they killed me. Lith sniffled, covering his eyes with a hand, pretending to be fighting back tears. Gods, I don't know how I managed to do it. It's all a blur. Nana performed skillfully a series of hand signs before saying, Vinayr Lockhat. A warm sphere of light magic enveloped Lith's body, healing all his injuries. That's enough, Lith. I can easily imagine the rest. Nana caressed his head, trying to comfort him. You did your best to treat your wounds, before rushing here to warn me against this scum noble. She raised her cane, pointing it toward the baronet's face with an intimidating manner. Please, Lady Neria, Don't rush to judgment, Enough with your fake sycophancy. Nana was bursting with rage. Do you want me to believe that all your talk about respect and punctuality and the attack on the boy's life happening today, at the same moment, is just a sheer coincidence? How stupid do you think I am? Baronet Trahan knelt down, his hands on the floor in submission. Please, Lady Neria, believe in my good faith. I know nothing about it. The kid is still scared and traumatized. Maybe his memory about the assault is confused. Also, he doesn't have any proof. Don't take hasty decisions before considering all the facts. The sight of his father, kneeling to a commoner, shocked Ricker deeply. Yet he kept enough of his cool to remember what was at stake, so he kneeled too, begging for mercy. Good faith, my wrinkly ass. I have met enough nobles to understand how your kind thinks, and how cheaply you value a commoner's life. I think. Nana stopped talking. Lith was tugging her arm repeatedly. She knew he was smart enough to understand that she was fighting for him. For interrupting her like that, Lith must have had excellent reasons. He was showing her 5 silver whistles, one of which had burnt marks. Nana took one and started examining it. She barely needed a second to recognize the Trahan family crest engraved on its top. Well done, Lith, she whispered. Even in the face of danger, never let your emotions cloud your judgment. That's the way of a true magician. She was kindly smiling at him, like a grandmother proud of her grandson achievements. Then, always keeping her back at the Trahans, she quickly performed some complex hand signs before whispering Ekadu. Nana's eyes briefly glowed black with dark energy. Ekadu was root magic word for darkness magic, like Vinayr for light magic or Infiro for fire magic. She was casting a dark spell. Lith couldn't wait to see its effects. At the same time, though, the way she used the spell threw him in confusion. Why taking the trouble of performing hand signs and using words? Nana knows silent magic. I've seen her do it already. Couldn't she just do it silently in front of them? I can't believe she's using a complex spell that requires that much caution just for those weaklings. Nana turned around, poking father and son both with her cane. She had just hit them with her spell. Solus notified Lith. Everything had happened in an instant, without releasing even a magic spark. If it wasn't for Solus Manus' sense, Lith would have missed it entirely. Enough with this charade. Do you want proof? Is this proof enough? She shoved the silver whistle in front of the baronet's face, that turned red, then white, and finally green. He had to use every ounce of self-control. He had to stop himself from panic puking. Now get out of my sight. If anything ever happens to my apprentice or his family, even if one of them breaks his fingernail, it's you that will pay the price. The two of them got back on their feet, running toward the stagecoach without saying a word. Lith was both shocked and disappointed by Nana's behavior. So much for her hatred toward nobles. Who would have thought that after everything she went through, she would still be so merciful? FCK. Nana went to the bakery to talk to the coachman that was eating some pastries while waiting for his master. Hey, kid, the man was actually in his mid-20s, around 177 meters, 5 feet 6 inches tall. He had blonde hair and a kind, perfectly shaven face. What's your name? Andy, he replied while nibbling at a cream puff. Andy, Nana raised an eyebrow. Gods be my witnesses, it's a really strange name. Andy shrugged. It's actually just a nickname. Better than my real name, though. Many people found Hasa Diga Ibowe too hard to pronounce. Nana was flabbergasted. Anyhow, what do you need me for, Lady Nana? You seem a nice man, so here's a friendly advice. Bring your master back home as fast as you can, then find yourself a new job. She winked, and he dropped the cream puff like it was hot, deeply bowing to Nana before running to the stagecoach. Nana returned to her house, opening the door to let Lith go inside. And now what? He was barely repressing his disappointment. Do we wait for their next move? Nana laughed heartily. Their next move? They will drop dead before arriving to their pompous home. What do you think that darkness spell was for? I just wanted to avoid making a fuss in front of the whole village. Lith suddenly felt very stupid. Well played. This will teach them a lesson. He could finally sigh with relief. Far from it, Nana said with an ice-cold tone. She went into her private quarters, quickly followed by Lith. Nana's house was really similar to Lith's, but the dining room was smaller, and instead of 3 bedrooms, there was just one. The other 2 rooms were occupied by a study room and an alchemic lab. She went in the study room, opening one of the desk's drawers with a key she wore around her neck. Nana then took out a wrapped cloth, revealing a silver amulet. It had a big gemstone in its center, with arcane glyphs engraved all over. Lith didn't need life vision to know it was a magical item. This is a communication amulet. Every member of the Mage Association gets one. Now give me a minute to do a full report about Baronet Trahan's attempt on my disciple's life. They hate when some small-time noble messes with us. Before I put this back into the drawer, their whole bloodline will be wiped out. That will teach all those damn nobles a lesson. Lith deeply bowed to Nana, inwardly apologizing for doubting her character. Master, your disciple awaits your command. The report was indeed brief. Once activated, the amulet generated a small, 3D hologram of a middle-aged bald man, sitting behind a clean and orderly desk. All Nana had to do was to introduce her disciple, say the name of the noble, and the mage on the other side had already started giving instructions. Nana gave nonetheless a short description of the facts, showing the silver whistles as proof. Lith could see from a man's expression that he could not care less about such minor details. He still took note of everything, even somehow scanning the whistles through the amulet. After everything was said and done, Nana gave Lith his first assignments. Start by reading The Basics of Magic. Is the book you tried to borrow 3 years ago? Lith nodded. Read it carefully. If there's anything you don't understand, feel free to ask me. In case there's a client, wait for me to finish. If there's no emergency, I'll answer you. Otherwise, you will have to wait. You can use my study. When you have finished with the basics, I'll give you your first tier, 1 magic book. Lith ran back in the waiting room, fetching his prize. After sitting behind the desk, with a thick book in front of him, he could not avoid thinking back at all those years spent cramming during college. He was back being a student, a familiar and reassuring feeling. Lith pushed emotionalism aside and opened the book, reading it from the author's foreword. My name is Lachra Silverwing. I am known as the wisest sorceress of the Griffin Kingdom, and also the only one of my generation to achieve the title of Magus. What the heck is a Magus? Isn't it just a synonym for mage? Lith paused for a second, taking the mental note to ask about the magician's hierarchy. I want to dedicate this book to all my female readers and hope that they can make good use of it and unleash their superior potential. In a world scourged by wars waged by men, it's of the utmost importance for us women to keep our leading position in the magical field. Let our calm minds soothe the savage fury that dwells in their hearts. What the actual FCK? Lith cursed, jumping off the chair. He ran straight to Nana, the book still in hand, in dire need of explanations. Sorry to be the one to break it to you, but it's the truth. Nana chuckled. Like men are stronger physically, women are more apt towards magic. It's the nature of things. See Chapter 12 for more details. FCK me sideways. Lith inwardly screamed, amongst soulless giggles. Does this mean that I start right on the back foot? Was what he actually said. Yes, little imp. Be it the Griffin Kingdom, the Gorgon's Empire, or the Blood Sand Desert tribes, usually women hold most of the key roles in the various mage associations. Even I never expected to have a male disciple. Back when I attended the Magic Academy, 70% of the students were female. I don't think things have changed much. If you aim for the top spots, they'll be your fiercest competition. Great. Lith felt dejected. He wasn't the kind of man to discriminate. He despised humans regardless of their gender. What dispirited him was the idea of being once again on the losing side of life. Not rich, not talented, not handsome. I even managed to be of the fairer magical sex. Just splendid, he thought. There. Nana patted his head. Don't be depressed. History is full of very powerful male mages. It's the talent that matters the most, not the gender. One day you could even become a magus. Oh yeah, I almost forgot. That was my second question. What's a magus? Chapter 28. The magic community is like a separate society. And just like any society, it has a clear hierarchy. First, there is normal people. Anyone is capable of using charm magic, but their range barely reaches 2 meters, 2.2 yards, and are incapable of executing any complex task. They're not even considered people. Most mages refer to them as cattle. Then comes those like you that can use all the 6 elements, can perform complex tasks with magic, but lack a proper magical education. They are referred to as magico, males, or magica, female, are the real grassroots of the magical community, from which mages can expect a magically talented offspring. Even if it's considered uncommon, a magica can sometimes be accepted by a magic academy and become a full-fledged magician, like it happened to me. A magico usually becomes a medicine man in a village or city, depending on his talent. A magico becoming a magician is even more uncommon, but far from rare. Terms like mage, witch, sorceress, warlock are all just different words that identify someone that managed to enroll in a magic academy and complete the 5 years course necessary to be recognized as a true member of the magic community. At that point, one is just to follow his ambitions. You can become the personal mage of a noble, you enjoy life at court. Others choose to devote their whole life to study magic or create specific artifacts. As long as you don't do anything to contribute actively to the development of the kingdom or the mage association, you'll only remain just a mage, no matter how powerful you are or what you accomplish with your experiments. Remember, no mage can be forced to share his/her spells or discoveries in the magic field. Not even the king himself can openly violate this rule. But what you keep for yourself has no worth for society, hence it gives you no merits. Only by sharing your knowledge or by using it to perform tasks from which the kingdom or the magic association take great benefit, you can be elevated to the status of archmage. They are for the mages what dukes and marquises are for the nobles. And finally, there is the magus. A magus is someone whose power is equal only to his outstanding merits toward the community and the knowledge he shared with the magical association. A magus usually ensures to those who come after him a deeper understanding of magic and the means to achieve better foundations than their predecessors. A magus is a king to mages and a god to men. Very rarely there has been more than one. Whenever any country has 2 or more magi, it's considered to be in its golden age. Everything becomes possible. Lith was far from impressed. Basically, it's just a fancy title that some old fogey forces on you after milking you dry. I don't know if by becoming a magus I would feel just sad or simply lose all my self-respect. You insolent whelp. Nana was outraged by such disrespect. Without magi like Lacra and their legacies, people like me would never get the chance to pass the entrance exam of any academy, no matter how small or insignificant. It would remain a privilege for those with an outstanding talent, or that come from noble or magic families. Simply by writing that book, she willingly sacrificed a great advantage she had over all the rest of her peers. Lith shook his head. I see it differently, Master. In my opinion, you do have an outstanding talent. If in the past, even those gifted like you wouldn't be accepted, in the long term this would have led the magical community to dwindle, if not to completely disappear. Being born in a wealthy or talented family only gives you more resources and schooling, but the talent is decided at birth. Hence Lacra must have written that book, not out the goodness of her heart, but to correct a dangerous flaw in the magical community. It's true that magic allows to beat quantity with quality, but there is still strength in numbers. Without people like you, maybe even like me, there wouldn't be enough new blood, and magic would sooner or later disappear. This is the reason why I can't see her book as a gift. She needed us, and badly. Nana opened her mouth to rebuke Lith, but stopped halfway. She pondered a while before speaking again. Damn it, Lith, whatever your mother fed you with as a baby, I wish I had it too when I had your age. I never looked at it from this perspective, yet I can already sense enough truth behind your words to not dismiss them as child babble. She sighed deeply with regret. I wish I was so profound back in my days. I would have avoided so many stupid mistakes. Yeah, sure, Lith thought. An over 30 years old man that comes from Earth and is not able to see that much would be a complete idiot. Scholarship here or on Earth are the same. Either a way for the rich to get rid of some of their sense of guilt for being filthy rich, or the manifestation of their fears. The fear of not having a doctor, a lawyer, or any professional help when they need it. If just having an offspring would suffice for their needs, they would have closed the schools centuries ago. The door of Nana's waiting room opened. The first client of the day had arrived. Time to make some money. Do you have any other questions from the forward? She tried being sarcastic, but was still dwelling on Litha's words, so she lacked the proper tone. Only one. I may need to take notes. Is there anything I could use to write? But off course. After confirming that the woman and child that just entered the waiting room simply needed a medical check, Nana asked them politely to wait for a minute or two. Nana and Lith got back to her study room, where she gave him a big, thick book with a red hardcover. Its pages were completely blank. This will be your first grimoire. Treasure it dearly. Paper is rare and expensive by nature. It's sold by weight, and it's more precious than silver. Lith was stunned by such news. The book was 27 centimeters, 10.7 inches, long, 17 centimeters, 6.7 inches, large, and 3 centimeters, 1.2 inches thick. It was huge. Lith stuttered for the second time in his new life. I don't know what to say. I can't believe you would do such a thing for me. It must have costed you a fortune. I'm deeply moved. A tear appeared on the back of his eyes. Nana laughed heartily. Oh. So wise yet so naive. You bet I wouldn't. Money doesn't grow on trees. If it were for me, a few pages would have sufficed, little imp. The warmth in his heart died as quickly as it had appeared. Then who do I have to thank for it? Count Lark, who else? That noble is a magic enthusiast. He sent it to me as soon as he was informed of your apprenticeship. Now more studying and less flapping your gums. You are here to learn magic, not to chat. Nana left in a hurry, hoping to avoid her waiting room getting clogged up with patients. Lith sat back behind the desk and resumed reading. Most of the contents of Lacra's book were old news to him. He had discovered them by himself through countless trial and error experiments. He could only sigh in regret. If only I had this book as soon as I was reborn. I wonder how powerful I would be today. Whenever Lith would find something noteworthy, he would write it down in his grimoire. Lith could not trust his bad handwriting, so he would dip his finger into the inkwell and then use water magic to spread the ink on the page, and then to dry it. The result was a whole page written with an outstanding calligraphy, even copying illustrations when necessary, in perfect English. All in just a second. Ah! Lith inwardly laughed. I don't need a secret code. I am the only one that speaks English in this world. My secrets are safe with my grimoire. They will be safe either way. Don't forget my pocket dimension. Solus chimed in. One more layer of protection never hurts. There is no such thing as too careful. Lith found the sections about fire, water, air, and earth quite bland. He already knew almost everything written in the book, but he read carefully every word. Nana allowed him to read only until lunchtime. Then he was forced to go back home and resume his previous routine, switching the hunting time from morning to afternoon. It took him 3 days to get to the juicy part. Lith was aware that being a self-taught, light and dark magic were his weakest subjects. They were the only two elements that didn't exist on Earth, after all. He spent a whole week on the light and darkness section, taking countless notes and finally understanding how shallow and rough was his mastery over those elements. Amazing, simply amazing. It never ceases to impress me how profound is Lacra's understanding of light and darkness. Her description of the mana flow in the patient's body is just peerless. I would have never thought of that on my own. Only now I finally understand why she wrote about them in the same section. Light and darkness are not separate elements, but two sides of the same coin. Darkness is of paramount importance for healing diseases and congenital conditions. Once I have fully absorbed all this new knowledge, I might even be able to cure Tista for good. If I really manage to do that, I will rethink my view about being a magus. Lith read that section again and again, until he became certain to have not missed anything. His magic power hadn't increased much, but his comprehension was now on another level for all the 6 elements. Lith was sure he would be able to achieve even stronger foundations, also improving his spirit in fusion magic. But with his confidence, also new doubts arose. The more I learn, the less it makes sense. How is it possible that with all this knowledge in her hands, Nana didn't manage to cure Tista over the years? Why she needed both hand signs and a magic word to kill Baronet Trahan and his son? A finger snap should have sufficed. Lith decided to postpone those questions until he had fully understood Locker's book. Maybe he was missing some key element, or maybe it wasn't as easy as it appeared. Nana was delighted learning that he had finished the whole book in just a week and immediately gave him his first tier 1 magic spell book. Let's see if you're good at practicing magic as you are with its theory. Lith took the book from her hands, treating it like a precious gemstone that could easily break. He walked solemnly to his desk, opening the book full of anticipation. He would have never imagined to be disappointed to such an extent. What the F-King FCK is this? Is this how a spell book is supposed to look like? By my core, what is this CRP? Solus cursed for the first time in her life. Both Lith and Solus were too flabbergasted to make any further comment. So, they closed the book, reopened it again, discovering it was unchanged. They had expected for it to be filled with instructions about how to manipulate the mana flow in the mage's body, how to better connect with the world energy to obtain spells whose power was incomparable to those they already knew. Instead, all they found was an odd mix of spelling book and a hand signs instruction manual. Not to mention that they already knew all of those Tier 1 spells, just with different names that Lith had invented over time. Blasting Sphere is just a fireball. Piercing Ice is identical to my Frost Lance, if not worse. Lith did go back to the foreword, noticing that this book had not been written by a Magus, and was just a collection of the most common spells. By reading the instructions for Blasting Sphere, Lith noticed how the author stressed out the importance of executing the hand signs in the proper order with precise movements. Even the magic word was split into syllables to help the student learn the correct pronunciation and accent. After skimming through the whole book, Lith couldn't find any mention of how to perform them with silence magic. Becoming more and more confused, Lith went to Nana for advice. I'm sorry, Lith. I had forgot how frustrating and painful is going from the simple and easy silent shore magic to the much more complex real magic. Only Tier 0 magic can be silently cast. All the superior tiers of magic require both hand signs and proper spelling of the magic word. Lith's head was spinning so fast he had to sit down for a moment. This makes no sense at all, he thought. I use silent magic with my ice spears and fireballs all the time. I wouldn't be alive otherwise. Then a sudden thought erupted in his mind. Maybe I'm special, after all. Maybe I use a different kind of magic because I came from Earth. Maybe I'm some sort of chosen one. Lith was both scared and flattered at the idea. None of the above. Solus' words abruptly doused his enthusiasm. Thanks for the vote of confidence. Much appreciated. What's your explanation, then? Lith could feel Solus's mind spinning so fast that it was hard for him to follow her reasoning. If my hypothesis is correct, then you, like Locra Silverwing and all the other past and present Magus, are one of the few people in this world to actually use true magic. Chapter 29. What do you mean with true magic? Lith said. At this point, it's still too early to tell. Of course, if you are too curious, you can look at my mind right now, but I don't know how helpful could it be. Lith merged his mind with Solus, discovering she wasn't exaggerating at all. Her mind was full of ifs and buts, constantly examining facts, revisiting memories, making one speculation after the other before dismissing them. What can I do to help you? I need 2 things. First, all the books about the history of magic you can find. Second, we need to get out of here and do some experiments. I'll explain everything later. Lith went to Nana, asking her for help. Sure, I have a magic history book, but it's not such an interesting topic, so I only purchased one covering the last couple hundred years. Is that enough for you? Lith shook his head. Can you please contact Count Lark and ask him if I can borrow some more from him? You sure are an oddball. First you begged me to teach you magic. I never begged. It's you who offered to teach me, and I accepted. Nana pretended to not have heard anything and continued. And now that you get an opportunity to practice real magic, you want to bury yourself in history books? After pondering about what you told me and what Magus wrote, I understood that I need to understand the past to comprehend the present and plan for the future. Lith improvised, digging up an old family motto. Makes sense, sort of. Nana conceded. I'll contact Lark via the communication amulet and see what I can do. The Count has one too. Lith asked in surprise. It's not some sort of secret or anything. Nobles, merchants, soldiers, no matter your background, as long as you can afford the price, you can get yourself one. Lith thanked Nana before returning to the study room. The book was very detailed, recording both historical turning points and lore. Lith didn't know what they were looking for exactly, so he read carefully, skimming only the parts about conflicts between countries or magic associations. Instead, he focused on studying the life of influential mages, archmages, and magi. After spending a few hours researching the past, he had already found a recurring pattern in the rise of the magi. Some are recognized as geniuses at an early age, but most of them had started being considered mediocre at best, never achieving noteworthy results until at some point their talent simply skyrocketed. It usually happened between the 30 and the 40 years of age, well past their supposed prime, when the magical community had pretty much forgot about them. Of course, the author had no idea of what happened to cause such a turnaround, so he just presented the theories most popular at the time. Too bad that those paragraphs resembled more a work of fiction than history reports. According to some rumors, Magus had married in secret the god of magic, while others claimed that she had found a mystical amulet from a lost civilization that was able to grant her unlimited mana. The same had allegedly happened to Magus Morgania and Frederick. An obscure start, followed by a sudden rise in power and glory, with no plausible explanation outside fairy tales and divine encounters. Could this be what Solus was looking for? Maybe what changed them wasn't some insane stroke of luck, but the discovery of the true magic Solus mentioned before. Lith was about to close the book, having ran out of magi, when Solus stopped him. Turn the page, please. Lith had no idea why, but did as instructed. By quickly reading through the page, he noticed it was about some disorders in a faraway place, during which several low-ranked mages had died. Solus had him flipping every page until the book ended. It was already lunchtime, so Lith started walking back home. Did you find anything important? Yes, I think so. I just need us to perform some experiments to put my theory to test. If I am right, once you experience the difference between fake and true magic, you'll be able to understand my reasoning. I hope that once you do, you can help me fill the holes I am unable to explain. Lith's mind and heart were in turmoil. The road seemed to stretch endlessly in front of him. Even when he sat around the table together with his family, he was unable to hide his unpleasant feelings. Damn it, all this CRP. First my real origin, then spirit magic, fusion magic, and now this? How many secrets do I have to keep to protect myself from this world, to protect my family from me? Couldn't I just find a magical hammer or something, granting me godlike powers? Or maybe just be handpicked by an ancient magician to become a champion of order just by speaking one frigging word? Why does everything have to be so complicated? I really love my family, except for trying, but I can't be honest with them. At this rate, I will never have friends, a lover, anything. I will be forced to spend my life alone with my secrets. No, not alone. Solus's voice resounded in his mind, full of kindness and affection. The tower core around Lith's neck pulsed, releasing gentle waves of mana that enveloped his body like a warm embrace. Lith's mood lightened a bit, allowing him to have a pleasant meal and conversation with his family, telling each other the respective day's work. After doing the dishes, he was finally able to leave home and go to the Tron Woods. Lith had his own special glade, deep in the woods, a place spacious enough to train his magical skills without endangering trees or wildlife away from prying eyes. Lith and Solus double checked their surroundings for intruders or magical beasts. Finding none, Lith could finally take out his grimoire from the pocket dimension and start memorizing the simplest Tier 1 spell he had found in Nana's book. We don't need something powerful or complex for our experiments. Only something to compare with your own spells. The faster you master it, the sooner we'll have our answers. Solus explained. The spell was Piercing Ice, a watered-down version of the Ice Spear spell that Lith used against huge opponents like the Ree or the Boars. Its magic word was Jaruna Litu, with accents on the U for Jaruna and the I for Litu. The hand signs required to start with the index's fingertips touching themselves before pulling them away, drawing in the air a 7 with the right index, while the left one had to execute mirrored movements at the same time. After that, the left hand had to stop, while the right index had to rotate, drawing a full circle before pointing at the target. The expected result was conjuring and shooting a giant ice shard against an enemy. Holy SHT, and this is a simple one. So much effort for so little return. At his first try, Lith managed to conjure some kind of giant fork that traveled forward for a couple of meters, 2.2 yards, before crashing on the ground. You did not aspirate the H, Solus remarked, and it came a boomerang that almost chopped his head off. It's Litu, not Litu. After a series of non-life-threatening failures, Lith had to admit he wasn't able to learn both the pronunciation of the magic word and the hand signs at the same time. So, he had to sit down and recite the spell until he got it right. After that, he had to face head on his poor hand-eye coordination. That's not a 7, more like a 1. Do the second line steeper. You are supposed to draw a circle, not an egg. Will you stop your left hand during the last movement, please? Otherwise, we'll never see the end of it. Failure after failure, Solus kept nagging in Litha's mind, correcting the many mistakes he did during each try. If you're so good, why don't you do it yourself? Lith rebutted, bursting with frustration. Sorry, I do not have a body. Not to mention I cannot perform any spell unless A, you first know how to do it, and B, you give me the permission for it. It was a long afternoon for Lith, full of cursing, sweating, and casting, not necessarily in that order, before he finally managed to get Piercing Ice right. He kept repeating the spell until it became his second nature to him. I can't believe I had to work so hard for the simplest spell. I have barely an hour before the sunset. Hey, Solus, is it enough time? Or do we wrap things up for today and go back home? Is more than enough. Tell me, how does it feel using magic that way? To be honest, it does not feel at all. I'm so focused on all that CRP that I can barely breath. Solus mentally nodded. Perfect. Now cast your Ice Spear spell, shooting only one spear. Lith was so tired to need to actually use the magic word. Joran. With a flick of the wrist, Lith conjured a slender, sharp ice javelin that struck the nearest tree faster and harder than the piercing ice. Now focus. How did you do it? Lith couldn't understand all those apparently stupid questions, but he trusted Solus enough to know she wasn't just trying to piss him off. Like usual, first, I mentally visualized the effect of my spell, things like the shape of the spear, the trajectory, etc. Then I used my mana core to generate enough mana to support my spell, taking into account the size of the spear I wanted to conjure and how strong I wanted it to strike. Finally, I projected my mana on the outside, mixing it with the world energy to have access to the water element, and voila! Order up. Okay, now use Piercing Ice again. This time do it slowly. Try to feel how your mana flows according to the spell. Lith needed a few tries before succeeding in the task Solus had assigned him. The result was astonishing. What the heck? As soon as I start with the hand signs, a portion of my mana leaves my body. And there is more. The magic word determines how my mana interacts with the world energy, in this case the water element, while also giving the spell its shape and size. Lith could tell that if Solus had a face, now she would have had a smug grin from ear to ear. You are almost at the finishing line. Do Piercing Ice again, but try making the ice shard bigger. I can't. Lith was flabbergasted. If I try adding more mana, the spell becomes unstable and dissipates. Solus asked him to try generating a second ice shard, then to make the single shard faster, and finally to alter its trajectory right after it materialized. Litha's answer was always the same. I can't. The whole spell is set in stone. Once I learned the proper signs and pronunciation, I became nothing more than a mana source and a targeting system. My mana core and imagination play no part in this type of spell casting. Lith suddenly reached enlightenment, and that's why you consider it fake magic. Calling it fake magic is a little extreme, but for simplicity's sake, let's call it that. Lith could sense Solus brimming with pride. Now I can finally share my theory with you. First of all, I'd like you to think back about all the steps necessary for you to use true magic. Solus paused for a moment, giving Lith time enough to think. What's your point? My point is that what you so casually dismiss as usual is actually a really complex feat, much harder than fake magic. Sorry, I still can't follow you. Solus' mind snorted in frustration. True magic isn't as simple as you make it out to be. It requires to be aware of your own mana core and to be able to generate the right amount of mana for each and any spell. Too much mana and it would backfire on you. Too little, it would not succeed. It also requires to be able to project your mana outwards, reaching out to the world energy by yourself. I doubt even Nana would be able to do that. Lith found that last part hard to believe. When you put it that way, sure, is not an easy feat, but is what everyone does with true magic. What's the difference between true and true magic? Why no one else uses it? The difference is in the amount of mana required. True magic needs little mana, so you can use it even without activating your mana core, while true magic may require great amounts of mana, according to what are you trying to accomplish. Seeing as Lith was struggling, Solus started to use a monotone, lecturing tone. True magic is the very foundation for magic. It teaches you everything you need except how to activate the mana core. Fake magic is like a crutch, a foolproof magic for dummies spellcasting method. You only need to learn a few words and gestures, and it does everything by itself, as long as you have enough mana. My hypothesis is that true and fake magic are taught in this order as a training course towards true magic. But only few, like the Magi, understand that fake magic is not about finger movements and spelling words, is about perceiving the mana flow and learning how to control it. Your breathing exercises are a crutch as well, but a good one, since they help you accessing the mana core, making you aware of the mana flow. Fake magic, instead, is a bad one, since it makes its users too reliant on its power. Most fake magic users are so obsessed by details like hand signs and pronunciation that live their whole lives without noticing what lies beyond. Fake mages, especially those with great talent, become so complacent being able to do what no one else can that they never stop for a moment to ask themselves why. It's kind of ironic. Lith was astonished. Everything made perfect sense. But if you had all this figured out, why didn't you tell me? Were those holes in your theory you mentioned earlier? Solus was embarrassed, but replied nonetheless. Because I can't answer some key points of my own theory. If I am right, why is fake magic the only one available for everyone? Why true mages kill whoever tries spreading it to the whole world? Say what? Solus merged their minds, showing to Lith all the things she had noticed reading the history book. How so many theorists and rising mages had all died in accidents or mysterious circumstances, often right after announcing to the magical community a groundbreaking discovery. Others, instead, will be dismissed as frauds before going mad and disappear. Lith could only laugh his heart out. Oh my, Solus, you are so smart and yet so naive in the ways of mankind. The answer is really simple. Do you know why back on Earth we had traffic jams? Because everyone could get a car. Would you really let any madman, any naive fool, gets his hands on this kind of power? Fake magic is a mean to control the masses. It's not the final test like you think. After one discovers true magic, the final test is proving to be smart enough to silently join the club and reap the benefits. And if you don't like the club rules, the only way out is death. Chapter 30. When they finished comparing notes about Solus' explanation for true magic, it was already late. Lith had to rush to get out of the woods before it became too dark. He wasn't afraid of nighttime predators. His mother, Alina, though, were another story. If I come back too late, I'll get grounded for weeks. Darn it all. I hate curfews so much. He did not want to come back home empty-handed. So he took out of the pocket dimension a couple of fat blinkers he had saved for moments like that. The next day, Nana informed Lith that the Count had agreed to help, and that some of his best books were on their way. Lith was forced to pretend being still engrossed in Nana's history book. It was too big to finish it in one go. He spent that day abridging all the Tier 1 spells on his grimoire, keeping only the name, hand signs and pronunciation instructions, and a short description for each spell. I don't need to waste precious pages on this CRP. I can fake out the hand signs by moving my hands fast, but I still need to remember each new magic word when I pretend to use fake magic. Also, if Nana wants to put me to test, I need to show her my proficiency. Sigh, all this brainless memorizing will drive me crazy. The silver lining is that by learning this stuff, I can predict an enemy's spell and counter it if necessary. More than once, Lith found himself wishing Solus could move his body at will. She had a much better memory, and it would save him a lot of time and effort. The only spell Lith was really eager to try was the air magic floating body. With this incantation, one could make float in mid-air anything or anyone weighing less than 100 kilograms, 220.5 pounds. It had many uses, like breaking a free fall, moving a severely injured patient without bumps, or moving without leaving traces and making noises while hunting or on scouting. This was something that Lith had attempted many times on his own, but with no success. He could easily make others float with spirit magic, but not himself. It was really hard balancing his whole body while focusing on the spell. The same could be said about using air magic instead of spirit magic. A minor mistake would make him float upside down or make him spin like in a washing machine. Lith never managed to float properly, let alone moving. If Solus is right and fake magic is a training course, I can use this floating body to learn how to float for good. Then, the most natural step is evolving it into a flight spell. I can't wait to soar through the skies like my childhood heroes. Right after lunch, Lith went back into the woods and started practicing. Floating body's magic word was Brezza-re-lac, so he had no problems with pronunciation. The hand signs, instead, were quite complicated. Having learned from his mistakes, Lith first made sure he had got the magic word right before moving to the hand signs. He took it slow and easy. He didn't need to learn how to fast cast it, only to learn from the spell how to distribute the energy. After only a few tries, Lith managed to cast the floating body properly. It was an odd feeling, much different from what he had expected. To float it did not require a single strong updraft, but hundreds of them at the same time, each one pushing upwards with the same force to keep the balance in check. This is much worse than I had anticipated. No wonder I always failed in the past. Now, according to the book, floating body makes me weightless, standing in place. To move I need either external support or air chore magic. Lith started to generate weak winds, moving around like a toy drone. This feels great. This spell has countless applications. I wonder why it's just a Tier 1 despite being so elaborate. Because it lasts only 1 minute, Solus reminded him while Lith was already falling to the ground. After experimenting with floating body a few times, Lith used his own mana flow to replicate the spell. Soon it became apparent that he wouldn't be able to do it in a single afternoon. True magic, after all, was really more difficult than its fake counterpart. Angry and frustrated, Lith started grumbling nonstop. It's all so annoying having to learn 2 kinds of magic for every damn spell. I'm telling you, Solus, I have seriously considered using floating body instead. But if I am stupid enough to do so, then I will be forced to learn all its upper tier versions, and who knows at what step lies actual flight. This way, instead, once I get some solid foundations, everything else should come easy. Or at least I hope so. Lith spent all day and night practicing his new spell, levitation, but when morning came, he had yet to succeed. The following day, a small crate of books was delivered to Nana's house, and she promptly handed it to Lith. If they were mine, I would never allow you to bring them out of my house. But the Count explicitly told me you are free to bring them home as you see fit. Lark is a very generous man. Don't abuse his trust. At first, Lith was really pissed off. He had completely forgot about his plea for help, and now he was flooded with useless books that he had to pretend to read. After 2 whole days as a shut-in, his body was craving for some action. But then he noticed that there weren't that many history books, Most of them were biographies and autobiographies of past and present prominent mages, archmages, and magi. He finally had at hand the information he needed about how much talent he could reveal safely. Lith could finally see a light at the end of one of the many tunnels he was stuck in. So far, his apprenticeship had only added more problems to his life. Getting lucky for once made him feel really good. He took note in his grimoire of all the feats his role models accomplished and at what age they managed to do it. Then it came the most serious part, deciding how far to push his act. I'm of humble origins and with no backer. Mimicking a Magus is like courting death. If even revealing less talent than Nana brought a noble to try to kill me, showing so much skill would put me on the hit list of all the major families. Agreed. Solus chimed in. The best choice is to keep being below Nana's talent. If Count Lark starts protecting you, you can ramp you up to her level. A male mage of that skill would definitely be noteworthy. From then, it's better to adjust your power talent based on how things develop. My thoughts exactly. Lithmai nodded. During the following weeks, while at Nana's house, Lith and Solus split the tasks at hand. Lith crammed all the Tier 1 spells while Solus would read the Count's books and take note of every relevant detail. Lith gave her control over both spirit and water magic, making her possible to flip books and write an appendix on the grimoire. During the afternoon, instead, they would try to make levitation work. Little by little, they were working out all the problems, sometimes even improving floating body foundations. Lith completed levitation after over a month of hard work, and by that time, he had also already mastered all the Tier 1 spells, but he was forced to wait. According to the Count's books, that was a feat worthy of a future archmage. So, he had to wait for another half a month before revealing to Nana the fruits of his endeavors. She was truly impressed by Lith's skill and determination. Nana had told him that back in the day, she had needed less than a month to memorize all the book, and despite Lith being of lesser talent, he had managed to accomplish the same result with just 2 weeks of delay. Nana had expected that it would take him no less than 2 whole months. Nana offered him to help her during the busy hours, and Lith gladly accepted. Until completing levitation, he had not hunted for over a month. Not only the reserve of game he kept in the pocket dimension was almost depleted, but that huge break had also costed him a lot of money. Lith needed to make up for the lost time. Officially, he only knew 2 Tier 1 light spells, Vinayar Rad 2, the illness/injuries detecting spell, and Vinayar Dan, a basic healing spell capable to treat coughs, light colds, and not too deep cuts. Hence, most of the times he would only get the diagnosis fee, since it would be Nana treating the patients. He could only get to heal minor injuries, yet his profits weren't that bad. Nana's business had deep roots. People from all the neighboring villages would come to seek her aid. By spending more time in the front office, Lith discovered that Nana was so much more than a healer for the people of Lucia. She was also their protector and the strongest law enforcer. Simply by living there, most bandits would avoid the village, and those who were brave enough to attack would quickly meet their maker before doing any real damage. Nana was also the shield for all the local merchants and population. No foreigner merchant, young master, or young mistress could bully the people of Lucia without incurring in her wrath. Sometimes she would be called even to put an end to a drunken brawl. Lith found hard to believe she had such disposition toward the people she served, always standing ready to intervene whenever was necessary. One day, after Nana taught a lesson to a young noble and his bodyguards, believing that he could forcefully take any maiden that suited his taste, Lith decided to find out the truth. The old hag had already proven that she cared about money more than everything. Lith had fallen for her kind act more than once, so he wanted to know what her real angle was. Being rude to his mentor was definitely a bad idea, so he went with a subtler approach. Master, I really don't know how to express my admiration for you. Taking care of the safety of the village, basically all by yourself, and asking nothing in return. It's really impressive of you. Nana laughed out loud, sounding ominous like the plumber, back on Earth, that once Lith had been forced to call during a national holiday. You really are hilarious, kid. Sometimes you are so wise I almost forget you were just 6 years old. But whenever you come out with this nonsense, you really look like a naive child. Of course I get something in return. Have you ever wondered why my treatments are so expensive? Chapter 31. Actually, yes. Many times. But I always thought those were the normal fares for a healer. In the moment he said it out loud, Lith remembered how ignorant he was in the ways of the new world. They're not. Nana shook her head. Listen, little imp, in a few years you're going to get out of this village and face the world. Not everyone is kind as your parents, and most nobles are not like Count Lark. For the average person, life is hard, most of the time unfair, and hard work means nothing without luck and opportunity. I don't tell you this because I want to scare you, only because I don't want you to make my same mistakes. You need to wise up, so let me tell you a story. Once upon a time, a mage fallen from grace decided to return to her old village, to settle in and forget about her failures. At first, people were scared of her, thinking she would abuse her power and authority to settle old feuds. But the mage was too tired and bitter for petty revenges. She only wanted peace. So, when she became a medicine woman, doing nothing but tending to the ill and wounded for a fair price, the villagers were really happy. And when they noticed that since her arrival, brigands, merchants, and nobles treated the village with much more respect, they became ecstatic. But bad things kept happening from time to time, since the mage had no interest in playing hero. So, the people in the village offered her a deal. They would pay her a certain sum in exchange for her help. Everything was perfect, and everyone was happy for a while. Then, the villagers, the only ones whom benefited from her protection, decided to make a little change to the initial deal. Sure, peace and quiet were doing wonders for business, and the presence of the mage brought so many people from the neighboring villages to get treatment, but that sum each year was a burden to their profits. Not even the fact that the county's most important noble had made the village the permanent seat for the local spring festival was enough to satiate their greed. So, they decided to convince the local farmers that it was in their best interest to help the villagers cover the sum they had agreed to pay to the mage. You may ask, how did they manage to do it? Well, let's just say not appealing to the goodness of their hearts. They simply threatened the farmers to change the exchange rate of their goods to the point of making their life a living nightmare. And what could the farmers do about it? Nothing. They needed the blacksmith for their tools, the merchant to buy and sell cattle and crops. You can easily imagine the rest. Without the villagers, the farmers were cut off from the rest of the county. By refusing, every single farmer would have to travel for days, each year, even to buy a new plow. Not to mention how hard and perilous would it be moving the cattle and the crops to the nearest merchant, all while leaving family and fields unattended. Lith nodded, a ferocious expression on his face. Let me guess. According to the new deal, every time the farmers needed the help of the mage, they would pay a share of the agreed sum, just like everyone else. When Nana had finished her story, she could read the rage and disgust in the eyes of her disciple. There, Lith. I didn't mean to make you angry. The purpose was to show you what normal people, even good people, do to each other on a daily basis. We are good friends and all, but that is until our pockets or families get involved. Then one's priorities come first. Life is hard for everyone, but for mages is even worse. Normal people see them as monsters, nobles as something to submit or exploit. But the worst comes always from your own. Even in the magical academy, you will find hidden ranks, hierarchy, and the competition will be tougher than you can imagine. The pressure both families and teachers put on those poor kids quickly turns them into ferocious beasts. They get measured, judged, and looked down upon for every mistake they make. Social status, wealth, talent, the more they have, the higher the expectations for them. Lith was starting to get confused. So, do you want to go easy on them? To don't judge hastily? To try making friends rather than enemies? He was inwardly scoffing. Gods forbid it. The very opposite. Nana yelled in desperation, flapping her arms like a hysterical bird. I already told you. You need to wise up. Don't fall for the first nice act someone performs. How do you think they will treat a dirty, poor country bumpkin? How do you think they treated me? At first, you will easily make friends with the students from the lower classes, but as soon you'll reveal any talent, you'll be surrounded by only two kinds of people. Those who want to destroy you and those who want to suck up on you. Stay away from the former and ever further from the latter, otherwise you'll end up like me. Naively believing to have lots of important friends until you make one single mistake, and then they pile up on you like everyone else, leaving only scorched earth around you. When she finished talking, Nana looked really tired and bitter, staring at the floor with watery eyes. She seemed to have aged about 20 years. Lith pondered for a while on her words before giving her his answer. I appreciate the thought and will treasure your words forever. But I also hope you'll understand that your story kind of pissed me off big time. So, here's my plan for the immediate future. When Nana finished listening to Litha's idea, she laughed heartily, going back to her old snarky self. That's what I'm talking about. Good boy. I'm finally starting to rub some good sense on you. You have my permission, but do it only in my absence. It would be bad for my revenue otherwise. If anyone complains or tries to do something funny, I'll cover for you. In the following months, Lith had to prove time and time again his magical skills as a healer before Nana gave him a Tier 2 spellbook to learn from. This allowed him to expand his official skill set and be recognized by the people of Lucia as a true healer. Lith was finally able to enact his plan. Nana wasn't always at her home office. Sometimes she had personal business to attend to, but most of the times it was because she had to do house calls for patients that cannot be moved. During those times, Lith was in charge of everything. Those who could afford to would wait for Nana to return. Lith was still 6-year-old after all. He didn't seem trustworthy enough to put someone's life in his hands without Nana's supervision. But emergencies couldn't be planned, so there was always someone desperate enough to come for his help. His first real patient ended up to be Luca, Rizzle's youngest brother. See Chap 21. He was just a toddler, so his mother, Lisa, had a terrified expression when she brought him in. Luca was crying desperately, his left arm purple and swollen, bent in an unnatural angle. Lith hadn't even finished pulling the curtain to give them some privacy that Lisa laid Luca on the bed and started to beg for Litha's help. It's all my fault, I'm so stupid. I was cradling him in my arms while preparing lunch when he started squirming and fell. Can you please help my baby? Lith quickly waved his fingers into a Vinire Rad 2. A small wisp of light danced around the baby before penetrating his chest. The light spreaded to all his body, becoming dimmer around his chest and left arm. Immediately after, Lith faked a Vinire lock hat. Guided by his willpower, the light magic first dulled the pain, then it made the bone fragments reattach themselves to the ribcage and the arm. Lith used his invigoration breathing technique on the baby, using the imaging it provided him to make sure that the bones were perfectly healed and aligned before interrupting the spell. He had a broken arm and cracked ribs, but now is as good as new. Luca was still crying, but now he was moving both arms, his skin pink and with no traces of bruises. Lisa sighed in relief, thanking Lith with a deep bow before handing him the money. It was Nana's usual fare for copper coins, enough for a family of 4 to eat well for one day. Lith took only 2, what she would have paid without the village protection tax. Seeing that she was confused, Lith whispered, I know about the deal with the villagers, and I am not Nana. I protect no one. Also, us farmers need to stick together, am I right? Please, keep your lips sealed about it. Otherwise, the next time, I will be forced to ask you for the full price. Lisa was shocked, her eyes watery. She did not know what to say. Then can I ask you to check my leg too? It hurts from a while, and the pain is not getting any better over time. Is that how the little Luca managed to slip away? Lith asked. Yes. A few weeks ago, I took a bad fall while repairing a hole in the roof. At first, it didn't hurt much, and with a baby, we could not afford a visit for every small thing. Lith used invigoration again, using the injury detection spell as a cover. Holy crap, her leg is badly cracked. It's a miracle she was still able to walk without a limp. After healing her, Lith was conflicted about taking the rest of the money. He could see Alina in her. All the sacrifices his family had made just for keeping Tista alive were always vivid in his memory. Lith couldn't avoid empathizing with the daily struggles his neighbors had to face every day, perceiving them as real persons, like him, instead of dismissing them as trash, like he always did with those he killed in the past. Luckily, Lisa took the choice for him, handing the money and opening the curtain before he could say a word. What a proud woman, truly deserving my respect. Next time she comes, I'll perform the healing while checking up the wound, so she won't get to pay. Those 4 copper coins were the heaviest Litha's hand had ever held. Lisa's family would have to skip a meal or 2 to cover for that expense. From that day onward, Lith would do the same thing for all the farmers, always prompting them to silence. Soon his reputation grew wildly outside the village's borders. Inside those same borders, though, things were quite different. On another occasion, when Nana had been called away, another kind of patient walked in. It was Rankin, merchant and richest man in the village, barging in while carrying his son on a makeshift stretcher with the help of one of his assistants. "Nana, where in the 9 hells is that wretched healer when you really need her?" "She is away at the moment." Lith moved forward, making way for the stretcher. The boy was around 15 years old. His black hair stood out on his pale face. He was bleeding from his leg, despite the wound was tightly wrapped up. "Where is she?" Rankin yelled. "The men repairing the Colon Bridge had an accident. She will be back on the afternoon at best." "You idiot! Can't you see my son is dying? I do not have that much time." Lith snorted in annoyance. "If you have to yell and be rude, that's the door. If you want me to take care of him." Lith extended his right hand, while pointing with the left at a sign on the wall that said, "Payment up front. No refunds." "Paying you? What are you for?" "Almost 6.5. Again, if you're going to pay, make space for real clients. If you want miracles, feel free to pray. But do it outside." Litha's tone was stone cold. Okay. Rankin gave up. "Here is you goddamned 4 copper coins." 8. Lith stopped him before he could take the money out of his pouch. "That's clearly a deep wound, requiring 2 tier 2 spells, if not even a tier 3. Either way, the price is set to 8 copper coins." Lith pointed to another sign, stating the prices. "Check up, 1 copper coin. Tier 1 spells, plus 1 cubic centimeter. Tier 2 spells, plus 3 cubic centimeters. Tier 3 spells, plus 7 cubic centimeters." "But those are Nana's prices. You are not Nana." "Really?" Lith mimicked his master's snarky tone. "What gave me away? The age? The height? The gender? You are really perceptive, worthy of a merchant." Rankin was choking on his own anger. "Such an arrogant little brat. I meant that you shouldn't ask so much. Didn't your master tell you about our agreement?" Lith just pointed to the end of the second sign, where "no discounts" ever was written in big, bright red words. "Don't you have a heart? How can you ask so much? You are so young and inexperienced, after all." In all his years as a merchant, Rankin was proud to have never overpaid any product. He was determined to get a discount at all costs. I could argue that I don't think you ever gave a discount to someone just for pointing out your age or likability. Also, which one of us is bargaining on his son's life? I doubt all healing magic in the world would do him any good once he bleeds out. Finally remembering about his beloved Garth, Rankin finally paid the fee, letting Lith do his job. "What happened?" Lith asked after using Vinaya Rad 2 coupled with Invigoration, sensing a deep-cut wound that missed the femoral artery by an inch. This blockhead and his idiotic best friend had the brilliant idea of practicing their swordsmanship with real swords. That's what happened. "He lost a lot of blood," Lith said after completely healing the leg. "Keep him at rest and make him eat rare meat." Later, that day, when Rankin returned to complain to Nana about her disciple, she laughed hard in his face for a whole minute before shutting her door in his face. Chapter 32. 2 more years passed. Lith was now 8 years old. During that time, he had mastered all the spells contained in Nana's books, which brought his official skill set up to the most common Tier 3 spells. Books about superior tiers were extremely expensive, and Nana had no interest in acquiring them. She had her own grimoire, after all. The books she bought over the years were mostly for display, to show her clients what they could purchase. But while his skill in fake magic stagnated, Lith used those years to deepen his understanding of true magic. His grasp on its profoundness and foundations had improved greatly. By practicing true magic every day as a healer, He had gained such fine control on both light and darkness magic that he had finally acquired the necessary skill to permanently get rid of Tista's congenital condition. The problem was that despite all his efforts, his mana core was not strong enough to perform the treatment Lith had devised. During those years, he had used assimilation whenever he could, making his mana core going through multiple cycles of expansion and compression, turning it from deep green to bright green. But it was still green. Lith's impurities had yet to reach the mana core, and until that happened, both his mana and body would not undergo through qualitative changes. He had reached a bottleneck and had no idea how to overcome it. Solus, too, had changed quite a lot. She was no more limited to her pebble form, but could actually turn into any shape while retaining the same overall mass. That allowed Solus to take the form of a smooth stone ring that Lith wore on his right middle finger. When she asked him why a ring on the middle finger, Lith replied with an odd short poem related to a green ring of power. It was something related to his childhood, of which he was really fond of. Along with some of her power, Solus had also regained a new function, something that Lith called Soluspedia. It was another pocket dimension, but specifically crafted for books and any means to store knowledge. All the books that Lith stored in the Soluspedia, he could consult with but a thought. For example, by storing his grimoire, he didn't need to memorize any more of the magic words and hand signs for the fake magic spells he had learned. Lith still had to practice the hand signs and pronunciation, but he only had to think about what he needed to remember everything up to the smallest detail. The same applied for maps, herbals, and bestiaries. Lith had given almost everything he had earned as a healer to his family, allowing them to have a much easier life and accumulate a decent dowry for Rena and Tista. Whatever he kept for himself, he would use to buy the most detailed compendiums he could find about the most useful topics like law, court etiquette, and even a vocabulary. As long as they were in the Soluspedia, Lith knew them inside and out. What made him inwardly gloating was the fact that he could buy even those items that were almost crumbling or defective, resulting to be highly perishable. That wasn't a problem for him. Just like for the pocket dimension, they would be frozen in time and hence potentially last forever. After his 8 winter ended, Lith received a call from Count Lark on Nana's communication amulet. The event took him by surprise. The Count had never contacted him before. Having had plenty of video calls and job interviews on Discord and Scope back on Earth, he was familiar with that kind of meeting. Lith bowed deeply as a salute while cupping his fist. "Dear Lith, you are always so polite. No need for all the formalities. You are among friends now." Count Lark had a convivial and friendly demeanor, making him seem more like an uncle calling his nephew rather than a lord. "Count Lark, to what do I owe the pleasure of this call?" Lith looked at Nana, standing beside him, in search for approval. She nodded while staring at the magical hologram of the Count. "You have accumulated quite some merits. I wanted to know if you plan on using some of them." Merits were something that anyone who contributed to the welfare of the kingdom would receive and could be exchanged for privileges or commodities. A convict could have his sentence shortened by serving in the military and earning merits. A farmer could get more land for free. A scholar could get a recommendation for a government job. Merits? Lith was taken aback. "I didn't do anything to earn such things." "Quite the contrary, dear Lith. Every year, I receive hundreds of commendation letters from the farmers and their families about the outstanding job you are performing as a healer." Since Lith had started to give treatments for half the price to the farmers, they would wait for Nana to leave the village before going to get medical care. Nana knew it and did not care. They still needed her for the emergencies, and the house call extra fees covered whatever profit she may have lost. "A letter counts for earning merits?" Lith asked, still confused. "One letter, no. But dozens, hundreds of letters, all about the same person for a prolonged period of time. Of course they do. Do you have anything in mind the kingdom can help you with?" Lith pondered for a while accessing the law book in Soluspedia. More land was suicidal. His family was already stretched thin, and they cannot afford hired help. The kingdom would not trade merits for money, but Lith could still get the next best thing. "Do I have enough for my family to be exonerated from taxes this year?" Count Lark dropped his monocle from the shock, the mouth ajar. Taxes? Your family still pays taxes. Yes, we are law-abiding citizens, your lordship. Lith was almost as confused as the Count, but with a better poker face. I'll flay my accountant alive. The Count jumped off his chair, his face red from anger. I told that incompetent fool to exonerate your family since the day Lady Neria took you under her wing. I swear to the gods, I'll fire that man with such bad references he will never find another employer. Lith tried to calm the Count down. Maybe it's for the best. I prefer to be exonerated because of my merits, rather than for being a magician in training. The Count sat back down, a perplexed expression on his face. Why? The result is the same, and you would get to keep your merits for future needs. It may seem just a matter of semantics, but is not. Lith explained. If my family gets exonerated, sooner or later it will come out, and what happens next will depend on the reason why we got it. If it is because of my status, in the eyes of the community, it would be an unfair privilege. That could generate envy and grudges, and in such tight community, it could prove to be toxic. Help and support from neighbors are of paramount importance for a farm, and I will not stay there forever. If we get exonerated because of my merits, instead, it would be something that the community has bestowed on me as a sign of gratitude for my good deeds. Being able to somehow repay their benefactor would make them feel happy and prevent them from harboring ill feelings. During all the explanations, Lith was inwardly crying out of joy, congratulating himself about purchasing the vocabulary. I can finally talk like I used back on Earth. The inability to express myself correctly has always been such a burden. He thought, magic is indeed the supreme form of art. Count Lark nodded in agreement. Only a magician can be so wise despite being so young. I'm honestly impressed. A dragon whelp is still a dragon, after all. Nana chimed in. The boy is not only wise beyond his age, but also is blessed by the light. He is talented enough to have already invented his own light spells. Lith's skill as a healer is almost at the same level I had back at his age, and he even created some cosmetic spell for his sister. She has the fairest skin I have seen in my whole life. This is just between us, of course. Lith was smiling and nodding, but he was actually scared to death. Nana seemed to have seen through some of his deception. Wonderful. Just wonderful. The Count jumped off his chair out of joy, losing once again his monocle. Thanks for your trust, Lith. I will keep your secret with me at all costs. After the call ended, Lith stared at Nana, unable to express his questions out loud. She laughed out tauntingly as usual. Don't be so shocked. I'm a mage too, after all. When some of your patients came back for a second opinion, after describing me their injuries, I was bound to discover the truth. Some of those wounds were supposed to be beyond your skill. As for your mother and sister, you just overdid it, little imp. Whatever you did made them too gorgeous. I commend you for doing it slowly and over time, but whoever knows a thing or two about magic would suspect something. As for the Count, he too would notice once Rena first and Tista later take part in the Spring Maiden contest. Or do you think he has acorns instead of eyes? It's better to play it this way. Lark is an honest man, the best noble I have ever met. If he thinks he has your trust, he will do his best to uphold it. You are still his precious pet project, after all. I doubt he would risk to lose everything he has invested so far for such a trivial matter. Lith could do nothing but agree. Master, you do not trust anyone, do you? Nana snorted. I barely trust myself. Besides, I'm the only one who always fought for my best interests. Lith bowed deeply, his fist cupped. Master, your disciple thanks you for your guidance and help. I will take your words to heart. In the following days, Lith could not stop blaming himself for making such stupid mistakes. Damn it, always so full of myself. I need to stop thinking I'm always the smartest in the room. I can't keep screwing up on the small details. In the long run, it could be proved to be fatal. Having such a bitter and cynic master is a blessing in disguise. We are basically two peas in a pod. She still suspects nothing, and I have to keep it that way. Having her by my side can help me grow as a mage and protect me from my own stupidity at the same time. Aside from that, Lith's family got exonerated from the annual fees thanks to his merits, and as he predicted, that caused only joy and happiness in the neighbors. It had happened thanks to them, after all. It was a slow day at Nana's house office when 2 hunters barged in, bringing on their shoulders 2 more hunters covered in blood. "A magical beast!" The hunter in the lead shouted. "A magical beast is rampaging through the Tron woods. Please, you have to save my man." That monster almost ripped them apart. Chapter 33. The people in the waiting room made space for the hunters, while Nana and Lith quickly dismissed their previous patients, leaving the beds free for the wounded men. They were so desperate that no one complained about Lith's age or diminutive stature. Before any of the 2 hunters could say anything, both healers spoke as one. "Close the curtains and let me do my job." They performed Vinayar Rad 2, but rather than to find the cause of the affliction, which laid bare in front of their eyes, it was meant to check if there was a sliver of hope saving them. Lith didn't even have the time to activate invigoration before noticing that the woman was already dead. He tried nonetheless, but there was no mana flow to manipulate, no life force to enhance with light magic. "I am sorry," Lith said, closing the dead woman's eyes. "She was already dead before you got here." Before he could continue with his bedside manners, Nana yelled to him, "Get here, quick! We can still save this one if we work together." Lith rushed to the other bed, positioning himself at the man's feet while Nana moved behind the head. They both needed space to operate at their best. Nana was right. Invigoration could still feel a mana flow, despite it being weak. The hunter's wounds were very deep. Lith doubted that fake magic could help him. Fake healing magic would spread to the whole body before focusing on the injury, and that caused it to need a few seconds to take effect. Even worse, the spreading and focusing process would cause the spell to lose some of its effectiveness. True healing magic, instead, would directly affect the wound. Thanks to invigoration, Lith was also able to pinpoint where to send the light mana with surgical precision, maximizing the potency of the spell. Nana's specialty is not light magic, after all. If she called me, it means that she hopes my personal spells can save this man. For a moment, Lith hesitated. He would have loved to have a time to ponder about the risk-reward ratio of that scenario. He couldn't care less about the life of a stranger. He was much more scared of exposing his secrets, losing everything in the process. Screw it. Sooner or later I'll have to reveal my spells. I want to believe in Nana and give all this blessed by the light CRPA go. Please scared, die scared. Lith started performing quick hand signs, mixed with ninja hand seals he remembered from an old movie. He had prepared that choreography since the last conversation with Count Lark. Vinayar Eskla. The light magic flowed straight through the hunter's blood vessels, repairing them and stopping the blood loss. With Nana keeping his condition stable, Lith was able to bring the hunter to the point where fake magic could save him. After that, he had to lean against the wall and slide down to the ground. Lith was exhausted. He had never attempted something that required so much focus and mana for a prolonged time. Damn, my stupid green mana core. If it was already cyan, maybe I wouldn't be forced to leave halfway through the procedure. Luckily, Nana took all the credit for the success, relieving Lith from any possible questioning about his unknown spell. After taking her 40 copper coins, she warned the hunter's leader. "He is alive, but barely. I don't know if he will make it or not. I can't even assure you a full recovery. His injuries were too deep. We did the best that we could." 40 copper coins. Almost a F-King half-silver coin, and that's all you have to say? A bunch of ifs and wishful thinking. He yelled. Nana clearly understood that the man wasn't really angry with her or Lith. He still could not accept the loss of one, if not both of his friends. Yet she did not care. When it came to anger, Nana was second to none. She had been the scapegoat for others' misbehavior enough to last for a lifetime. "Listen to me, young man, and listen well. I dare you find any village that hosts not one, but 2 healers capable of casting tier 3 spells. If you want certainties, go find Krishna Manohar, the god of healing. He lives in the White Griffin Academy, just 500 kilometers, 311 miles from here. And now get out of my house before I make you." Even a grieving man knew that to further antagonize a mage whose eyes were brimming with power and whose voice generated wind blows was plain suicide. The two surviving hunters could only comply. While Nana was clearing the blood spattered around the room, Lith had managed to use invigoration enough to recover some of his strength, so he followed them outside. Tron Woods was too close to his house for comfort. "Sir Hunter, please wait." They were already halfway toward the tavern. The hunter's leader really wanted to vent his frustration on the little pest, but he had regained enough of his cool to admit that the kid was blameless. If anything, he had contributed saving the life of his little brother. That, and he was still scared less by Nana. "No need for honorifics, young man. My name is Akart Longran, and this is my sworn brother Fleck Irosha. My name is Lith." The three men bowed to each other. "The man whose life you saved is my little brother, Odom Longran. If I can do anything to return the favor, you just need to say the word. Could you please tell me more about this magical beast?" Akart shivered for a moment, his eyes closed by the fear that memory generated in his heart. But he was a great hunter who had danced with death countless times. With every passing second, he was recovering both his courage and spirits. "It's a huge BYK. Do you what it is?" Lith nodded. According to the bestiary in the Solaspedia, a BYK was a bear that had evolved into a magical beast. They were in tune with earth magic, in rare cases also with fire magic. It all started around a month ago. The farms on the east side of the Tron Woods were being attacked by a mad beast. At first it would just slay some cattle before returning to the woods. But then that harpy of Baroness Wrath put a huge bounty on the BYK in hope to avenge his mad son. She believes he has fallen prey to the beast months ago. Wrath, Lith thought. The name sounds familiar. The psycho that tried to rob you of your bunnies. Solus reminded him. And that was the beginning of the end. After slaying some wannabe hunters, lured by the promise of easy money, the BYK got a taste for human flesh. From that moment, it started to hunt down his pursuers with elaborate traps. When we understood how smart the BYK is, it was already too late. We managed to get away only because he was too engrossed in his last meal to chase us. Lith bowed again. "Thanks. I live near the woods, and your information may have just saved my family. Consider your debt settled." Before he could turn around, a cart grabbed his shoulder. "I have been long enough in the business to recognize a fellow hunter when I see one. Listen to my advice. Don't go after it. That beast is unnatural. Not only is smart and cunning, it also moves at unbelievable speed. No matter how fast you run away or chase it, it keeps switching places, like a ghost. I know it sounds stupid, but I believe it to be a vengeful spirit." Lith thanked him again, before going back to help move Odom in one of the tavern's rooms and to clean the blood on Nana's house floor. When he finished, Nana handed him 20 copper coins, half the fee. "Go home and rest. You really are talented in light magic, but that spell is too draining for you. Use it only in case of emergencies." Lith nodded, but before going back home, he needed to purchase some things. He kept discussing the matter with Solus the whole time. Facing such a monster without more than one plan and enough preparation was idiotic. After warning Celia, he spent the whole day resting and using accumulation. In a life or death situation, even a small power-up could make the difference. That night, he slept for the first time in 2 months. Lith wanted to be at his peak condition. He wasn't willing to take unnecessary risks. He woke up before dawn, leaving a note for his parents. He then wore his brand new leather hunter set, with metal protectors for the forearms, shins, and heart, his last line of defense in case everything else failed. Once outside, after checking there were no witnesses, he casted the Soaring Hawk spell and took flight. The Tron Woods was too big, and moving on foot was too slow. Using both his life vision and Solus Mana sense, he started looking for his prey while moving near the top of the trees. It didn't take long to find it. The BYK wasn't even trying to hide. Lith could trace it thanks to the bear claw marks on trees and rocks, until he found it eating a deer. So much for smart and cunning. How the heck can it still eat? It should have filled his belly many times already. Lith thought. Nevertheless, let's see if I can kill it nice and easy. The BYK was on the ground, while Lith was in the sky, the distance between them about 30 meters, 33 yards, well within the spirit magic's range. Lith sent a huge wave of mana, meaning to snap the BYK's neck in one go. The BYK instinct was sharp. Even if it was still unaware of the new hunter, it could feel that something was off. It infused his whole body with earth magic, so when the two mana flows clashed, the spirit magic was diminished to a neck rub. FCK my life. Again with that SHT, just like the Re. It seems that magical beasts are able to use fusion magic to some extent. Solus commented, Nodu, Serlok. And what's worse is that fusion magic is spirit magic's bane. It can disrupt my mana flow, making it useless. But that stands only for direct attacks. Having his first plan failed, Lith hid behind the tree while moving away from the BYK. Casting spells in mid-air still required too much effort. He also wanted to keep his ability to fly a secret from the prey. Once on the ground, he took a roundabout path toward the BYK, using float to not make noises and a subtle dark aura to cancel out his smell and aura. When Lith found the BYK again, it was still sniffing the air, looking at its surroundings. Lith moved right behind its back before unleashing a lightning as big as the crouched BYK. It had no effect aside from angering the magical beast and blackening some of its fur. Holy SHT, I would have never suspected that earth fusion could shield from lightning. The BYK roared its challenge, standing tall on its legs. It was an enormous beast, at least 4 meters, 13 feet tall, with a weight close to a ton. Its fur was deep brown with shades of green, and its green eyes were staring at Lith with malice. Too big for comfort, Lith summoned a strong wind, hoping to take advantage of that unstable position to topple the BYK and prevent it from charging ahead. The BYK channeled even more earth magic, becoming heavier while digging deep into the ground with its claws. It managed to return back on its four, now standing 1.6 meters, 5 feet 3 inches, tall at the shoulder. Magnificent display of earth fusion. Solus couldn't hold her admiration. Lith was the same, but much more scared. Yeah, I'm clearly a noob compared to it. Ice spears. Countless spears of ice appeared out of thin air, encircling the BYK. Each one was 2 meters, 6 feet 8 inches, long, 10 centimeters 4 inches, thick and razor sharp. It was Lith's sure kill spell. The spears came down at the same time, like a deadly rain. The BYK didn't seem scared, though. It roared again, getting partially up on its legs before slamming the front paws on the ground, creating a spherical shielding made out of earth and rock. The spears crushed against the summoned barrier, inflicting no harm to the BYK. Both Lith and Solus cursed as one. FCK me sideways. Magical beasts use true magic too. Chapter 34. Lith's and Solus' minds were spinning at full gear, but for entirely different reasons. What if magical beasts are the primordial true mages? What if human mages learned true magic by watching the magical beast hunting, like Chinese martial artists derive their moves from Earth's animals? Solus pondered in amazement. What the FCK can I do? I just reveal my trump card for nothing, and my fusion magic is useless, since if that thing closes in, it needs only one hit to rip me in half. Not to mention that air, earth, and spirit magic would probably be useless against it. I'm only left with light, dark, fire, and water magic. Lith trembled in fear, but his body was ready to move, his mind never giving up on life. The BYK charged through its own shield, intending to make things up close and personal. Lith reacted promptly, using air fusion to gain speed and keep their distance in check. You may truly be immovable as a mountain, but you sure can't keep up with someone fast as lightning. Yet the two enemies' speed was the same. The BYK was indeed heavier, but the difference in physical prowess was enormous. Not to mention, they were both slowed down by trees, rocks, and undergrowth. Lith felt reassured, noticing that the BYK couldn't close in, since he could still resort to fly as a desperate measure. Unbelievable speed, my pale ass. This thing is fast, but not that much. Eckhart and his men were either too scared or hallucinating. The game of tag went on for a while, with Lith throwing ice spears whenever he could spot an opening, and the BYK using rock projectiles trying to shoot him down. Lith knew that bears weren't supposed to smile, but on the BYK's muzzle he could clearly see a smirk, sometimes even emitting a her sound. Is that a laugh? Is that Bestard actually just having fun? While running, Lith moved the fight to his private clearing. He had finally found a path to victory, but he needed to have both hands and legs free without worrying about tripping on roots or pebbles. Also, the river Philo flowed nearby, greatly enhancing his water magic. Not having to conjure it anymore, Lith could focus only on the manipulation aspect. The BYK moved forward slowly and triumphantly. It knew the prey was now cornered. In front, there was only the raging river, while the BYK was plenty capable of cutting off any other escape route. But soon it noticed that something was off. Not only the smell of fear was gone, the prey had ceased to run, standing firm with the river at his back, watching the BYK's every move with defiant eyes. The BYK slowed down even further, trying to suppress its overbearing bloodlust and looking again at the surroundings. Suddenly, it remembered about all those dangerous ice spears, realizing it was a trap. But it was too late. It had already got too close to the river. Tendrils of water grabbed its legs, trying to drag the BYK in the water. The BYK reacted promptly, making tendrils of earth envelop his legs and body, stopping the water in its tracks. It knew it could not play only on the defensive, so it fired a barrage of stones against the prey. Lith didn't move an inch from his spot, either dodging the rocks or using his own earth magic to deflect those he could not avoid. It soon became a war of attrition, about whose mana would run dry first. After a few of such exchanges, Lith infused himself with fire and earth magic, performing a roundhouse kick to send a huge stone back to the sender. The BYK didn't miss that anomaly. The prey had never done such a thing. It was clearly a deception. As soon as the stone come near enough, the BYK deflected it with a flick of a claw, using earth magic to avoid touching it. That way it noticed that right behind the rock there was a dense black mass, Lith's plague arrow. The BYK followed its instinct and tried to dodge that slow bullet, but its own tendrils of earth were keeping it stuck in place. Before the BYK could summon any sort of magical protection, the plague arrow had hit his mark straight in its huge chest. Pain started blinding the BYK, that became unable to notice Lith closing in while shooting 6 more plague arrows. The first to the chest again, the easiest target to enhance the crippling pain. Then he followed, striking the forelimbs once, to prevent the BYK from fighting back. The 6th and last one to the head, almost at point blank for the kill. It all happened in barely 3 seconds. In that very short lapse of time, the standstill had turned into a victory for the prey. And that saved Lith's life that day. As soon as the BYK let out an agonizing cry, a second one, even bigger, came out rushing from the woods. It wasn't fast. There were 2 of them. That's why they could play with the hunters like a cat with a mouse. Lith used air fusion to stay away, keeping the distance the same he previously had with the other BYK. Luckily, the second BYK didn't seem interested in pursuing him and started to lick its partner affectionately. From its size, it should be a male. The only notable difference is that his fur has shades of black instead of green. No wonder the hunters weren't able to tell them apart. Solus observed, "You better make use of this time to replenish your mana. We don't know what it's capable of." Lith immediately used the invigorating breathing technique, letting the world energy replenish his lost mana and washing away his fatigue. Thanks to the good night's sleep, invigoration effect was at its peak, and it would not take Lith long to recover. After all, his body was in perfect condition. Only his stamina and mana had been consumed during the fight. "Filthy human! How dare you kill my spouse?" The BYK spoke. Lith had no time to be surprised, so he kept his breathing rhythm steady, aiming to stall as long as he could. "Wow, you talk. I didn't know bears could talk. Lowly maggot. I'm not a bear. I'm Urtu, the new king of the woods, and she was my queen, Gerda. Sorry, your majesty, but if you wanted to live happily ever after, you should have respected my turf. I don't care what you do on the east side of the woods, but the west side is mine. Not to mention that I know a Ree that could refute your claim. A Ree. Urta moved away from the carcass, putting enough distance from the river to be safe from the man-pup tricks. You mean that weakling? The mutt is as good as dead. Urta grinned while slowly moving forward. Don't come any closer, Lith ordered. If you leave now and promise to never return, we can close it here. Otherwise, one of us will have to die. Her. Urta laughed. You will not die, murderer. I will just rip off your legs and arms. Then I'll follow your scent back to your burrow and will devour your family alive in front of your eyes. Only then we will be even. Lith dropped the act like a live grenade. I never intended to let you walk away alive from here. I only had doubts about how much make you suffer. Thanks for clearing them up for me. Such arrogance for a weak man pup. I will not fall for your trickery, like my poor Gerda. I have watched the whole time. The only reason you are still alive is that she loved so much playing with you vermin, before biting your head off. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have indulged her so much. If I had killed you back then, she would still be alive. Urta roared, getting even closer. Lith had already fully recovered, and some more. If you want so bad to apologize to her, let me send you to the other side. Despite all his provocations, Urta remained calm and collected, always keeping a safe distance from the waters. He is too confident. I have a bad feeling about this. Why does he keep advancing despite what happened to the other BYK? Lith fought back the temptation of using all the extra mana from the world energy in one go, limiting to a single plague arrow. Instead of dodging it, Urta stood up on its legs, laughing cruelly. When the plague arrow hit the BYK's heart, Lith could see thanks to life vision that instead of attacking its vital organs, the dark energy was being assimilated by Urta's core. Her. Did you really think to be the only one that have mastered dark magic, maggot? Now die. Urtu jumped forward, and before Lith could take advantage of its inability to dodge in mid-air, four rock formations abruptly erupted from the ground, right where Urtu's paws were going to be. That way the BYK was able to jump forward once more, his speed further increased by the four rocks' borrowed momentum. In less than a second, Lith was robbed of his opportunity to counterattack, while Urta had turned into a one-ton bullet. To evade the attack, Lith had not only used air fusion, but also to roll forward. The BYK was too fast for a real dodge. His only option was to pass under it. After that point, things got worse. When Urta landed, instead of creating a crater, the ground stretched under its legs like a trampoline, allowing it to resume the chase without a second of delay. What the FCK? You can do that with earth magic. Lith bit his lower lip hard, cursing his own ignorance. He was a self-taught, after all. The only knowledge he had about true magic was what he discovered experimenting by himself. Clearly the BYK was a natural at magic, and had refined its mastery over earth through the years, aptly adapting it to best suit its hunting techniques. Making a split-second decision, Lith kicked the ground with his left leg while using all the mana he could to infuse himself with earth magic, boosting his defense. Thanks to the clean cut in his previous trajectory, Lith got only grazed on the chest from Urta's claw. It was enough to rip off his chest protector and graze the underneath skin. Lith instinctively used light fusion to stop the bleeding and gain a healing factor. The mid-air strike had messed up the BYK's tempo, so after the second jump, it was forced to stop. Lith used that moment of pause to activate Soaring Hawk and take flight. The opponent was clearly superior. He had almost run out of options. No escape. Urta roared, shooting a rain of rock debris against him. Lith mimicked Gerda, using air instead of earth to generate a fast-spinning barrier that deflected the sudden attacks. Yet his flight was interrupted, and he started to fall down. Urta grinned, getting up on its back legs, ready to catch him. He could already feel in its mouth the crunchy taste of the prey's limbs. Lith was almost out of options. Almost. From that angle, Erda could not notice that Litha's right hand was now holding something, removing the stopper with a snap of the thumb. At the last second, Lith stopped in midair with float, while the substance in the flask kept falling and hit Erda right on the head. Suddenly, the BYK was blind, his eyes burning like fire. A strong smell inundated his nose, making him sneeze and rendering it unable to sense Lith presence anymore. When I bought this horrible perfume, my idea was to use it to make a BYK lose my traces in case the worst happened. I never expected being forced to resort to such a gamble. Luckily, Erda does not know about Solus, nor her pocket dimension. The flask materializing out of thin air was something unconceivable for the magical beast, taking it by surprise. Erdu was still roaring in pain, the paws rubbing his eyes, when he got stabbed from all sides. Thanks to the river, Litha's ice spear spell needed just a split second to strike. Lith waved his hands non-stop, sending a barrage of spears, until Erda's corpse was so riddled with holes that he could see through it. And even after that, he sent another one, piercing its head, right between the eyes. I always hated how in horror movies no one ever makes sure that the frigging monster is really dead, only to get backstabbed during the credits. You took a huge risk there, pretending to have lost control of the flight spell and going into free fall. Solus had objected to that last-minute contingency plan from the second Lith devised it, deeming it too reckless. What if the BYK impaled you with a rock spear? What if instead of waiting for you to come down, it had jumped to finish you off? That would have been merciful. Erda was too cruel to do such thing. Lith replied without hesitation. It wanted me to feel despair and helplessness, to be conscious while it ripped me apart. In some ways we were quite similar, both hell-bent on revenge and inflicting pain to our enemies. The only difference between us is that I would never allow my bloodlust to drive me crazy. Gerda and Ertu were a threat to my family. That's the only reason I came here. I prefer giving my enemies a painless death, even making Ertu's pelt worthless, rather than taking the smallest risk that they could harm one hair of my beloved ones. Lith had just collected the two magical beast carcasses inside the pocket dimension, when his body started trembling in pain. A familiar hot sensation rising from his mana core. Chapter 35. Not here, not now, Lith inwardly screamed. Until it's over, I will be a sitting duck. He knew that it was impossible to hold back the impurities refining process until he was back home. He had no choice but to offer no resistance, making it as fast and painless as possible. Soon, black ooze started being excreted from all his pores and orifices. Litha's eyes and throat were burning from the nasty feeling the impurities inflicted on their way out. Lith felt like a river of bile was coming out of his body. When it finally ended, he was kneeling, hands on the ground. A huge puddle of the tar-like substance was below him, tainting the air with its putrid smell. Congratulations on evolving your mana core to deep cyan. Solus' voice was full of joy. You also should have lost at least a kilogram or two, 2.2 or 4.4 pounds, judging from how much impurities you expelled this time. I can already feel the quality of your mana flow improving. My meals have never been so tasty. Deep cyan. Lith coughed up some impurities that got stuck in his throat. All these years, the hard work, even risking my life against not one, but two consecutive magical beasts, just for the worst cyan core possible. He couldn't help but feel depressed and frustrated. I'm still below Nana's level, and she was born with that core. If she practiced my breathing techniques, there's no telling how strong she would be. She could probably already topple mountains and split the sea. With a pulse of dark magic, he banished all the impurities into nothingness. Look at the bright side. Thanks to the breakthrough, you should finally be able curing Tista. Isn't that what you wanted from the beginning? Solus tried to console him the best that she could. At that thought, Litha's mood lightened up immediately. You are damn right. Sometimes I am just a self-centered shoal. Sometimes, Solus sarcastically remarked. Okay, Fine. Most of the times, I let my hunger for power get the best of me. Happy now? Solus giggled. Despite having yet to use invigoration, Lith could already perceive the world around him more vividly than ever. The colors, the smells, the sounds, everything was different. It was like being born again and experiencing the world for the first time. Still feeling lightheaded, he splashed the river's cold water on his face, trying to regain his focus. Suddenly, Lith could feel a shiver on the back of his head, his neck hair suddenly standing up. Lith abruptly jumped back on his feet, turning around to discover that a Ree, the very same Ree from 2 years ago, was silently walking toward him. It had become bigger, its height at the withers reaching 1.6 meters, 5 feet 6 inches, and its red fur had gained shades of white, dancing in the sunlight like a wildfire. Just trying the soaring hawk spell almost made Lith faint, so he was forced to cancel it while using Invigorate to regain his strength once again. Yet Lith's mana core was still unstable after the evolution process, and therefore unable to assimilate more world energy. FCK my life. I can only escape on foot. Sniffing his stress and fear, the Ree spoke up. Fear not, Scourge, I mean no harm. On the contrary, I have come to give you my thanks. It was my duty stopping Urtu and Gerda, but you managed to precede me. It threw a magnificent deer he was carrying on its back at Lith's feet. Both the skin and the antlers were in perfect conditions, aside from a single bite mark on the neck, where it had been cleanly broken. I noticed you humans prefer them like this, since after eating the meat you can exchange the rest for those things you call money. Lith didn't feel much reassured. He decided to keep stalling while he was catching his breath and searching for the best possible escape route. So he could talk to, why didn't we have this conversation 2 years ago, instead of fighting? Stop eyeing for an escape route. If I really wanted to kill you, I would avoid useless talk and strike when you are at your weakest. I'm not arrogant and cruel like Urtu. I would not make the mistake of underestimating you again. As for your question, it was you that attacked me first. Also, do you know what happens when one of us speaks? Either the human faints or runs away. In both cases, they come back in numbers, even setting the woods on fire trying to kill us all. The Ree growled at that unpleasant memory. Lith relaxed a bit. Yeah, humans get scared easily. They think themselves all high and righteous, and don't like when someone or something they don't recognize as an equal threatens the status quo. By the way, sorry for the sneak attack, but you were big, scary, and destroying something really precious to me. A light of understanding lit in the Ree's eyes. You mean the annoying rock that now you wear your finger? I see. Then it's my turn to apologize for damaging your property and trying to kick you out of the woods. I only wanted the noise to stop, and you ceasing your attack. If I have to believe your words, why do you call me Scourge? Isn't that kind of offensive? Lith kept moving very slowly towards the fastest way home, one step at a time, like he was just shifting his weight from one foot to another while chatting. The Ree snorted, pretending to not notice it. It's no offense. You killed the king in the West, and with its life you claimed its title as well. That would make you the king in the East, I suppose. What's your title? Lith moved another step. The Protector. My role is to keep both humans and unruly magic beasts at bay. It has a much better ring than mine. By the way, Your Majesty, I am not interested in kingships or messing with your turf. Feel free to take over Urtu's region or whatever it's called. I only hunt for my survival, not for sport or pleasure. And that's why you are still alive. Seeing that the human was too self-conscious about his weakened state, the Ree gave up and turned back, walking towards the woods. Lith was still scared, yet had the presence of mind to store the deer in the pocket dimension. As soon as the magical beast disappeared from his sight, Lith ran out the woods, always making Solus look out for any possible menace. Once outside, he changed into his usual clothing, deeming the claw rip on the chest too unsettling for his parents. The closest he got home, the weaker he felt. The adrenaline rush was fading away. His body and mind were both battered from all that had happened. A splitting headache arose, making it difficult for him to think. When Lith finally arrived at destination, he was too tired to speak or even walk to his bedroom. He sat down on the nearest chair, sighing in relief, allowing himself to relax. The next thing he knew was that someone had put him into bed, and judging from the lighting, it was already night. He closed his eyes, pondering about what to do next, and when he opened them again, it was already dawning. Tista and Rena were still asleep. Lith decided to get up and prepare the breakfast for everyone, following his normal routine. It was in that moment that he realized how much had he changed overnight. Not only his body was brimming with strength, he could also perceive his own mana flow without the assistance of any breathing technique. Lith needed but a thought to start floating, managing to get out of the bedroom without making the wood creak. What had required so much focus just the day before now barely needed his attention. If a Tier 1 spell has become so easy, what about Chore Magic? Lith discovered that now he was able to use up to 6 spells at once, without the use of any gesture or magic word to help coordinate them. Soon many small vortexes were cleaning every nook and cranny of the dining room, the air in the room getting warmer by the second, while plates and cutlery floated in their place. By the time the table was laid, he had also finished washing and drying the floor. I have performed in less than a minute what usually took me half an hour. I have still a lot of time before having to wake everyone up. Solus, how do you feel? Now that I know you are all right, just peachy. But since you were referring to my abilities instead of my feelings. From a tone, she was quite pissed off. Both the Solaspedia and the Pocket Dimension have started expanding since your mana core stabilized. And what about you? Thanks for asking without any subtle hint from my side. The sarcasm was palpable. I'm still recovering from the huge scare you gave me yesterday, but I'll live. I'm sorry. I know you wanted me to escape from Urdu and not take unnecessary risks, but I couldn't run away and live in fear, waiting for him to find and attack my family. I have lived too long in terror of my father, back on Earth, to let the same thing happen again. I hope you can understand. Wanting nothing more than change the subject to escape that awkward silence, Lith asked, "What about Gerda's carcass? Can we take credit for the kill, or would it arise suspicions?" There is no problem for Gerda. History is full of promising mages, even younger than you, killing a magical beast. Since there is no way to determine how strong it was, you can say that you ambushed it successfully. Urtu, on the other side, is more problematic. Not only his pelt is useless, making him only good for racking up merits, but its corpse shows signs of a spell that should be around tier 4 or 5, if not above. I'd say to save it for rainy days. After deciding what to do with the various carcasses, Lith used the remaining time to practice accumulation, while thinking about how to announce to his parents the treatment he had devised for Tista. Among all the things he had gained since arriving in the new world, his family's happiness was still the greatest prize he could strive for. Chapter 36. Lith spent the next few days familiarizing with the changes in both his body and mana core. Healing with true magic was much different from the on-off effects that fake magic used. Not to mention that the procedure for Tista required surgical precision. So, he used his new job as Nana's assistant to master once again his mana flow. Lith also personally reported to Count Lark the slaying of the magical beast via Nana's communication amulet. He gave the Count the chance to buy the perfectly preserved pelt, but for that he needed to get in touch with Celia. Lith had no idea how to tan and preserve such magnificent fur, and neither did he know how much was its worth. So, he had been forced to turn to the Huntress for help, and Celia had accepted an exchange of 25% on the final price. The same fate befell the deer carcass. Lith's goal was to improve his relations with Count Lark by earning merits for both of them. Through their confidential agreement, Lith would achieve merits because he had eliminated a threat to the county, while the Count would take the credit of the kill, being the one that had discovered Lith's talent and claiming to have entrusted him with the task. According to the law book in Lith's possession, a noble would get great fame and honors, according to how his subjects performed. While they would get merits, the noble would improve his social status and importance to the king's court, raising his chances of achieving one more title with all the lands attached to it. It was a perfect win-win situation. Lith hoped to reel in Count Lark among his official backers. Having him as a patron was not enough. Being the Count a magic enthusiast, Lith was just one of the many talented youths he was sponsoring and nothing more. Lith wanted their relationship to develop further, so when he finally could leave the village, he would have someone to rely on. If there was one thing that he had learned from Nana's story, was that a country bumpkin like him was in desperate need of someone trustworthy in an influential position. Count Lark was obviously thrilled at the idea that one of his protégés had achieved such a result. His hopes for Lith being accepted at the Lightning Griffin Academy skyrocketed. After so many failures, another success was on sight. It would further raise the Count's status in the eyes of the court. Killing a magical beast was good, but finding and developing the talent of a powerful mage was much better. Mages were the backbone of the kingdom, together with the military. After settling his business with Count Lark, Lith had Solus help him completely rethink his concept of magic. So far I use magic just like a club, to kill and hit. But Gerda and Urdu have showed me that magic, in this world, it's not fixed as in dungeons and looting. I have been too narrow-minded. It's not only light magic that can act at cellular level. All kinds of magic can interact with matter, changing its properties. If Urdu could make the ground elastic, then I should be able to walk on water without freezing it first by altering its density. I need more advanced spellbooks to understand magic's limits. It's no wonder that Magi's talent increases exponentially after discovering true magic. Not only they start with a better core than mine, so they can refine it to further heights, but they also become capable of replicating every single spell they saw until that point. While inventing a new spell takes a lot of time for a fake mage, finding the right balance between hand signs and magic words to obtain the desired effect, a true mage just needs to understand the underlying principles behind a spell to perform it. Thanks to his battle with the magical beasts, Lith was able to quickly develop new spells by either imitating their tactics or experimenting by himself. After about 2 weeks, his body, mind, and mana core were perfectly in tune, so Lith asked Rena to go to the village with Tryon, giving him the opportunity to freely talk with his parents and Tista. Tryon and Lith were now in a more neutral relationship. There were no hard feelings left, but no trust either. Lith had to dumb down a lot the concepts to make them understand the risks of the procedure. He was not a doctor, but they were his parents, and Tista was their beloved daughter and his beloved sister. Lith would not proceed unless getting their informed consent, or at least the next best thing, since they understood very little of magic and nothing at all of anatomy. "How sure are you about this thing?" asked Raz, holding Tista as tight as he could, like Lith was going to take her away. "I'd love to tell you that everything will be all right, but I can't. I never tried something so big and complex. Tista, I worked years to develop this spell just for you. The only thing that I can promise is that I will give my best. I obsess myself nights and days with it, because I want you to be free and happy like anyone else, instead of being stuck in a cage, be it your body or this house, no matter how golden we can make it. I want you to be able to run in the wind, walk in the snow, to get out of this house, to meet people, make friends, maybe someday fall in love with someone and being loved back. I will do all I can to free you from these shackles, but I can't do it without your trust and consent." Lith looked them in the eyes, one at a time, to show them his resolve and determination. Tista escaped her father's arms, hugging Lith tight. "Oh, Lith, when you talk like that you sound more like Dad than a little brother," she said, crying. "Of course I trust you. You have always been by my side, taking care of me, even when I could do nothing but stay in bed all day. You worked so hard, giving me so much. Food, clothes, you even invented the rocking chair for me. And is actually a swing. See Chap 17 for more details. Mom, Dad, I want to do it. Whatever happens, I could never regret having trust in my little brother." Without saying a word, Raz and Alina joined her in the embrace, all of them sobbing together, even Lith, so fond of their bond and so scared to lose one of them at the same time. After Lith calmed down, he could finally start. On paper, the treatment was simple. By using Invigoration's real-time imaging of Tista's body, Lith would use light and dark magic in sync. Dark magic would destroy the damaged cells that composed almost half of Tista's lungs, while at the same rate light magic would enhance the healthy cell's ability to multiply, instantly replacing the lost organ tissue. But even with his limited knowledge in medicine, Lith could see many underlying problems. The destroyed cells would release toxins and impurities in Tista's system, and if they accumulated too much, she could die of shock or organ failure. Also, regenerating a vital organ like the lungs was a delicate process that would consume lots of her strength, and she hadn't much to begin with. So Lith had decided to take things slow, treating only a minimal part of her lungs to begin with. Then he would use his control over her mana flow to expel from her body all toxins and impurities the dead tissue would release, and give her some time to recover before attempting another session. During all the process, he took care of her eating and resting properly, to the point that Lith skipped hunting and magic training, only keeping his job with Nana to have a steady source of income while Tista was resting. The whole procedure took over a month, but thanks to all his painstakingly efforts and meticulous bordering anal retentive preparations, everything went well. In some respects, even too well. After the treatment, Tista's mana core had gone from light orange to yellow, and according to Solus, it kept evolving over time. Seems your sister was quite talented, but her illness prevented her core from properly grow. That's good. Lith nodded. As soon as she completely recovers, I can bring her to Nana to learn magic. That way she will be able to learn a trade and achieve a social status on her own. What comes next depends entirely on her. Won't you teach her true magic? That would be idiotic. She's just 10 years old. If there's really some sort of global conspiracy and control over magic, that would mean putting her in danger. She deserves to finally have some fun, to live instead of just surviving. I won't drag her into a beehive unless that's what she wants. Lith made sure that everyone in the family understood the importance of keeping Tista's recovery a secret. Lith was still a no one. If the rumor spreaded, nobles or other mages could hunt them down to get their hands on the procedure. Despite they regretted being forced to keep trying in the dark, they accepted wholeheartedly. None of them was stupid enough to endanger such a hardly achieved happiness just for bragging. Since according to Nana, there was a chance for Tista of healing by herself with her growth spurt, they decided to stick with that version and claim it to be a miracle of nature. Lith had got to the point of developing a spell to alter the results of Nana's Vinaya Rad 2, so that when she checked on Tista, she would still appear ill, but slowly improving. This time he would not slip on the details. Tista had to put up a facade every time Trine was around, but she soldiered up bravely. Being sick was a second nature to her. Sometimes she even fooled Lith and her parents with her acting. But whenever she could, she would walk with Lith through the Tron woods, going together at a secret clearing where she could finally be free to run, swim in the river, sing and dance at her heart content. Lith didn't regret even one moment spent with her instead of practicing magic or refining his mana core. Those things were of secondary importance to him. He had started practicing magic only because of his hunger for power, to put this new world to the test before committing suicide again. But then he had fallen in love with his new family, and magic had become a tool instead of a purpose. And that purpose was laughing and jumping around in front of his eyes. Lith couldn't and wouldn't hold his tears. Wherever you are, Carl, I hope with all my heart you too have found someone to love and to protect. I love you, little brother, and no matter how distant we are, you'll always be with me. A few months later, Lith received an invitation from Count Lark to join him for a day in his manor as his esteemed guest. Chapter 37. The whole thing happened in an odd fashion. Lith received a letter instead of an hollow call, and despite being addressed to him, it was delivered at Nana's house. Being the host, Nana took the liberty of reading it before handing it to him. She was just concerned for Lith's well-being, of course. The letter said in a perfect penmanship, "Dear Lith, thanks again for slaying the monstrous magical beast. You have served the county of Lustria and deserve to be rewarded accordingly. To this end, I would like you to join me in my manor in 10 days since receiving this letter. We have much to discuss. I urge you to contact me as soon as you can via Lady Neria's communication amulet. Count Traquil Lark." What does this mean? Lith asked Nana. It sounds so serious to be ominous. It doesn't even seem something a joyful and spirited person like the Count would write. Nana nodded, eager to avoid the outrageous accusation of being nosy. I can smell good news and bad news. The good news is that isn't anything serious. Despite the somber tone, worthy of a payment order, Lark used a letter. This means it's nothing urgent or important, since he could afford to wait for the delivery and the reply. The bad news is that all the above stinks of formality and etiquette. I fear that you are in for a whole day of boredom, while attending all the official business regarding your prizes and whatnot. As I always say, little imp, no good deed goes unpunished. That's my line. Lith inwardly screamed. Not only you open my mail, you even steal my shtick? Even the following hollow call was awkward. Count Lark was uncharacteristically calm and composed, managing to not make any question about magic to Lith, nor losing his monocle, not even once. After hearing that Lith had accepted his invite, he stated that his personal tailor would stop by later to take Lith's measurements, and that he would send his stagecoach on the set date, 1 hour after dawn in front of Nana's house. Then, the Count politely but promptly ended the call, saying he had many things to attend. For Lith was like talking to a complete stranger. The tailor arrived less than an hour later. He didn't give Lith any mean look or nasty remark. On the contrary, he somehow recognized him at the first glance, complimenting him for his height. Despite being only 8 years and a half, Lith was already over 1 meter and 35 centimeters, 4 feet 6 inches, high, and in the county of Lustria, any man above 1.75 meters, 5 feet 9 inches, was considered tall. Keep growing up so fast, and soon you'll be as tall as the Count, young man. After the man left, Nana whistled in surprise. Good gods, I know him. That's the tailor that personally prepared the dresses for the Lark's family. It's even worse than I thought. This occasion must be something really big, like being invited to a ball kind of big. This is one of those rare moments when I'm happy not being part of high society anymore. Prepare yourself for long, awkward silences, insufferable small talk, and being showed around like some kind of exotic beast. Lith spent the next 10 days in his usual routine. Obsessing about Nana's words was pointless, since he had already taken those things in consideration when he decided to tighten his relationship with the Count. Except dancing, of course. Lith had always hated dancing, even back on Earth, mostly because of his 2 left feet. But even that wouldn't worry him much. There was no way for him learning quartz dances in so little time. Even if he managed to find a book about it and added it to Solispedia, knowing was not doing, he would still need to practice. He could only suck it up and endure. When the fated day came, a luxurious stagecoach stopped in front of Nana's house. It was all white, with the decors painted gold, drawn by 4 snow-white stallions. A valet descended, bowing to Lith before giving him a small wooden box. My lord would like you to change into your new outfit before getting into the stagecoach, good sir. So much respect was dumbfounding for Lith, so he bowed back without a word, before going into Nana's living quarters to change. He came out wearing deep blue velvet pants over hard leather shoes, a snow-white silk shirt, and a blazer matching with the pants, with the Count's family crest gold embroidered over his heart. Holy SHT, I'm probably wearing more money than my family's farm is worth. Judging from the crest, I guess Nana was right. He's going to introduce me to someone, and he needs that someone to know who I belong to. Lith was alone on the stagecoach. After opening the door for him, the valet went sitting beside the coachman. The ride lasted over half an hour, despite the horse's remarkable speed. Having nothing to do, Lith spent the whole time using accumulation. His deep cyan mana core had yet to change by even a shade. It definitely needed more work. When the stagecoach finally stopped, Lith looked out of the window, only to discover they were just at the gates of the estate. 2 fully armed soldiers talked to the coachman, inspecting inside, above and below the stagecoach before letting them pass. Going at full speed, armed to the teeth guards, a full check on the coach. Maybe Nana was wrong. This looks more pressing by the second. Once inside the gate, and beyond the high gray walls, the stagecoach slowed down, allowing Lith to take in the full manor view. The park around the manor extended as far as the eye could see. The air smelled of cut grass, flower beds, and finely trimmed bushes adorned the cobblestone paths that went across all the park. Halfway between the gate and the manor, there was a plaza surrounded by benches, and at its center a huge pedestal with a marble statue of someone that Lith assumed had to be either the first Count Lark or an ancestor of which they were proud of. The manor itself was bigger than he had imagined, extending for at least 3,000 square meters, 3,588 square yards, divided into a main building, a left and a right wing, forming a reversed U shape. It took almost 5 more minutes to actually get to the manor's entrance. The more he looked around, the more he could feel something was amiss. One of the greatest changes happened after Lith's mana core evolved to Cyan, was that alongside his 5 senses, also his instinct had greatly improved. He was able to sense hidden dangers, like with the Re, and to more easily grasp someone's real demeanor and intentions. So, he didn't miss that there were 2 little servants around, and those few he managed to spot had all a tense expression. A butler in a white and deep blue livery welcomed him with a deep bow. The Count asked me to apologize on his behalf for not personally receiving you, Magico Lith. His lordship also tasked me to bring you to his private quarters as soon as possible, where he will explain everything to you. The butler's poker face was impeccable, but Lith could have cut the atmosphere with a knife. He followed the butler until a double-door room guarded by 4 soldiers. Looking through the windows, Lith could see that there were even more guards on the outside, patrolling the windows and the glass doors leading to the park. Inside, he found the Count nervously pacing around. 2 youths were sitting on armchairs, and both were showing signs of anxiety, either tapping their feet or fiddling with their hair. Count Lark hadn't changed much since the last time he had saw him in person. He was in his mid to late 50s, around 183 meters 6 foot, tall with a thin build that made him appear even taller. The Count had thick black hair with streaks of gray, a short trimmed goatee of the same color. His inseparable black-rimmed monocle was attached to his breast pocket with a blue silk string. As soon as he saw Lith, his somber demeanor returned to be filled with enthusiasm. "Good gods, Lith, you are finally here." The Count shook his hand with such vigor that Lith thought he was actually trying to crush it. "But where are my manners? Allow me to introduce you, my beloved children." The 2 youths stood up and extended their hands in turns. "This is my third-born, Jaden. He is also the next in line to become the next Count Lark. Hopefully it should happen many years from now." Lith shook his hand. Jaden had a firm but gentle grip, physically resembling his father, except being almost 10 centimeters, 4 inches, shorter and with a much more muscular build. He was in his early 20s, with pitch black hair and goatee. "And this is my 4th-born, Kayla. This young beautiful lady is almost 16 and ready to make his debut at the King's Court. They're the only family I have left." Kayla was a petite girl, 153 meters, 5 foot high, with flaming red hair with shades of gold and emerald green eyes. She was wearing an emerald green day dress that highlighted her hair and eyes. She fitted the Count's bill, except for the beautiful part. She wasn't really well endowed for Lith's tastes, and despite all the makeup she wore, it was impossible to hide such a bad case of acne. And even without that issue, he would have considered her pretty at best. Kayla offered him her hand, the palm facing downward. Lith didn't need his etiquette book to know that she was expecting a hand kiss. It was awkward for him. He never did such a thing even for his past girlfriends when things had got almost serious. Luckily, after being dead and reborn twice, having faced killers and magical beasts, it would take much more than that to embarrass him. So, he made a small bow while giving a short peck on her hand. "It's a real pleasure and an honor for me to meet you all," Lith said, following the etiquette. "Now, please, you lordship, could you explain to me the reason of my summoning?" The more he saw and heard, the less he understood. Lith couldn't figure out why the Count was giving him all those useless details and why the hand-tailored dress he received was so similar to what Jaden was wearing. The Count face-bombed himself. "Oh, of course, I'm so sorry. I'm still so shocked by the recent events that my head doesn't work properly. Let me explain. I called you here because I need you saving our lives. My wife wants to kill us all." Chapter 38. "I beg your pardon?" Lith was flabbergasted. "Dad, how many times I have told you to start explaining things from the beginning, not the end?" Kayla rolled her eyes. Yes, my dear. You see, when I was Jaden's age, I got married. It was an arranged marriage with the purpose to join the resources of the Lark and Gishel households that back at the time were both in dire straits, to get out of the insane debts that our profligate parents had left us. The financial side of the business was a success. Between our combined annuities and by selling some of the residual assets, I was able to have enough capitals to invest in the right businesses. Long story short, our families went from almost broke to being again two of the richest of the dukedom. And that's when everything fell apart between us. My wife, Koya, have never been kind or lovely to me. We were just business partners. We never shared a common interest or ideal, but until we got our money back, at least it was bearable. After that point, our marriage was purely for show, and aside from when she asked me to attend to my marital duties, we had no intimacy. I got 4 children from her, after all, and even got them tested with blood resonance magic to be certain they were actually mine. I might be a little airhead, but I'm not that naive. Both Jaden and Kayla became bright red, up to their ears. Dad, too much information. Stick to the facts, please. This situation is already embarrassing as it is. Don't add oil to the fire. Jaden said, but the Count was inflexible. To be able to help us, Lith needs to understand what kind of woman we are facing, or do you want to underestimate your mother again? At those words, Jaden lowered his eyes and sat back down. Lith was really interested in the blood resonance magic, but he kept the question for later. Things were already confused enough already. Where was I? Oh yes, right after our households got back on their feet, Koya soon became restless. She was obsessed with us getting more titles, more annuities, more lands. To the point that she took part in the court's power games and intrigues, trying to make allies to weaken our neighbors and take over their lands. But after working hard for more than 20 years, I was content with what I had. 4 beautiful children, a rich and prosperous household, a thriving county. I just wanted to slow things down and enjoy the life I had built while expanding my power and influence through hard, honest work instead of underhanded schemes. Of course, she was furious. All her plotting was useless without my consent. After all, I wasn't married into her family. She was married into mine. And being the one that did all the work, I kept the biggest share of the profits. At that point, somehow, our constant arguing and mutual spite started affecting my firstborns. I don't know if it happened because they were born when I was still too busy to give them the proper care and attention, or if they just got more from their mother's side rather than mine. Only the gods know. My eldest son, Laurent, started taking for granted his status as my successor, neglecting his duties and doing nothing but drinking, gambling, and chasing skirts. My second-born, Laika, had always been a problematic child. She was never content with what she had, always wanting more toys, more dresses, more jewelry. Nothing was enough for her. As my constant fights with her mother continues, she became angry with everything and everyone, throwing fits of rage for the smallest things. She started beating the servants almost on a daily basis. I lost count of how many ran away from this house because of her. Between Laika and Laurent, it was like there was a competition about who would make me monthly spend more money, trying to cover up their misdeeds and compensating their victims. I tried sending Laurent to all the military academies I could find, hoping that some discipline would straighten him up, but he always managed to get dishonorably discharged in a few months, if not weeks. My last resort was giving him the position of responsibility in the household, but he would either not attend at all or show up dead drunk. But when I discovered that he had begun not only deceiving maidens with promises of marriage, but also taking them by force, I decided that enough was enough. I publicly disowned him, stripping him of his titles and annuities, leaving him enough money to live an honest life. If he quit gambling, of course. I also told him that the next time he defiled a girl, he would be judged like any other scoundrel and pay for it. At those words, Lith thought about Orpal for the first time in over 3 years. That a shoal should be away for at least another couple years. Maybe if I decide to take part in this episode of Game of Spades, and we survive, I can have the Count trace and eliminate him for me. That would be nice. I hate loose ends. After a short break for a glass of water, Count Lark continued his story. My wife was outraged, for her Lauren's crimes were just boyish pranks that we should indulge and forgive. But it was the Lark household that he was dragging into the mud. He was throwing away my money with gambles and loan sharks. Not to mention that my reputation had become that of a corrupt and profligate noble, even if somehow I didn't have any decency or honor within me. How could I entrust my life's work to someone that would dilapidate it in less than a generation? Have I ever told you why I appreciate magic so much? It's because mages and nobles are so similar and yet so different. They both hold a power that allows them to destroy or save lives with a single word, to influence their surrounding just by being there. I consider magic superior because a mage's might come from study and discipline, and that means that he knows and understands the values of his power and the consequences of his actions. Nobles, instead, get that power as a birthright. They take it for granted, and some live their whole lives considering perfectly natural for them to be superior, a higher existence. That's why so many of us end up abusing our status and authority. But I digress. After expelling Lauren from the family, Koya wouldn't listen to reason, and neither would Laika. She really loved her brother, and after he was kicked out, she became even more angry and violent. The Count's eyes turned watery. He had to remove his monocle to rub them with a handkerchief. Have you ever heard about all those stories about nobles killing and maiming commoners for trivial reasons? Well, she turned out to be the living embodiment of all those stories, and when I discovered what she had done, the body count was already over a dozen. I had no choice but to disown her too, pleading the king for mercy and losing a lot of my accumulated merits in the process. Despite everything, she is still my daughter. My wife was brought to the brink of insanity, saying that it was all my fault, and so she left the house for good, returning to the Gishels. At first, I thought that being apart would allow her to regain her senses and come back. After a while, though, I really enjoyed the peace and quiet, and hoped she would never return. But then I discovered that she had brought with her our disowned sons, breaching my trust with a blatant flaunting of the king's law. At that point, I applied for the marriage to be annulled. Otherwise, after my death, she could reinstate them as family members, if not even as heirs to the county. The annulment process would take a while, but I was certain to have settled that matter. In the following weeks, I started to feel weak and feverish, and despite all Jenin's assurances, my personal magician, I could tell that something was wrong. No cold ever felt like that or lasted so long. So I started skipping my meals in secret, eating only fruits that I picked up myself. And guess what? My symptoms faded away. Only then I remembered that Jenin was from my wife's side of the family. She had hired him personally, and so she did for more than half our staff. After firing everyone she had brought in the house, I hoped to be finally safe, but then even Kayla and Jaden fell ill. I would have never imagined she would harm her own children, just for not agreeing with her. At that point, I was in dire need of a magical aid, but who could I trust? Competent magicians are hard to find, and at this point, I don't trust anyone anymore. Who knows who may actually be sent by my wife or one of her associates? That's when I sent you the letter with the help of my personal secretary, a man that I know and trust from decades. I couldn't call for Lady Neria's help. Without her, the whole district of Lucia would fall apart. Not to mention, it would be a sign of weakness. Who would entrust a county to a man incapable of managing his own house? Nana have more than once assured me that your healing skills are on par with hers, and having killed a magical beast, I'm pretty confident that you are already more competent than Jenin, who graduated in a minor academy only thanks to his father's money. Lith closed his eyes, trying to assimilate all that information at once to decide his next course of action. FCK, I'm in a dead end. He thought, if I say no and he survives, I'll lose everything I built so far. If I refuse and he dies, not only all my efforts for making him into my backer will be for naught, but this wannabe Cersei strikes me like someone that after getting rid of her husband will wipe clean all traces of his existence. And that includes me. Unless she is deaf, blind, and dumb, she is bound to know how much the Count has invested in me. That puts all my family in danger. And I definitely don't want this Laurent guy coming any close to my mother and sisters. Feeling cornered, he had only one doubt. I consider myself a good healer and hunter, your lordship, but I don't see how can I help, except by keeping you safe and healthy for the time being, off course. But that would be just stalling for time. If you don't have a way to make your wife yield, it could go on for years. No, rest assured that it won't. As soon as the marriage is annulled, she will not be able to make demands anymore about the Lark household. Unless I am sorely mistaken, by that time, she will be knee-deep in troubles caused by our disowned sons and for violating the king's law by bringing them into her family despite being marked as a living shame. Her only way out is to get rid of me, Kayla, and Jaden to make my will null and void, remain the only inheritor alive, and restore Laurent and Koya's status. I just need you to keep us alive until the king signs the annulment documents. Litha's mind was spinning at full gear, consulting with Solus to make sure to keep all his bases covered. That could be done, but I have some demands that I would like your lordship to agree with before accepting. From their expression, it was clear they didn't expect such request, yet the Count nodded without hesitation. To be able to protect you, I need to move inside your house until the matter is resolved, right? But of course, that's why you wear the family colors and crest. That dress identifies you with one of my personal aides, second in authority only to me and my children. Good to know, Lith thought. That explains why me and Jaden have almost matching clothes. And I am deeply honored for it, but if I agree to help you, your wife could target my family too in retaliation. If I move in, I might need for them to come along for their safety, and someone has to take care of the farm, or they will have nothing to return to. Count Lark face-bombed himself. Oh, Lith, I'm so sorry for doubting your loyalty. For a moment, I thought you were going to refuse. You were right. I missed this possibility. I will make them come here as soon as possible. They will be my honored guests as well. I will send my sharecroppers to tend to your farm until everything is settled. Anything else? Yes, I need free reign within your household. If your wife still has insiders, if not spies still here, I will need to resort to unpleasant means to sort them out. We cannot expect them to confess out of the goodness of their hearts. Count Lark took out a handkerchief, cleaning his already shiny monocle to ease his nerves. Do you mean torture and interrogations? Do we really need to resort to that? As a last resort, but yes. Desperate times call for desperate measures. But it should not be necessary. I can easily disguise as your guest while keeping a low profile. After all, no one knows who I am, except the butler. The Count started coughing up loudly. Jaden and Kayla looked at each other before turning towards Lith. Actually, everyone knows who you are, Jaden said with an awkward smile. Well, but that doesn't mean they know what I am capable of. When he saw them exchanging another look, while the Count kept coughing nonstop, Lith felt compelled to ask, They don't, right? Kayla cleared her throat before standing up, prompting him to follow her. A picture is worth more than 1,000 words. I think you need to see how you are depicted in the painting hall. Chapter 39. How I am what? Lith yelled, having lost his cool for a second. Now it was the Count's turn to become red up to his ears. Lith followed Kayla, resisting the urge to demand for her to move faster. All that situation had come completely unexpected and was heavily weighing on his mind. Since he had heard of the painting, Solus hadn't stopped laughing, projecting in his head famous statues like the David of Donatello or the Perseus by Antonio Canova, but she replaced the facial features with Litha's and switched Medusa's head with the BYK's one, grinding on his nerves. I swear that if that F-cur the Count had me drawn naked or something, I'll kill him faster and more cruelly than his psycho wife ever could. Luckily for the Count, that wasn't the case. The painting was quite big, 1 meter, 3 feet 3 inches, large and 1.5 meters, 5 foot high, and represented the BYK, standing on his feet with glowing red eyes in a dark forest, occupying the center and the left corner. Lith was drawn while facing the magical beast, offering only the left profile to the viewer. His small body occupied only the bottom right corner, engulfed in a magical aura. His left arm and hand were set ablaze, supposedly because of a fire spell he was casting. The perspective and darkness-filled background made the BYK seem big and terrifying like a dragon, while Lith appeared as the only element of light, his face filled with courage and determination. The enormous stuffed body of the BYK was placed a few meters to the right, half hidden in an alcove, to show the visitor the ending of the story depicted in the drawing. Well, it's not that bad. Lith thought. It's not the tacky horror I had imagined, and I am not even idiotically beautified. About my actual face. Soulless. Is it me, or I look kind of handsome? Well, I don't know, she replied. It's definitely a version of you that doesn't glare and frown all the time. More importantly, he doesn't look like he is there because he has lost a bet, like you do when you watch yourself in the mirror. Lith sighed in relief. At least he wasn't portrayed in his birthday suit or in some kind of arrogant or overbearing pose. That would have been really embarrassing for him. What's the problem with the painting? Lith asked, scratching his head in confusion. The problem is that my father showed it to every guest, servant, and passerby that was willing to listen to him, recounting how you single-handedly defeated the malevolent beast in an epic battle of magic and wits. Jaden answered, That's quite an accurate recollection of the events, albeit entirely made up, Solus commented. The Count would make an excellent storyteller. Lith dismissed Jaden's worries with a wave of the hand. You are overthinking it. No one actually witnessed the fight. The pelt is almost completely intact, and everyone knows about Count Lark's obsession with magic and sponsoring promising youths. They would more likely believe that either I lucked out or that the Count gave me some help and is trying to line me into a hero. No offense, your lordship. None taken. The Count replied. So, do you like it? He was itching of impatience, waiting for Lith's reply. What's not to like? He shrugged. I'm not an art expert, but it seems well painted. Both me and the BYK are depicted realistically. The only question I have is how could the artist know my? Then Lith's, I noticed the painter's signature in the bottom left corner. It was a squiggly line, but with a leap of imagination, one could actually read the name Traquil Lark. Lith turned around abruptly, just in time to get a glimpse of Count Lark jumping with joy, before regaining his composure. Having cleared that issue, they silently returned to the Count's private quarters before resuming their conversation. Lith pretended to be casting a fake magic spell, while actually casting his hush spell. It would create a spherical air vortex that would make eavesdropping by conventional means impossible by distorting the sounds coming out of the room. That will prevent anyone from listening. As I was saying, taking everything in account, no one would actually believe such a story. Of course, the fact that everyone knows my face complicates things, but a covert operation is still feasible. For how I see it, we have two options. Option 1. I pretend to not live up to what the Count set up until this point and act like a half-baked magician. This will give the enemies inside and outside the house the confidence to carry on with their plans, like I am not even here. It should make easier to capture whoever tried to poison you. But it also means that the assassin will embolden and attack more often. Consider that such person or persons could be a small fish, hence even eliminating him, her would do us no good. They would be easily replaceable. Option 2. I play it big and loud, confirming all the rumors about me. That should put your wife on alert, forcing her to reconsider her plans and become more cautious. That would mean a temporary peace, but the next assassination attempts would be conducted by a skilled person that would strike only after a careful preparation, giving him her high chance of success. At the same time, it wouldn't be easy to find another trusted mercenary on such short notice, if we manage to eliminate the first one. Both paths are filled with thorns and dangers, so it's up to you to decide. The room fell into silence. The three nobles were pondering about how they wanted to bet their lives. Isn't there a third option? Kayla asked. If you can find one, sure. I am open to suggestions. Lith shrugged. I say that our best option is discretion. The Count had made up his mind. We aren't trying to beat Koya at her own game. We just need to stall for time. If we manage to survive on our own until now, with Lith's help things should be much easier. Let's keep our real strength hidden as long as we can, so that when she finds out the truth, hopefully she won't have enough time to take the best countermeasures she could. I know her well. She is cold and calculative, but under pressure she is much better at taking orders rather than giving them. It's happened multiple times in the past, and now it's not any different. She could have pretended to accept my decision, to stay by my side despite our differences. That way, Even the first poisoning attempt would have succeeded, since my suspects arose mostly because I knew she wouldn't stand idly while losing the status and money that the title of Countess gives her. But as always, Koya's bad temper got the best of her, and she made a mistake after the other. So what's our next move? Until everything is resolved, don't hire new servants, it's too risky. Lith said, aside from that, there is not much we can do, we are still on the defense. The only thing that comes to my mind is to introduce me to your staff, one small group at the time. Those who are still loyal to you will look at me with curiosity and benevolence, while those who are your wife's payroll may feel pressured and lose their cool. It's a long shot, but it's better than nothing. Litha's plan was actually more complex than that, but it wasn't something he could share. Between his life vision and soulless mana sense, he would take note of everyone whose physical strength exceeded their occupation requirements or had at least a yellow mana core. Our best bet would be a male, middle-aged with a strong body and mana core. It would make the perfect suspect. Lith thought, why a male? Solus asked, because men are physically superior, even in this world. A woman would better suit a honey trap, but we already know that the Count doesn't fiddle with maids. Middle-aged, because it should be someone the Countess planted long ago, to let him gain the trust and authority necessary to freely move in the manor. And a strong mana core would be a great tell for a hitman. I doubt anyone with enough talent for magic would settle for a manual labor job without a really good reason. Also, if something magic-related happens, it would be the perfect diversion, since women would always be the prime suspects being naturally more talented. When the Count had told him to have fired half of the staff, Lith had deluded himself into believing that would make things easier for him to control. But reality begged to differ. The remaining personnel still amounted to over 50 units, and that was only after not taking into account gardeners and stable workers, since they did not have access to the main building. 54 King persons. It's more than the whole village population. It took me hours just to meet them all. None of them had shown signs of stress meeting him, making his official plan a complete failure. The silver lining was that he had actually found possible suspects. The problem, thought, was that there were too many. Lith had found among the staff 16 people that stuck out for their physical or magical abilities. Yet he had no way of performing a background check outside, directly asking them or their colleagues, but that would make his intentions too obvious. He couldn't rely on the Count or his children for that. They barely knew their names and roles in the household. Lith decided that for the time being, the best he could do was keep his own family in the dark. As long as he played his role as a weak magico, the safest place for them was the one further away from the eye of the storm. He kept thinking and thinking, but he couldn't find a way out. Damn it, I'm really starting to believe that this time I am way out of my league. I'm no detective, just an out-of-practice chemist that now practices magical arts. This is not a problem that I can solve by killing or burning stuff. The situation resembles more and more a frigging game of chess, and I hate chess. I suck at chess when the fight is fair, let alone when all I have is my queen me, the king Count, and 2 pawns heirs. Solus' giggle was the first good thing he had heard the whole day. Well, if the board is so unfavorable, have you thought about cheating? Suddenly Litha's stone ring turned to liquid, splashing on the floor before returning to the form of a marble. 8 little legs came out of the stone marble, making it resemble a spider that started to move in circles around Lith. Nice little trick, don't you think? Chapter 40. I wanted to give this a try since I gained the ability to change shape at will. Solus explained. It's amazing what you can do in that form. The same as always. Store things and use magic you know by consuming your mana. If you allow me to do it, obviously. Then what's the point? Last time we checked, our mind link was around 10 meters, 10.1 yards. Sure, I could plant and use you as a bug, but then I would need somehow to retrieve you without raising suspicions. How far can you move on your own? We are about to find out. Solus started moving fast, first on the floor, then up the wall, until she reached the ceiling. Then she moved on the opposite side of the room, putting 5 meters, 5.4 yards between them. So far, so good. I feel I can move even further. Lith opened the door of his room, checking with life vision that there was no one hidden in some corner or behind a secret passage he was unaware of. Then he let Solus get further away from him. She kept humming the entire time, making possible to Lith to determine how the strength of their mind link changed with distance. At 10 meters, 11 yards, it was perfectly clear like she was still on his finger. After 20 meters, 22 yards, it became muffled. He could still share her senses and communicate with her, but it required focus. At 30 meters, 33 yards, her thoughts were barely a whisper. I don't feel so good. I'm afraid that this is my limit. If I get any further, I won't be able to receive your mana anymore, and I will begin to consume my life force in order to move. My reserves are not depleted as when you first found me, but the idea of being all alone, bleeding energy at every step frightens me quite a bit. Lith could understand her fear. She had already got very close to death once, and in order to survive, Solus had to pay a terrible price. If mana is the problem, let's see if I can do something about it. Lith created a string of mana with spirit magic and used it to connect to Solus. Suddenly, everything was clear again. He could even feel her little body perform a joyful dance. Solus was able to proceed swiftly until the distance between them was 50 meters, 54.7 yards, the new limit of spirit magic's range. Sending her mana over a further distance required increasing focus and energy consumption on Lith's side. It was like casting and keeping active several spells at the same time. For Solus to reach the servant quarters, Lith required such concentration to become blind and deaf to whatever was happening around him, going into a meditative trance. This is completely unacceptable. I need to babysit the Count and his kids at all times. What would happen if we got attacked while I play the Sleeping Beauty? Not to mention, how can I possibly explain to the Count my narcolepsy without either losing his trust or revealing Solus' existence? Lith tried to open his eyes, to listen with his own ears instead of using Solus' senses. It didn't come easy. It was like pushing a car uphill, the slightest mistake, and he would be back to square one. After numerous failures, Lith snapped. FCK. If finesse doesn't work, let's go brute force. Lith forcefully awoke. His room was as he had left it, the door still barred from the inside since Solus had gone beyond his line of sight. He could hear and see again, but the burden on his mind and body was unchanged. He could feel his mana being drained, his mind slower than usual. It was like trying to do mental calculation despite a commercial jingle you couldn't get out of your head. The mind link was still there, but it was blocked. Seems at this range, I can either use my senses or hers, not both. It's not great, but still an improvement. I won't have to fall asleep at the weirdest times at least. After closing his eyes again, Lith asked Solus to come back, and after her return, they planned their next moves. In the following days, Lith would stay with the three nobles at all the times, barricading themselves in the Count's private quarters and surrounded by guards. That way from the outside, it would look like Lith's arrival had changed nothing, but appearances couldn't be more different from the truth. Lith would make them drink only water he conjured, and before letting them eat even a single bite of any food, he would use magic to search for poisons and detoxify them. He would also use Vinaya Rad 2, the light magic diagnostic spell, to cover up his use of invigoration, his body strengthening / imaging breathing technique, to check up their bodies for slow-release poisons they could have ingested before his arrival, or any relevant anomalies. The poison was mostly in the food, covered by spices and sauces, and the only anomaly he could found was Kayla's acne. Poor girl. This SHT doesn't cover only her face, it covers also her back and shoulders. I guess for her debut in society, she will have to pick a dress that leaves a lot to imagination. But while Lith was seemingly holed up, he was actually checking on his suspects, one by one. To avoid useless energy expenditure, he would establish his mind link with Solus before attaching her to a plate, tray, or under a servant's collar. She would then travel to the kitchens in search of her target, and only then she would send a small burst of energy to signal Lith to start feeding her again. She would then follow the suspect during the day, hoping to caught him or her red-handed. Usually she would get nothing out of it, but just the gossip was worth the trip. Since the Countess left, so many bad things have happened," said a maid in her late 20s. "Yeah, first someone tried to poison the Count, and then he kicked out a lot of our friends. I get that he is scared, but that was unfair," said a valet that was barely 18 years old. "Shut up, idiot. And thank the gods we still have our job," and references. "This isn't a good time for slackers and whiners," replied harshly a chubby maid over her 40s. "Personally, I have always considered her ladyship nuttier than a fruitcake," chimed in Poultice, the butler and head of the staff that had welcomed Lith at his arrival. "Always nagging to the poor Count and asking for money. But this time, I think she may have a motive that it pains me to admit is almost justifiable," he said, dramatically looking over his shoulder like someone that knows too much. "What do you mean? What do you know?" Soon Poultice was hard-pressed to reveal his juiciest discovery. "Isn't it obvious? I mean, who in his right mind would stand up for those two worthless scums? They are nothing but human-faced monsters. Not even the Countess would dirty her hands with that trash. I'm so happy they are finally gone. My daughter is getting lovelier by the day, you know. During the last year, I've spent every day in dread, hiding her from that walking DCK of Laurent." "Who cares about your daughter? Old fogey, spill the beans," said the chubby maid. A small crowd of servants had gathered up around him, and even if there was no one else around, he whispered like he was about to reveal a forbidden secret. "I think that the kid that just arrived is the Count's 5th son." All the presents gasped in astonishment. Think about it. Pitch black hair, very tall for his age, obsessed with magic. They are clearly made from the same mold. Otherwise, why would the Count personally paint him and put the picture in the painting hall among his family members? Why would he send a family tailor to make him his dresses and ask the kid to join him in his time of need? A family must stick together. Soon the whole room erupted with shouts and chatter. That's why the Countess was so angry. It explains everything. Do you think he could be the next in line of succession? Poor Jaden. While everyone's imagination was going wild, Solus was really happy of being a magical construct at the moment. She was laughing so hard that she could barely keep her form. If she had been inside a human body, she would be rolling on the floor, hugging her belly and gasping for air. The gathering was going to last long, but luckily her mark wasn't that much interested in gossip and started to move toward the servants' quarters. Solus promptly detached from the apron she was hiding under and followed her quietly until she was able to latch on her shoe. The maid was one of Litha's prime suspects, a member of the personnel that had access to all the family's meals and with a physical and magical strength above the average. Not much, but it was all that they had. All the other previous suspects had been nothing but a bust. Sure, someone would steal silverware. Another had an affair with another staff member, but that wasn't what Solus was looking for. The young girl opened her room with a key and then walked in. All the staff's bedrooms were identical, 8 meters, 8.8 yards, long, and 6 meters, 6.6 yards, large. There would be one bed next to the wall on the opposite side of the door, and 2 more beds alongside the sidewalls. The only source of light outside of oil lamps would be a single big window, and each bed had a wooden chest where the servants could store their belongings. As soon as she was alone, the maid started grumbling out loud. Those idiots. All they think about is gossip and make everything related to nobles' relationships out to be sordid. Who cares who FCKs who? I can't wait for this mess to be over. Since the staff was halved, I don't get to slack off anymore. The Count has lessened our workload, sure, but with half the house to clean, now Pontus has double the time to check on our work. If I get any more demerits, that old Beastard will take money out of my salary. Gods, I'm so tired. She closed off the curtains and then changed in her nightgown before going to sleep. Solus could only inwardly sigh. Guess this is just another bust. She really doesn't seem to be a cold-blooded killer. She's really cute, though, especially without all those baggy clothes on. I wonder if hers is the body type Lith likes, or if he will indulge on these images. She chuckled. Guess not. Based on his memories, it's too soon for his body to have those urges, and his mind couldn't care less. Even when I told him I got into the women quarters, he didn't check my memories even once. He only listened to my report. Solus used the hush spell to prevent any noise to wake up the sleeping maid, adding a touch of dark magic to turn the room pitch black. She then proceeded to open the chest. Using a mix of spirit magic and her body shifting abilities, picking up the lock was easy as pie. While rummaging through the maid's personal belongings, Solus wondered about her life. It always feels so odd to be away from Lith. I'm so used to constantly hear his thoughts, worries, and memories that all this silence in my head feels really lonely. Even when he sleeps, his mind always keeps me company. After all these years, I still haven't figured out what he is for me. A companion? A host? A master? Or rather my mother. He gave me a second life, after all, and my first happy memory begins with him. The only reminiscences I have before meeting him are filled with the fear of dying or losing myself. The search had given no results. There was nothing outside casual clothes, shoes, family mementos, and harmless mails between her and her loved ones. Sigh. According to Earth's detective stories, the culprit should have with him her detailed letter from the instigator, money, a signet, a flask of poison, or whatnot. Being already in the room, Solus decided to also check the remaining beds and wooden chests, starting from the one on the left side of the room. It turned out to be even more bland than the previous. 2 down, 1 more to go. Solus opened the last lock, going through the clothes, the letters, and the trinkets contained in the last chest. She turned an old pair of shoes upside down when a hidden treasure fell into her hands. Well, what do we have here? Chapter 41. Later, that day, when Solus returned with the identity of the culprit, a sample of the poison and the hilarious new gossip as prizes, she had expected Lith to be excited or at least relieved. Instead, he was brooding, with the same annoyed face he had when he was forced to spend quality time with Tryon. Why so gloomy? We did it. We could take her out any time we want. Smile a little. I would indeed smile if we managed to find her at the first or maybe 5th attempt. Unless math has become an opinion, the last time I slept, searching 13 rooms out of 18 means you have searched 39 persons, more than 2/3 of the staff members. At this point, we can as swell sweep the remaining 5 to verify if she has accomplices. Not to mention that this maid wasn't even on my list. The psycho wife would have bested me if not for your new ability. Lith started pacing, his mind analyzing the choices at his hand. You're a real party pooper, you know. Solus pouted. Sorry, you did a great job, but put yourself in my shoes. First, it took us so long to find her that I am pretty sure the Countess has already noticed that something is wrong. The Count and his heirs have been poisoned daily, yet they are perfectly fine. It's safe to assume that soon she will resort to a more direct approach. We need to move fast before her pawn flees from the scene. Second, and most important, this new piece of gossip you brought me is a nightmare. Sure, is all fun and laugh, until you realize that if the rumor reaches the Countess' ears, she may even believe it. And while I don't care being a target, the same can't be said about my mother. We must wrap this up quickly and try to get as much evidence as we can, so whoever is handling the annulment process will be forced to speed his bureaucrat ass up. Then, I can ask the Count to bring my family here as soon as possible. When those blabbering fools see that I am the spitting image of my father, that stupid rumor will die out. Only then I will be able to focus on protecting the Count again. Well, yeah. Solus shrugged. But you are forgetting about the bright side. If the Countess falls for this rumor, she will get really angry. And when she's angry, she makes really stupid mistakes. Always such a pessimist. And you even dare to question why you look like CRP in a mirror. Ever since Solus had started following the suspects, Lith hadn't been sitting idly either. To make use of whatever she would find, he needed a plausible excuse. At random times during the day, he would pretend to go investigating on his own, leaving the 3 nobles with the guards, while he would actually always remain in the vicinity, ready to intervene if necessity arose. Also, he had asked the Count to give him a tour of his magical library, getting the opportunity to borrow some Tier 4 books and store them inside Soluspedia. Even when they were apart, Lith could still access both the dimensional storages. It would just take some effort to operate them. that allowed him to further expand his knowledge about the possibilities of magic and gave him several new ideas. The next day, after Solus identified at least one of the Countess agents, Lith started to prepare the final steps for his new plan, while Solus searched the remaining 7 rooms. It turned out they miscalculated, since both the butler and the head of kitchen had their private rooms, because of their status and seniority. Her task was made faster and easier by the fact that she had not to tail a target for a whole day anymore. Solus could just get inside and search for evidence as soon the coast was clear. On Lith's side, things were a bit trickier. First, he had to identify the poison from the samples Solus brought back. It was a colorless and odorless liquid. He spread a small drop of it on his finger and another on his tongue without swallowing it. It tasted sweet and acidic at the same time. What the FCK? A pineapple pizza flavored poison? This is disgusting. And here I hope to have left that CRP on Earth. While his stomach was turning at those horrible memories, the areas where he had spreaded the poison became numb. After a while, they became red and swollen. Since breathing was getting harder, Lith immediately neutralized the poison before looking for it in the Count's books he had stored in Soluspedia. Thankfully, in this world, they shouldn't have synthetic poisons outside the magical varieties. It shouldn't be hard to find the right one. It turned out to be an extract from a rare type of blackberries-like fruit that usually grew in marshlands. The white berries, more commonly known as doomberries, in their natural state simply had a sweet smell and disgusting taste, but their juice, if properly distilled and condensed, was highly toxic. Its low-dosage symptoms matched the Count's story, like the effects Lith had experienced fitted the description of its concentrated form. At that point, the final issue lied in finding a way to get a full confession without destroying the good image Count Lark had of him. Lith didn't miss how disgusted the Count had reacted at the mention of tortures. Lith had no interest in arts, but from the way the Count had painted him, it was clear that in his mind the young Magico was valiant and righteous, rather than a cold-blooded schemer with a penchant for inflicting pain. This is so stupid. Not only I have to save him, but I also have to do it in a way of his liking. Having a good man as a backer is both a blessing and a curse. I need to get creative. Having almost run out of options, Lith needed to check out books he had never thought could have any use to him before going to the Count and explain to him the only plan crazy enough to have a ghost of a chance. A few days later, Lena Creswick was at her rope's end. The Countess was sick and tired of her failures and had clearly told her to either get the job done or start running for her life. That ungrateful BTCH. After so many years of loyal service, always covering her sorry ass, even volunteering to get rid of her deadbeat husband. That's how she repays me? Now I get why the Sod wants to get rid of her. I'll make a last attempt before getting out of here. I'm sick of being caught between a rock and a hard place, always watching my back. If even this fails, I'll escape to the Gorgon's empire. I should be safe there. She had no idea what could have possibly go wrong. Before getting fired, Jenin had told her that the Doomberry Kiss was a powerful poison that even he would have a hard time to detoxify. Could the Count have an inhuman constitution despite being so thin? During her shift in the kitchen, she waited for the plates to be left unattended before adding 2 spoonsful of poison into the Count's plate. It was impossible to miss, since even the napkins had the initials embroidered. That dose would be enough to kill a dozen men, but she was tired of slowly rising the amount, day after day, waiting for something to happen. Some hours later, she finally succeeded. After eating the soup, the Count had started to have difficulty breathing, his tongue swelling like a sponge. Both the so-called magician Brat and Pontus, which back in military had been a field medic, couldn't help him. The Bastard was finally dead. Lena, just like her co-workers, started sobbing uncontrollably. But while they were grieving, she was weeping with joy. Now she was safe, and with the sum she had agreed with the Countess, she could finally turn her lifelong dream into reality. She didn't need any more to work her ass for someone else. It was her turn to live in a beautiful house, surrounded by servants. Of course, first she had to wait for the investigation to be concluded. Jaden, the new Count, imposed the martial law, prohibiting anyone to go out of the house without his permission. Lena had nothing to fear, thought. As soon as she spiced up the late count's plate, she had thrown away the remaining poison and carefully washed the flask before putting it back in the kitchen pantry. During the rest of the day, every room was combed, and every member of the staff had to undergo a long interrogation. When they finally let her walk, she was exhausted. All the stress and emotions had taken a big toll on her. Also, she was starting to realize that she had actually killed a man, and a good one, too. She tried to ease her guilty conscience by thinking of her future wealth and happiness, but instead she ended up second thinking everything she did so far. What if that BTCH breaks her word? It's not like I can expose her crime, after all. Even worse, what if my reward turns out to be a knife in the back or a poison drink? She doesn't need me anymore. I'm just a loose end. Good gods, what have I done? Have I really killed a harmless buffoon just for a pile of gold? The words pile and gold still had a soothing effect on her, so she decided to go to bed and put all that story behind her. What's done, it's done. All the remorse in the world can't bring back the Count. May the gods rest his soul. The problem was that her roommates wouldn't stop talking about what happened. It was the first time in years that a murder occurred within those walls. After some yelling and bickering, she managed to convince them to close the curtains and turn off the oil lamp. Lena had just closed her eyes when the doorknob started turning and rattling. Someone was trying to get in. As soon as the light was lit again, the rattling stopped. What was that? It must be another of Psyche's stupid pranks. She's such an asshole. And how could she do it if all our rooms are closed from the outside? Martial law, remember? Lena pointed out. When they were still trying to find an explanation, suddenly the room became so cold that they could see their breaths condensing. Their room's window got all fogged up. One of her roommates became really scared, banging on the door and calling for help, but no one answered. All they could do was to wear their heaviest clothes and cover themselves with the blankets. Then the oil lamp went out. No matter how hard they tried, it was impossible to lit it again. Panic started to ensue when the knob rattled again, even stronger than before, while their bed shook like during a quake. It's like in the old stories my grandmother used to tell me when I was little, screamed one of the maids. A vengeful spirit is trying to get in. Grow up, Syria. There are no such things as ghosts. Lena was a woman of action. She never believed to folk tales. She raised her nightstand to use it to smash the window that refused to open when she saw him. The late Count Traquil Lark was in front of her, despite her room being on the first floor. His whole figure was pale white, glowing in a dim light like a firefly. His eyes were all white with no pupils, shedding tears of blood. Small blue flames were erupting from his snow-white hair, dancing around him while emitting screams of pain. Their eyes were locked. Lena couldn't look away, her whole body frozen stiff, the nightstand still raised. How could you do this to me? The Count's voice sounded distorted and distant, barely a whisper, but they could hear it clearly as a shout. Screaming in terror, the three women ran to the door, trying to open it and calling for help. When they looked back, the Count was already floating inside, despite the window being still locked. When he extended his hand, they felt a jolt running through their spines, falling into a cold oblivion. Chapter 42. When Lena woke up, she discovered she wasn't in her bedroom anymore. The moon was covered by clouds, and with only the dim light of the stars, she couldn't figure out her new location. Lena only knew she was now in the open. The cold night breeze and the rough feeling of the earth under her hands left no space for doubts. As her eyes started to adjust to the penumbra, she noticed some humanoid forms laying on the ground, only a few meters away. Glad of not being alone, she slowly crawled towards them, while trying to remember what had just happened. Lena was about to shake her roommates when the moon shined through the moving clouds, revealing them to be skeletons. Lena started to scream, and when she recognized the nightgowns they were wearing as though she had seen countless times on her friends, it turned into a shriek. Around her, multiple figures started to move and moan. She tried to run away, but tripped into something soft and squishy, tumbling on the ground. When she opened her eyes again, she was staring at a tombstone where was engraved, "Here lies Crobble Lark, beloved father and husband." Lena suddenly realized what was that place, why it did feel so familiar. That was Lark's family burial ground, where all the forefathers of Count Lark lied in their eternal rest. In that moment, she remembered everything: the poisoning, the twisting knob, the ghost. She wanted to believe it was all a bad dream, but her foot still hurt after the fall. Lena was about to lose her mind when the moonlight revealed that the moving figures weren't undead, but other members of the staff she knew all too well. Two of them were actually her accomplices: Zaman, the second oldest butler after Poultice, whose loyalty actually lied only with the Countess, and Bizia, a young maid that had been planted a couple years ago to keep an eye on the Count's private quarters. The three of them had been tasked by the Countess to ensure her return to power by eliminating all possible obstacles. It was only thanks to Zaman's and Bizia's help that she had been able to slip the poison in the food unnoticed, even when she wasn't supposed to be in the kitchen. Either by relying on Zaman's authority or Bizia's flirting charm, she had managed to complete every task assigned to her after the Countess' forced departure. There were also two more staff members with them: Rafaya, a young valet she had often worked with, and Almond, one of the many butlers of the household. "Lena, is that you?" Bizia looked confused, shaking her head, trying to regain her focus. "That scream of yours almost made my head explode. Where in the God's name are we? Why, I'm not in my room. I clearly recall." Zaman's voice was cut short, the blood draining from his visage as he remembered the last events. "The Count!" he exclaimed. At those words, all five of them froze up in place, swept away by the terror caused by the unnatural encounter. "The Count is back," Rafaya said with a choked voice. "And the gods know why, but he believes I'm responsible for his death." Soon they all started looking around, finding the corpses of their roommates. Their clothes were unscathed, while their bodies seemed to have aged centuries. "Rorik, why did this happen to you?" Almond fell to his knees, near the remnants of his oldest friend, crying desperately. "Shut up, you fool." Zaman forced his mouth shut with a hand. "In case you haven't noticed, we are in a cemetery. Is better not to wake, which can eternal lie." Zaman didn't dare emit more than a whisper. He was very superstitious. Usually Lena would mock him for his cowardice, but that night was different. She could feel her guts twisting and turning in fear, her body begging her to run away. Suddenly the ground trembled, and a raging fire erupted from an open grave. "Count Trakewill Larkgrave, how could you do this to me?" The Count's spirit slowly emerged from the flames. "Prepare to be judged by my ancestors." From the tombs nearby the Count, three skeletons arose, unearthing themselves up to the waist. "Murderers!" wailed an old man's voice. "Traitors!" yelled a woman's voice. "Vermin!" said a man's voice. The three skeletons were struggling to get free from Earth's embrace while announcing their verdict. The dirt, tattered clothes they wore kept ripping apart. "The die is cast," the Count's spirit said with an otherworldly deep voice. "Confess." He was pointing his finger towards Rafaya, who suddenly felt pushed down on the ground by an invisible force. "I'm innocent. I swear," he said, sobbing uncontrollably. The three skeletons started to wail as one, in a cacophony of indistinguishable voices. Their hollow orbits emitted a red glow, like a candle had been lit within, and like the Count, blood tears started to endlessly flow along their cheekbones. "Liar!" the Count yelled, and Rafaya was dragged by the invisible force towards the Count's open grave, whose flames started to rise and roar loudly. The others tried to hold him by the arms, but the spirit's pull was too strong. When Rafaya was thrown into the fiery pit, he emitted an inhumane shriek while the flames turned from bright red to an ominous purple. "He will serve me in the netherworld to atone for his sin," the Count's spirit said. "Confess." This time he was pointing at Almond, who promptly complied. "I confess. I confess. It was me stealing the silk bolts, exploiting my inventory duty. That's why there was never enough." "And how do you atone?" said the spirit, its eyes reduced to two flaming slits. "I'm so sorry. I swear. Words are not enough." The corpses on the ground arose, their orbits brimming with a red light. They lifted Almond with their skeletal hands over their heads and threw him into the pit. "Rorik, why?" was his final scream before disappearing in the flames. Before the ghost could pass his judgment, Lena kneeled deeply, head on the ground, begging for forgiveness. I confess, it was me poisoning you, and those two are my accomplices, she said, pointing at the two survivors. Zaman and Bizya tried to take a step back, but the skeletons had returned, surrounding them again. Because of you, my children are alone in this world, the ghost wailed in pain. It's only a matter of time before they join me in death. How do you atone? I'm so sorry. I've been stupid. I have no proof. I threw away the poison and burned all her ladyship's letters. Then burn yourself. Lena was then dragged by her dead roommates in the pit. Only the flames put an end to her shrieks. Zaman and Bizya kneeled too, going straight to the point. I can save your children, yelled the young maid. I'm not stupid. I never trusted that BTCH as far as I can throw her. I kept all her letters, her orders, in case she broke her word. I keep them all under a loose board in the kitchen's pantry. As did I. Also, I know where she keeps hidden all her personal correspondence. The old butler rushed to add, fearing of becoming useless to his captor. She ordered the poison months ago, and there's so much more to it. It's all in a secret compartment right under her bed. I swear that's all that I know. Please have mercy of this old fool. Magnificent, said the Count with his usual joyful and enthusiastic tone, clapping his hands in delight. Suddenly, he didn't sound otherworldly at all. The skeletons fell down like puppets whose strings had been cut. The fire went out, and the Count came down to the ground with a thump loud enough to be heard. Was this all? Zaman couldn't believe his eyes. A farce. Poultice completed the sentence for him. Yes, old weasel. I knew you were always up to no good. The traitorous servants were able to put a face to the old skeleton's voice. Jaden, Kayla, be a dear and go retrieve the evidence. At this point, I can't trust anyone else. The Count's heirs came right after Poultice, nodding before running back to the house. Knowing he was doomed, Zaman still found the strength to watch into the open grave, finding out that everyone was still alive, just bound and gagged by tendrils of earth. Thinking about what would befall to him and his family, the old butler was filled with regret. The long years of loyal service, the savings of a lifetime, all those careful plans for his retirements, shattered together with his hopes for a better tomorrow for his sons. Lith sighed with relief. He could finally come out in the open. If he could, he would pat his back by himself. The results had far exceeded his expectations. Since Solus couldn't find anything in the remaining rooms, Lith had her follow Lena day and night, taking note of all those she was the most in contact with, to round them up all together for the final act, which, by the way, had been quite a hassle to arrange. To avoid blowing his cover, Lith could only resort to chore magic and spells up to tier 3, like the hoovering spell he had applied to the Count. He had explained everything in detail to the Count, to avoid him being scared or surprised by the special effects he had in mind. Lith, of course, said he would move the skeletons with air magic, while he was actually using spirit magic. The blood tears trick was an easy one, chicken blood that he prevented to clot with light magic, while using water magic to make it go down the cheekbones, pass behind the ear, and through the hair to get an endless stream effect. The single steps were easy, but keeping all those spells active at the same time, manipulating flames, blood, skeletons, had been quite exhausting, even with Solus's help. She had taken care of half the stage, but the mana she used was Lith's. They were like two divers with a single oxygen tank. The Count, too, was very happy with the result. I always knew that magic is awesome. Flying has been such a memorable experience. Not to mention their faces. Count Lark was laughing like a kid after a successful prank. You should have seen their faces. Priceless. I never had so much fun in my life. He patted Lith's shoulder, covering him in white powder. Who would have guessed that old ghost stories from my books could be so effective? With a little tuning here and there, of course. For being a goody-goody two-shoes, the Count is quite a trickster. Lith thought. Despite being so averse to torture, he had no qualms scaring so many people sh less. Guess he never heard about psychological torture and PTSD. As soon as they got their hands on the incriminating evidence, Count Lark immediately used his communication amulet to contact the King's Bureau of Law in order to submit them. The night clerk assured him that they would move his paperwork on the top of the list and that they would send royal investigators to shed light on the case. Translated from the bureaucratic lingo, it meant that the Count's case would now take days instead of weeks. Lith wouldn't take any risks, not after showing so much of his prowess. So he had the Count make his whole family come to the estate the very next day. He sent them also some clothes he had prepared beforehand. In such a palace, the lowest stable boy was better dressed than them, even if they wore their best suits. When they arrived, one way or another, all the staff was assembled to see firsthand the mysterious woman who had spawned the Count's alleged fifth son. They expressed much admiration for his mother's and sister's beauty, and even Raz received a lot of attentions. When Lith sent Solus to check if the rumor had finally died out, she replied with endless laughing out loud and an unbelievable story. According to her report, the household was now split into two factions. The first one, that she dubbed Team Lith, was led by Poultice, which refused to step back from his initial theory. Who would have thought that such an airhead like the Count could also be such a schemer? Not only he got himself such a beautiful and young mistress, he also had the smarts to choose a woman whose husband resembles him so much that he would never suspect the son isn't his own. That which of the Countess can't hold a candle to such gorgeous woman. The second one, Team Raz, was led by Hylia. She was the head of the kitchen staff, first chef, and also Poultice's oldest rival in terms of both authority and gossip skill. Are you gone senile or what? The Count is too noble and chivalrous to cheat, even on such a treacherous hag. Clearly, he had an affair before their wedding, and Sir Raz is the offspring of that love. That means that not only he is the real Count's fifth son, but that the young mage and his beautiful sisters are all his secret nephews. That's why he cares so much about the boy, and why he has brought them all here now that the Countess is dead set to wipe out the whole bloodline. How noble of him. He probably has protected them from the shadows all these years, to keep them safe from his wife's jealousy and ire. Lith didn't know if to laugh or cry. How the FCK did we come to this? Solus shrugged. It seems that the Count's staff has the hobby of making everything related to nobles look sordid. Thinking ill of something makes even coincidences looks interesting, don't you think? Lith shook his head in desperation. Poor Mom. She's just a forbidden love triangle away from becoming the main character of one of those chick flicks that were all the rage a few years ago on Earth. Chapter 43. Aside from the gossip, life in the Count's private quarters was really peaceful. Count Lark took the initiative to explain everything to Lith's parents, taking the blame entirely on himself and giving only words of praise to their son. Raz and Alina were actually quite angry and wanted to give Lith a solid piece of their mind. But after the Count apologized, even bowing to them, they were too embarrassed and flattered to say anything, at least in front of him. The whole family could not stop staring at the house. Walls made of stone, the luxurious furniture, the carpets. Everything seemed to come out straight from a fairy tale. Until that day, they had always thought they would never see such riches. Liz started to wonder how long would it take for them to come back down to earth when breakfast arrived. The delicious and sweet smell of the pastries immediately caught their attention. Just great. Lith sighed inwardly. I could expect my family's reaction to the Count's house, and luckily our hosts are overlooking their quite rude behavior. My only hope is that they don't jump on the food like starving wolves. That would be too embarrassing. Party pooper. Let them be happy, so maybe they'll beat your ass less when you get back home. Solus rebuked. Point taken. As soon as the cart entered the room, Lith's family mimicked their host's behavior, politely sitting around the table in an ordered manner, waiting to be served. That was also the first time someone outside the family was treating them with such care. The girls couldn't stop giggling. What the FCK? Lith was fairly surprised. It wasn't a maid pushing the cart full of delicacies. It was Hylia herself, accompanied by some kitchen personnel that Solus identified as her posse. It was the first time that Lith saw her in the flesh, and soon he understood why. Hylia personally served the Count's family and then his own, showering everyone with compliments and attentions. Her followers did the same, but with more tact and less enthusiasm. When they left, there was enough food on the table to feed a battalion. Team Raz rules, BT Siege. Sola screamed. Count Lark was both embarrassed and flabbergasted. Hylia barely served him on his birthday, and he had no idea why his usually impeccable staff had taken such liberties with his esteemed guests. Lith signaled him that he would explain later before stopping everyone in their tracks, preventing them to take even a single bite. Usually that would have garnered him a lot of nasty words, but in front of their host they had to shut up and listen. The mention of the past poisoning attempts made them inwardly perform a 180 degrees turn, going from demanding revenge to gratefulness in just a few words. Lith wasn't willing to let his guard down. He kept checking every single plate and forcing them to drink only conjured water. It was really depressing for his family, since he was the only one having tasted hot chocolate back on Earth, but they soldiered up. In the following days, the forced cohabitation would have been much more awkward if the Count's private quarters had not been bigger than their house. The women, led by Kayla, took for themselves the bedroom, the biggest and most comfortable room, while the men had to settle up for the anteroom and its soft sofas. There were no more assassination attempts, since all the gathered evidence had caused a fuss for the Countess, and by remaining stubbornly holed up in the best-guarded and easily defensible part of the house, the Count left her with no openings. Koya Lark had looked in every nook and cranny, searching for leverage, but the Count had no weakness she could exploit, and that nasty Magico kid was even worse. After a thorough background check, she discovered he had no friends and no family outside those he had brought with himself. Killing or kidnapping his lost brother, Orpal, could be considered making him a favor at best. The only person remaining was Neria/Nana, his mentor, but that was suicide. If the kid was so powerful, what were the limits of that old hag prowess? The Countess could only curse herself for always ignoring his husband's hobbies. She had no idea who she was or what repercussions messing with her could have. She knew nothing about magic except what her cousin, Jenin, said to her in the past. And even then, she had only pretended to listen to him most of the times. She decided to keep that as a last resort if everything else failed. Meanwhile, Litha's family was quickly getting accustomed to living in such a splendid manner, wearing only beautiful clothes and eating delicious food. Aside from the random scare caused by a guard's sneeze or an animal in the garden, life had turned into a fairy tale for them. Lith, instead, was quite annoyed. Since the first day, the Count, Kayla, and Jaden had showered with praises Alina, Rena, and Tista for their perfect skin and luscious hair. "I'm so envious of you girls. I wish I could get rid of these things on my face." Kayla sighed. Over time, the camaraderie between the young ladies had grown strong. "Yeah, you're already so pretty. If only—" Tista threw Lith a meaningful look that he pretended not to notice. Jaden's interest toward Rena was embarrassingly obvious, and while he tried looking at her stealthily, such attention in turn got him as many stone-cold glares from Lith. "I get that he is just 20 and horny as a boar, but she is just 14. Back where I came from, that's bad. Plus, unless he wants to marry her, I'd rather neuter him. I won't allow him to ruin her future, treating her like a fling, over my dead body." Rena was flattered by both the young man's attentions and his little brother care. Yet she was just dazzled by the house, not stupid. Alina had warned her many times about the young men, nobles or not, that would try to take advantage of naive young girls. She would accept compliments, but refuse any improper gift and avoided remaining alone with him. When Kayla and the Count noticed that if Litha's glares could maim, Jaden could easily fit into an envelope, they had a private talk with him. After that, the air in the room became a lot lighter. Finally, the Count received the notification via the communication amulet that the annulment was finally done. He was once again a free man. After confirming that Koya had been notified too, hence she had no more reason to plot against him, he could finally relax and step out of his room for the first time since weeding out the traitors. The first thing he and Lith did was to contact Nana to explain her everything. That's why you were so serious. She pondered. And why you took away my only helper. Lark, when we meet again, we have to talk about compensation. My business suffered because of your family squabble. She nagged. There, Lady Neria. It was a matter of life and death, and the young Lith proved to be decisive in solving the matter. I'm sorry, but I have to go. I have a business to attend. We'll talk later, especially with you, young imp. This lack of trust wounds my old heart, she said, trying to act all old and frail. Lith bowed and asked for her forgiveness, but his thoughts were quite different. Do you even have a heart? I bet all I have that the only reason you are pouting is that you have missed such juicy gossip for so long. Contrary to their expectations, Nana called only a few hours later, and their next conversation had an entirely different mood. Nana was laughing her ass off the entire time, managing to speak only briefly while gasping for air. You can't believe what just happened to me. Someone just tried to kidnap me. I'm serious. A long laughing pause followed. It made me feel young again, like when I was still an adventurer. Guys dressed in tacky, full black clothes, coming at me from all directions. It was hilarious. You should have seen their faces when I took them down at once with a corona discharge. According to the Count's books, it was a very strong Tier 5 lightning spell. Nana's true specialty was air magic, after all. Lith had no idea what it was exactly. It was mentioned but not described. He had already enough troubles understanding Tier 4 spells. They were on a league of their own compared to the magic he had previously learned. They were so cute. They even had some minor magical items on them. I have no use for such trinkets, but I can still sell them for good money. Lith was so envious. Magical items. He had yet to find any. Hey, that's offensive. Solus pointed. I resent that. You are not an item, you are a friend. The pure sincerity of that thought sent Solus giggling and blushing in a corner of her mind, away from Lith's perceptions unless he explicitly searched for her. That makes the three of us even, Nana said. I hadn't this much fun in decades. I was almost considering to let some of them go and not submit a report to the Mage Association. Almost. So, Lark, this is my annulment gift for you. From now on, you can choose to introduce yourself as bachelor or a widower. I'd go with widower. Is more dramatic, chicks dig rich, lonely men, and makes less awkward explaining why you have 2 children already. After the communication ended, both the men were shocked to their bones. You told me that your wife handled stress badly, but this is beyond idiotic. Lith even forgot the most basic etiquette. Indeed, the Count didn't seem to notice. The only explanation is that Koya had arranged Lady Neria's kidnapping in advance, and when she received the news about the annulment, it was too late to call it off. She's a close friend to both of us. Koya's plan would make sense if Lady Neria wasn't the strongest magician in all the county. Not to mention that even if the plan succeeded, the result would be disastrous anyway. Count Lark sighed. Koya, you never listened to me when I talked about magic and its rules. I hope they don't make you suffer too much. You are still the mother of my kids. Thinking about the destruction that was about to befall the whole Gishel household, including his disowned children, he could not avoid shedding tears of regret and compassion. Lith moved behind him, patting his back while using his sheer willpower to suppress a hysterical laughter. Lith and his family spent 2 more weeks as the Count's guests, fully enjoying his hospitality and the beauty of the whole manor, especially the park. Now everyone had a room of his own. There was no danger anymore. That meant that away from prying eyes, Rena and Tista could freely mock their little brother for the Count's painting and the heroic aura he had depicted him with. Living every day with Lith, they really couldn't see him as someone great or overbearing. He was always their little brother. Lith paid them no mind. Their laughter was something he had fought so hard to protect. As long that they laughed happily with him, instead of him, sibling mockery was perfectly acceptable. Alina and Raz, instead, were really scared by the stuffed BYK, considering that their son had been reckless enough to face such beast on his own. When they would get back home, they would give him a talk, but not now. There was no point in spoiling their first vacation in over 30 years. For farmers, vacations were just myths like dragons. Lith used that time to get acquainted with the huge magic library the Count had assembled over the years, finally discovering what blood resonance magic was. It was a recently discovered branch of light magic, and by using it a mage could ascertain if two people were blood-related or even to whom a blood sample belonged. Interesting, back on Earth this could become the foundations for forensics analysis. Seems that this mage, Duke Marth, and name, not title, is still alive and well, teaching magic in the White Griffin Academy. This makes two famous mages residing there. Maybe Nana went to the Lightning Griffin because of her air magic prowess, while the White Griffin specializes in light magic. Or maybe it's just a coincidence. Whatever. It's too far from here for me. Returning home revealed to be a bit traumatic for his family. No more servants, no more slacking off, no more all-you-can-eat buffet 24/7. It took many days and even more sighs, but soon they returned to their old routine. The Count's sharecroppers had done an excellent job. They even repaired and reinforced the house, making it seem brand new. The Count had also sent them home with lots of gifts. All the clothes that had been prepared for them, a lot of makeup from Kayla, and a whole crate of food from Hylia. The cook was really fond of the family and couldn't wait to have them back in the manor. A night, Lith was training his martial arts together with Solus when she felt an unknown manticore approaching. More curious than worried, he made her return to his finger and set up various layers of protection around the house. Whoever he was alone and not very sneaky. Now that he had stopped practicing, Lith could hear him getting closer. The night birds and insects had gone silent. "Who the heck are you?" Lith asked as soon as their eyes met. The man in front of him wore an expensive robe worthy of a magician in dungeons and looting, but now was all dirty and ripped in many points. He was unshaven, his hair was muddy too, and with only moonlight Lith couldn't discern its color from the dirt. "You," the man had a pleasantly surprised expression on his face. "You have finally returned. I have waited for weeks, sleeping in the mud and eating only acorns and berries, but it was worth the wait. I'll ask you only one more time. Who are you?" Lith yawned. The man was not making any sense. "I'm Genungishel. You kill my entire family. Prepare to die." Lith reacted by laughing his ass off. "Oh, I get it now. Bravo on surviving despite belonging to a family of brain-dead idiots. How dare you? I'll kill your whole family, like you kill mine." Lith started laughing even harder. "You? With your pathetic yellow manticore? Even my little sister is stronger than you." Lith's words and countenance made no sense to Jenin. Outraged by such lack of respect and fear, completely different from how he had imagined the face-off, while enduring all the hardships, Jenin started casting a lightning spell. Lith responded by bringing his index finger on the lips, whispering, "Hush, we don't want to wake up the neighbors." A second air dome, beside the one that Lith had previously set up, enveloping the whole house, surrounded the two men, covering a 30-meter, 33 yards, radius. Breza, Enidra, Jenin completed his spell. A bolt of lightning shot toward Lith, which was still laughing. "Look up," he said, pointing to the sky, and like an obedient dog, the bolt turned 90 degrees up, rising harmlessly in the air before dissipating. "Seriously? A Tier 2 spell? How the heck did you manage to graduate from whatever backwater academy they sent you?" Jenin suddenly felt scared. What he had just saw made absolutely no sense. Not even his teachers had ever done something like that. "You know, I am really stressed." Lith stopped laughing, his tone turning cold and detached, like he was talking to himself rather than to his opponent. "I spent weeks holed up, pretending to be weak and harmless, playing the good F-King kid role. But now I can finally be myself." For the first time since he had achieved the Cyan Manticore, Lith went all out. His body released a brilliant cyan aura, filled with killing intent. His bones and muscles started to pop and creak, moving to accommodate that sudden surge of power. His eyes glowed like torches, emitting an ice-blue radiance while his smile went to ear. His teeth shined like fangs in the full moonlight. Jenin was scared but not frozen, starting to cast a Tier 3 fireball, the strongest spell he could cast safely without risking it to backfire. Lith stood there, tilting his head left and right, waiting for him to finish. The fireball was a 5 meters, 5.5 yards, radius sphere of raging flames, but the closer it came to Lith, the more it shrank, until it became the size of the marble, allowing Lith to catch it with his open palm and squeezing it out with a puff. Tisk TSK. You can use everything but fire magic. The noise isn't a problem, but the light could alert someone, and we don't want that. Jinan had no idea what was happening, but he knew that remaining there was too dangerous. That wasn't a magico, but a monster. He tried to run away, but before he could get out the hush zone, Lith was already pinning him down. First you threatened my family, and now you want to leave? That's rude. The night is still young, and I have so many things to experiment on you yet. Let's play. Despite the protective barrier deep in the Tron woods, the King in the east could feel the magic turbulence growing stronger. Take heed, my pack. Some human has threatened Scourge's cubs. Let's learn from his mistakes and pray together for his soul. So in his next life, he will be wiser for this. The entire woods resounded with howls until dawn came. Chapter 44. The next day, Lith was happy and relaxed. He kept humming the whole time while he cleaned the house and prepared breakfast, reheating the pastries to make them regain some of their fragrance. The long permanence in the Count's manor had proved to him how stressful it was being constantly forced to hide his skill and powers. Being born in a backwater village, where no one knew jack about magic, was a blessing in disguise. He had got too used to the freedom and isolation living in a farmhouse guaranteed him, to the point that holding back and constantly pretending to use fake magic for a prolonged period was akin to torture for him. After a long discussion with Solus about the problem, they decided that the best course of action was to find a way to not attend any magic academy. According to the magic annuals he had read in the last weeks, it was possible to become a member of the Magic Association despite being homeschooled. It just required a longer and more difficult exam session. The biggest difference between a homeschooled and a Magic Academy graduate amounted only in a matter of fame and prestige. By being admitted and successfully passing the test devised by famous and talented magicians, the student was bound to have an easier time, whatever was the path of his choosing. A homeschooled, instead, no matter the score he could achieve, would always be seen like a rogue magician with no references. He would first need to prove himself by either performing voluntary military service or becoming an adventurer. Achieving merits was the only way for a rogue magician to have access to a prestigious and well-paid job. Lith didn't care for any of that. He just wanted to develop his powers, staying away from the spotlight until he reached 16 years. At that point, he would be considered an adult and could finally leave Lucia to start exploring the world in search for a solution to his reincarnation problem. If achieving true death turned out to be impossible, he would need to work his way around by either becoming an immortal or binding his soul to the current world. That would be the worst-case scenario, but at least if he died, he would still be reborn with all his magic knowledge and have Solus by his side. Thanks to the money he got from the Count for saving his family, Lith had no need to keep working as a healer. Only when Nana was on house calls or away for personal matters, he would take her place in the home office. Many farmers relied on his presence and discounted prices to afford all the medical care they needed. Nana's fares were too expensive. Just because at the moment he had no need for an extra income, it didn't mean he had already forgotten how bad it was for a family being forced to watch one of their loved ones suffer. The helplessness felt when money dictated the difference between living and barely surviving. Lith would spend most of his mornings exploring the Count's library in search for tomes to borrow. It was a room twice the size of his house, at least 100 square meters, 109 square yards big, located in a corner point of the main building. Both the west and north side of the room had huge windows, arranged so that the sun would manage to perfectly light it until dusk. The bookshelves were placed from wall to wall, parallel to each other, and spaced so to avoid ridiculous domino effect in case one fell over, creating 4 corridors. In the center of the room, there was a luxurious desk and a couple of armchairs. The books covered all the topics, not just magic. It was the sum of all the knowledge the Count had accumulated through the years. Every time Lith returned home from the library, he would carry over a small chest full of delicacies. Hylia would never let him go away empty-handed. The first book Lith picked up was the Lightning Griffin Academy rulebook, together with useless information, like how to submit your application and what were the most common admittance tests. He found an answer to an old question. The academy would last 5 years, and each year the student would need to prove a rising level of mastery of magic. The first year required learning at least 20 Tier 1 spells, the second 130 Tier 2, and so on. So that's why spells are divided into tiers. It's to identify the skill level of the Magico compared to the official academic course. Tiers from 1 to 3 were comprised of simple spells with a single effect. Tier 3 was basically the same as a Tier 1, but much more powerful and with higher requirements in terms of talent and skill. From Tier 4, the effects would be much more complicated, like when Lith weaved together different spells with true magic. Tier 4 and 5, based on what he could find, seemed to be greatly similar to true magic. That's probably why most mages never learn the truth about magic. Once they think they have reached the pinnacle, they simply stop asking themselves questions. They put too much attention to the destination and too little on the trip itself. Aside from magic, Lith was also burdened by an annoying personal problem. After seeing his family, the Count was begging him on a daily basis to help his daughter get rid of her acne. Please, the debutante ball is when a young noble gets introduced to society as an adult in the presence of the king's court. It's a very important event that can affect her whole life. It can change not only her chances of finding a good husband, she could also be handpicked by the queen as her personal attendant or even lady-in-waiting. It wasn't that Lith didn't understand. Such events had existed on Earth too. More like he didn't care much. For his canons, only one person could keep a secret. 2 were a risk, 3 a whole crowd. Adding a 4th one wasn't much to his liking. Solus, what do you think I should do? The Count has done and is still doing so much for me. A hard pass would be extremely rude on my side. At the same time, I don't know how much I can trust Kayla, being a teenager. I'd say to play it smart. Nana was extremely vague about what you did, and the Count has no idea about the before and after, since he only saw your family after the treatment. Explain to Kayla the dangers you are putting yourself in just by helping her, and after you're sure she has understood, cure only her acne, nothing more. This will minimize the risks. The fact that you save her life should matter to her. Not to mention that after what her mother put Kayla through, she shouldn't be that naive anymore. She knows what does it mean to live under a sword of Damocles. Following Solus' advice, Lith and the Count explained to her all the possible consequences of breaking his trust, both for Lith and her family. Kayla was a smart girl, so she felt kind of offended by receiving such obvious warnings. First of all, thank you for your trust. First you saved my life, and now you are willing to risk your own safety to save my social life too. This is a debt I will never be able to fully pay back. Second, don't worry for a second about my silence. An advantage is called like that because you're the only one who has it. I would rather cut my tongue than allowing my competition to get their hands on something like that. No offense, Dad, but I know all too well we are just small-time nobles in a backwater county. I need all the help I can, and even with no acne, with our status and riches, we are still leagues behind the big noble families. Lith chose to play it safe, making the process last weeks instead of seconds, so that her skin treatment would go unnoticed. They kept Jaden in the dark, and he only noticed the changes when her skin had become smooth and her makeup much lighter. Thanks to Solus, he was also able to keep the female staff under his watch, and when not even them noticed anything strange, Lith could finally sigh with relief. By that time, the Count's mansion was back at full staff, and the whole house was busy preparing for a big party. The Count wanted to celebrate 2 happy events. The first was the annulment, while the second had been something completely unexpected. Based on his prenuptial arrangement, the crown had decided to assign to him all the lands and annuities of the Gishels after their untimely disappearance. Sadly, he wanted Lith to attend to introduce him to all the neighboring nobility. It's really important for you. I managed to get even Marchioness Miriam Distar to attend. She is for me what I am to all the barons and baronets in the county. Her marquisate encompasses all the region and its counties. If you can, prepare a good gift for her. The only suggestion I can give to you is to prepare something with your hands, or even better, with your magic. Lith was unimpressed and uninterested, but having to live another 8 years in the Lustria County, he could only soldier up and move on. Making a gift for a woman was already hard. Making one for someone much richer than him was a challenge. Does she like games? Yes, she loves all kind of strategy games. She is a smart and cunning woman. If there will ever be a war, gods forbid it, she would make an excellent general. And I suppose she is the head of the Distar household, right? Once again correct. Her spouse married into her family. He is like a prince consort. His title as Marquis is purely nominal. Don't tell me you already have something in mind. Lith nodded and left, very sad at the idea of wasting a whole afternoon and evening being a wallflower. His destiny was akin to that of Gerda's corpse, something to show and brag about before completely forgetting about it and move on next gossip piece. Chapter 45. Count Lark had another dress prepared for Lith, specifically tailored for the occasion. It was very similar to the other day dress he had received in the past, but black in color and with a more elegant cut. It's amazing how similar party dresses are compared to Earth customs. All men wear almost the same dress. The only significant difference is the household crest embroidered on the chest pocket. Instead, the women all wear different types of dresses, varying in colors, neckline, and embroideries. Not to mention the jewelry. Aside from family rings, men wear only monocles or pince-nez. They really resemble a flock of penguins. Lith kept himself from the crowd as long as he could. There was nothing he could gain except awkward memories or curious looks. Marchioness Distar revealed to be really important to Count Lark, to the point that he arranged their meeting privately in his quarters, while the party was taking place in the ballroom. Thank you so much for coming, dear Marchioness. You have no idea what it means for me having the possibility to share such a happy moment in your company. The pleasure is all mine, dear Lark. I wouldn't miss it for anything in the world. Her lips were smiling, but her eyes didn't. Lith's instinct could tell that she was actually quite bored, and that she was there only because the Count must have persevered relentlessly to make her attend. He knew from experience how stubborn he could be. Based on what the Count had told him, Marchioness Distar should be a woman in her late 30s, but even with the little makeup she wore, it was hard to imagine her a day older than 30. She had a beautiful face with great proportions, eyes brimming with intelligence and curiosity. She wore her waist-long straight hair down, with no hairpin or barrette to adorn them. She had dark brown hair with shades of blue all over it. It was almost hypnotic to look when she shook her head. Her evening dress was of a pale blue, with no neckline, covering even her shoulders. In contrast to all the other noble dames, the Marchioness wore evening gloves, and there were no gemstones embroidered in her attire. She had clearly chosen a plain dress, hoping to either go unnoticed or leave early. This is the boy I talked to you about so much. The Count laughed. He is incredibly skilled, wise beyond his age, and according to Lady Neria, he is blessed by the light. Really, the Marchioness didn't believe a word, but ruffled Lith's hair nonetheless. Lith could feel that such gesture of intimacy was out of place, coming from such a grand dame. It also had no warmth at all. It felt more like a dog show judge checking the fur, rather than a caress. Sigh. As predicted, Traquil has once again wasted my time. The Marchioness thought. It's just another of his childish delusions, finding a talented male mage in such scarcely populated land. I would really love to tell him that the reason why women and magical beasts have colored shades in their hair is the sign of the blessing from the 6 gods of magic. It would save so much of his efforts and my time. Too bad that the Mage Association would make a huge fuss if I did. Those old fogies and their reluctancy to reveal even such an open secret. Everyone in the king's court knows it, be him her a mage or not. Lith could see she was disappointed, but had no idea why. Eager to go back home and do something actually meaningful, he bowed to her. My name is Lith of Lusha, your ladyship. I'm glad and honored to make your acquaintance. Please accept this humble gift. It's not much, but I made it myself. The Marchioness was pleasantly surprised. At least this country bumpkin acts humbly and knows the proper etiquette, instead of being all arrogant like he owns the place, unlike all his predecessors. Thank you, I'm much obliged. It's what she actually said even before opening the envelope. It turned out to be a square-shaped wood board with sides about 51 centimeters, 20 inches long, with 8 columns and rows of black and white alternating colors of wood. After checking it with the count, Lith couldn't be bothered much finding a proper gift and went straight plagiarizing the game of chess. The Marchioness' interest was piqued. She had never saw anything like that before. The board was accompanied by the chess pieces and a booklet explaining all the rules. Differences from the common chess game were few but significant. First, the king and queen roles were swapped. Lith had to suck up to an important woman. Making the king the game goal was plainly stupid. Also, he renamed the bishops as mages and the pawns as commoners. Everything else was as it was supposed to be. The Marchioness read the rules so fast that Lith thought she was simply skimming. Instead, she asked him a precise question: why the commoners can become any chess piece if they reach the end of the board. Although he had considered unlikely, Lith had prepared for this question, giving the answer the usual fortune cookie wisdom that the Count so much liked. Because when someone, even a commoner, completes his journey toward wisdom, life holds endless possibilities. After all, even the king's ancestors at some point have been simple commoners, before rising to power. The Marchioness giggled softly. Well, it seems at least the part about the wisdom is true. She thought, fancy a game? Seems really interesting. You could show me the ropes. It would be a nice way to get to know each other better. You can understand a lot about a person based on how he plays, wins, but most importantly, how he accepts loss. Such outcome was completely out of his expectations. Lith was taken aback. He knew very little about chess, aside from the rules. He had never liked the game much. He found it to be too long and boring. Why waste time with some pieces of wood, with so many VR games available on Earth? He had learned to play when he was very little, after reading a wonderful book about a chess player, but his experience had been far from pleasant. He was too reckless and impatient, barely able to think one move ahead. Lith found no pleasure or emotion while playing chess. To him, it was like a solitaire where you have to wait minutes to turn a single card. Luckily, he was never alone. Solus had fallen in love with the game since she saw it in Lith's memories, viewing all the matches he had in the past and the ones he spectated. Solus, take the wheel. Save me, please. It would be a pleasure, your ladyship. After sitting at a table, the games began. Even from her first game, the Marchioness proved to be incredibly intelligent, cunning, and bold. She was able to think at least 5 moves in advance, always trying to figure out Lith's intentions and weak points. Too bad for her, Lith barely knew what he was doing. He was the perfect straw man for hiding Solus' real plans. He would just move the pieces as she instructed him to. You defeated her in barely 30 moves. Shouldn't you be a little more kind to her? The Marchioness clicked her tongue, asking for a rematch. To a smart woman like that, she would notice and get offended. Naive man. Maybe if you went easier on her earlier, she wouldn't notice now. And where's the fun in that? Lith was flabbergasted. This is not a matter of fun. We're sucking up to her, remember? Ups. My bad. Ups my pale ass. Solus started to slow things down, but after just a few moves the Marchioness showed a displeasured face before toppling her queen. I clearly underestimated you in your game. I need more time to get acquainted with all the possibilities. She extended her hand, and Lith shook it. She had a gentle but firm grip. Lith could feel no hostility from her. Mind if I show it around? I need opponents to get some practice. It's all yours. You could do anything you want with it. After that, Lith left the two nobles discussing between them, all too happy to get away from that torture chamber. After asking Jaden if he was finally allowed to leave, in a polite manner, off course, and getting a no as an answer, Lith was left pondering on what had just transpired. Maybe there's a silver lining in you crushingly defeating that woman. Really? Yes. If we want to avoid being forced to enroll in a magic academy, we could just as well sabotage ourselves a little. We already know that the Count has not the means to ensure our admittance. If we piss off the nobles a little, just enough for them to not back his recommendation, we'll avoid the whole thing without offending the Count. Good idea. Even if indirectly, you have already caused both the Gischel and Trahan households to fall. Probably in the nobles' eyes you already have quite some demerits. You are already halfway there. You're quite good at being disliked. Thanks for the vote of confidence. Lith turned sour. Soulless inwardly cursed herself for the slip of the mind and avoided apologizing. In that moment would only add fuel to the fire. For the first time in years, Lith was actually hurt by those words. His anger silently rose. When he heard someone belittling his endeavor of killing Gerda, he seized the opportunity to set his plan in motion. It was a couple, likely father and son, commenting on the stuffed BYK exposed in a corner of the room. "It's not that big," said a chubby middle-aged man that barely managed to reach Gerda's navel with his head. "I'm sure you could have killed it too, Frenin." "I don't know, Dad," replied the 10-year-old kid that shared a striking resemblance with the man, only younger and thinner. "It seems big to me. And look at those fangs and claws. This Lith must be crazy to get near something like this." "Bah!" scoffed the man, making his double chin and his waxed brown curls tremble. "If you kill it with magic, there's no need to get close. It's just that simple. How can you be less bold than a commoner? I pampered you too much." "I beg your pardon?" A stone-cold voice reached them from behind. The two turned around, trembling visibly. They had recognized Jaden's voice, the future Count Lark and lord of their lands. Even in his anger, Lith wasn't so reckless. He just ratted them out to his noble friends, leaving the dirty job to them. "That was quite a rude remark, Baronet Hogum." Kayla's voice was fierce and loud, resounding through the whole room. Lith was many times her benefactor, and hearing such a blatant lack of respect in her own house was simply too much to bear. Jaden thought the same, but his sister had butted in at the right moment, forcing him to step back momentarily. There's a misunderstanding. The baronet title was the lowest. Getting on the Lark's family black book was beyond bad. Are you implying we were both deaf, or just stupid? Did you hear what I did too, dear brother? I heard a nasty remark about one of our honored guests, dear sister. Before things could escalate further, the Marchioness chimed in. There. It's a party. Let's try to be friends and not spoiling the mood. Her appearance made all heads turn. The chatter instantly stopped. Besides, it's so simple to separate the wheat from the chaff. What about a little magic challenge? The room roared in an applause. Under the Marchioness lead, the crowd moved outside. The park was already perfectly lit up, since after dinner the party was supposed to move outside to enjoy the fresh night breeze while drinking properly aged liquors. She made the two boys stand 20 meters, 22 yards, from each other before explaining the rules. This will be a friendly match, so it ends on first blood. Only magic is allowed. I want no underhanded tricks. Also, seriously harming the opponents is prohibited. A mage without control is no different from a violent drunkard. Strangely, the Marchioness said that while looking only at Lith, and that pissed him off even further. So, just because I'm a commoner, she treats me like a barbarian? So much for losing with grace. Such a hypocrite. I'll be the judge. If I say stop, you better stop. Fuel was added to the fire. Both the youths nodded. Lith put his arms behind his back. You know, I really wouldn't be in your shoes. If you win, you prove nothing. You would have just beaten a lowly commoner, like everyone expects you to. But if you lose... Lith paused dramatically, still waiting for the start signal. Wouldn't be terrible, losing in front of all these people, proving to be less talented and bold than a commoner. The young baronet started gulping loudly, turning constantly toward the crowd, suddenly realizing the pressure of the challenge. Begin. When the Marchioness' voice rang out, he was so stiff that he had yet to move when Lith opened his palm while yelling. Scram! A powerful gust of wind made Baronet Hogum fall on the ground. Lith of Lucia wins. The crowd was surprised. A murmur started spreading like wildfire. Why did she stop the match so suddenly? Everyone asked. The Marchioness helped the boy to get up and brought him closer for them to observe. There was a shallow cut on his left cheek, going from his nose to the ear. Just with chore magic? From that distance? Impressive. That's how he has single-handedly killed a BYK. Lith puffed his chest, his anger subsiding enough for him to avoid further mockery on the expenses of his defeated opponent. A small girl quickly rushed to the Marchioness, making a perfect bow to her while whispering something, her face all smiles and pleasantries. She was so petite to appear ageless to Lith. She could be 8 years or 13 years old. He couldn't tell. She was definitely flat as a board, with gold blonde hair with shades of red. Her dress had gemstones the size of an acorn embroidered into it. The brat must be loaded, Lith thought. Be careful. While the boy was just a yellow core, she has a green one. Solus warned him. Lith inwardly scoffed. Lucky be starred. Lith, this is Minia Tristarm, daughter of the Viscount Tristarm. Minia, this is Lith from Lucia. Nice to meet you. The girl performed a barely noticeable curtsy. The pleasure is all mine. Lith returned to rudeness by performing such a small bow that it could be easily confused with him checking if his shoelaces were properly knotted. Minia was really impressed by your feat and would like to challenge you to a different kind of competition. It would be an honor performing for her grace. My father had tried for so long to get an audience with your ladyship. Obnoxious brat. Lith thought. She's been watching the Marchioness the whole time, speaking like I'm not even here. You're in for surprise. They moved back into the ballroom, where the servants promptly prepared a small round table. A single candle was standing on its center. This is a magical competition that's really popular within the capital. The girl kept looking at the Marchioness, while she explained the game with a condescending tone. Real mages are not mindless brutes. Real power comes from the mind. Spare me the details and explain the rules. Lith's tone was even more condescending. It's really simple. Minia looked at him for the first time. Each of us picks a color. The one that manages to keep the candle of the chosen color for 10 seconds is the winner. Is it clear? Lith yawned. I'll take the yellow. And the red, like my hair, is my favorite color. When the Marchioness gave the start signal, Minia tried her best to turn the candle to red, while Lith was checking his nails' length, yawning from time to time. Soon the 10 count was completed, and he tried to walk away. Wait, I demand a do-over. The girl was bright red from the embarrassment. Why? Everyone asked. Do you realize that keeping control of a flame is much easier than taking it over? Lith could easily see through her allegations. Are you insinuating that by exploiting the natural color of the candle, I took control of it before the challenge started, getting an unfair advantage? He laughed. You can understand a lot about a person based on how she plays, wins, but most importantly, how she accepts loss. Lith quoted, looking straight in the Marchioness' eyes. Let's have a do-over then. This time I'll pick cyan. Feel free to get a head start. I'll commence my attack only when the flame is completely red, so we'll be even. Agreed? Eager to restore her wounded pride, Minia nodded while she was already turning the candle to a bright red. Can I? When both the Marchioness and Minia nodded, Lith started sending tendrils of mana toward the candle. Slowly but inexorably, many cyan spots appeared inside the flame, taking it over in less than a minute. I yield. Minia didn't wait for the 10 count. The outcome was painfully clear to her. Do you want another do-over? Lith hissed, bending forward, getting really close to her face, his eyes reduced to fiery slits brimming with mana. Lith, your mana is overflowing. Solus warned him. Let it burn. Minia shook her head before running back to her father. No one dared to challenge him anymore. The rest of the evening was full of chattering and gossiping, but otherwise uneventful. This should be plenty enough to make any academy in the region reject our application. Chapter 46. Almost 4 years had passed, and over time many things had changed. 2 years ago, when Lith was still 10 years old, Rena had reached adulthood. She participated to the Spring Maiden Contest, winning it by a landslide. Between the clothes from the Count, the makeup from Kayla, and the beauty treatment from Lith, she had basically no competition. She has soon started to hang out with several young, promising bachelors before finding the right one. His name was Sinton, and he was the son of the blacksmith. After dating for almost a full year, they were ready to marry. In that same year, Tista had reached her growth spurt at the age of 12. She was officially healed from her congenital condition and had started to practice fake magic under Lith's and Nana's guidance. Her mana core had become deep green, and according to Solus, there was still space for it to grow at least up to bright green. Tista was finally able to get out of the house without supervision, starting to make friends with the children of the neighbors. It was too late for her to try to attend to a magic academy. She barely knew the basics of chore magic, but she didn't mind. After being prisoner of her own body for so many years, she had no interest in perpetual challenges. The only thing she really wanted was to enjoy her new life, trying out all the things that had been forbidden to her before. Becoming a magica and inheriting one day Nana's business was already beyond every expectation she ever had. Even Lith's household had deeply transformed. Between his magic, the help from the Count, and all the money he was able to earn, the walls were now made entirely of stone. Only the floor and the roof were still wooden. He had also built a new bedroom for himself that served as a study too. Lith was getting too old to keep sleeping with his sisters and had no intention of moving in with Tryon. He demanded his personal space and privacy, and since he was the one paying for it, no one could make any objections. As for Lith himself, he had changed deeply, at least physically. Despite having yet to become 12 years old, he was already 1 meter and 60 centimeters, 5 feet 3 inches high. His thin and scrawny build was only a memory. Now he had broad shoulders, his muscles were well developed, but not ripped, rather cleverly chiseled. He didn't want to stand out, nor to carry useless weight. Lith wasn't planning on becoming a soldier, after all. He was plenty content with a far-from-average build and a body that was able to react instantly, according to his will. His mana core was still cyan, but not deep anymore, halfway through the light cyan that would precede the next evolution. A mana core on the strong end of the spectrum had proven to be much stronger than the previous ones, but at the same time, it put a much stronger burden to Lith's body. He had reached a bottleneck that couldn't be overcome with training or study. Only after hitting his growth spurt, his body would become strong enough to allow him to refine further the mana core. Before such event, the use of accumulation would bring to him only pain and no benefits. Also, since now all of his clothes had the Lark's household crest on either the shoulder or the chest pocket, he made full use of his newfound authority, protecting the village in Nana's absence. For fee, of course. The only criminals he would take out for free were those with a nice dead or alive bounty on their heads. Lith would strictly deliver them feet first. Now that he was almost 12, the number of spells and the skill level he could reveal had increased exponentially, since now he officially had more than 6 years of magical training. Seeing him fly around or hunting for pelts or bounties had become a common occurrence in the Lusha village. By having 3 healers and 2 protectors, the village kept growing in fame, size, and population. It was only thanks to him that Rena and Sinton were able to date each other. Previously, the idea of the son of an artisan marrying the daughter of a humble farmer would have been preposterous. Inside, though, Lith had changed very little. He was still the cynical, mistrustful, broken man he had always been, with no real friend or loved one outside his family and Solus. Having to deal with criminals, chasing away profligate boys that molested his sisters, and interacting with the nobles, had further rooted in his mind the idea that mankind, even in the New World, was a plague that he had to avoid. His only real confidant was Solus, and despite all her attempts, she had not been able to change his mind, even one bit. He was also in a very bad mood. Damn it, Tier 4 spells are really hard. I can manage to reproduce them with true magic, but I still feel they are somewhat lacking. Either when I cast them with true or fake magic, something keeps feeling amiss. Yeah, Solus Mind nodded. Maybe it's just my impression, but this kind of spells is supposed to hold some deep and profound concept that we are not able to grasp. Maybe if we had access to Tier 5 books. Ifs and buts are just a waste of time. Who would have ever thought that Count Lark wouldn't buy them? He is still dead set to send me to the Lightning Griffin Academy, no matter how many times I repeated I preferred being homeschooled. Well, you knew how stubborn the Count can be. Also, from his point of view, Not buying the books kills two birds with one stone. He manages to save a mountain of gold and forces you attending the academy at the same time. During those 4 years, Lith had relentlessly tried to convince the Count that an academy was not good for him, even resorting to use the need to protect his family and the village as a leverage. But the Count was immovable. Dear Lith, you have a dire need of the academy, and I say this only in your best interest. I cannot stress out how important it is to learn how to properly interact with your peers and establishing the right connections. Not to mention that you have no friend of your age. You need to socialize, fall in love, even. Otherwise, you'll grow into a cranky and cynical man. Been there, done that. Solus giggled. Also, don't worry for your family. As soon as you enroll, they'll gain a newfound status, and until your graduation, the Magic Association will take personal care of them. At that point, not even the most reckless madman would try something funny. Lith had run out of excuses and could not tell him the truth. He was sick and tired of being looked down by nobles and foreign merchants, and even resorting to violence or intimidation after a while had lost much of its luster. Lith just wanted to be left in peace and treated with respect, like any normal human being. He didn't know how long he could suffer the contempt and abuse from his so-called peers at the academy, before shoving their high and mighty attitude up their throat after taking detour through their SES. The idea of not being able to practice true magic, spirit magic, and fusion magic was enough to give him a big headache. In an academy, he would be crippled, losing all of his advantages to not blow his cover. It was a lose-lose situation. Litha's mood was made even worse by the thought of Rena moving out the household. After what happened to Carl, he had developed an obsessive-compulsive need to know where everyone was at any given time. He needed to feel that everything was under his control to be in peace with himself. If you really love them, you have to let them go. Solus tried to console him. After all, academy or not, when you reach 16 years and leave the house, what are you going to do? Stuff them and store them in the pocket dimension? You need to learn to let go and focus on what's really important for you. If you really wanted to make them your puppets, you wouldn't have cured Tista. Her illness was the perfect leash, yet you willingly choose to free her. They're not Carl. The whole world is not filled with trash like the one that killed him. Litha's mind recognized the truth in her words, but his heart refused to. It would keep screaming, FCK the world. They are mine. 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 Is this what a father feels when his children leave the nest? He couldn't avoid noticing that even Raz, despite all the smiles and happiness he showed, was actually quite depressed losing his eldest daughter. If I'm like this with adults, I'm afraid to discover what I would become if children were involved. It seems I'm destined to be single for life. Now that Lith was 11 years and a half, he had reached the minimum age requirement to apply for a scholarship at the Lightning Griffin Academy. Count Lark was waiting for him at his manor, from where they would travel to their destination by stagecoach. According to the Count, flying in the vicinity of any building owned by the Mage Association was strictly forbidden. Even to get in the vicinity was needed a special pass and to have set up an appointment through the proper channels. The academy wasn't that far, but using a stagecoach would require several hours of boredom. While looking through the window, Lith could only hope that all those years of preparations and self-sabotaging would pay off. Being actually accepted in such an institution away from home would be the beginning of his worst nightmare. Chapter 47. It was in moments like that that Lith felt how heavy a bottleneck was. Normally, in such a situation, he would use accumulation, turning a downtime into a training session while also studying how his body was developing. But now that option was unavailable, and being stuck in such state for almost a year, he knew his body inside out, to the point of memorizing where every impurity was located. After half an hour, he was about to fall asleep. Hope the Count doesn't mind me snoring a little. Lith, why don't we open Nana's goodbye gift? I'm really curious. Solus said. I'm not. That stingy old hag just gave me a piece of paper. I bet it's a list of souvenirs she wants me to buy for her. A small friendly bet was better than doing nothing, so he took out the small envelope and read its content. Lith had lost the bet, It was a brief letter. Dear Lith, now that you're going to a magic academy, away from the prying eyes of your parents, you deserve to know the truth. Sure, magic holds a forbidden spell that I never taught you. Now you are old enough to know. It followed a short but precise description on how to use darkness magic on himself to avoid unwanted consequences from the intimacy with girls. It was a birth control spell. The letter closed with a, "Remember to always be a gentleman and have fun. You'll thank me later. With love, Nana." What a dirty old lady. I'm not even 12. Lith couldn't stop from laughing out loud. The idea of Nana being the one worrying about his sex life was hilarious. Is this about something Lady Neria wrote? An anecdote? Can I see it too? The Count was very curious. Seeing Lith laugh was a rare occurrence. After reading the message, Count Lark became purple from embarrassment. The scene made Lith laugh even louder. Oh my, the Count is such a softy, getting flustered by such stupid thing. Sometimes he seems straight out of a manga. Lith, this is no laughing matter. The Count said, I appreciate Lady Neria's concern, but I still find it ill-timed and vulgarly expressed. The matters of the heart should be treated with more tact, especially with someone young as you are. Lith couldn't help but renew his laughter. He really called it matters of the heart. It's just sex, man. The light mood didn't last long. The long trip soon made both the men fall asleep. When the coachman woke them, they were already arrived. The sight of the Lightning Griffin Academy was truly impressive. The building itself seemed an enormous castle, straight from the wet dreams of a medieval engineer. Yet it was impossible to see it clearly. They were still too far. The academy was in the center of a huge forest that extended in all directions as far as the eye could see. That explains why it's so distant from populated areas. It is basically a county of its own. The forest may even have an extension superior to the Tron Woods. Lith thought, why do we stop here? We are still very far. How are we supposed to reach the academy? The Count was excited like a kid in a candy store. Don't worry and follow me. He brought Lith to a small brick house on the edge of the forest, where two men were sipping tea while idly chatting. The Count introduced himself and showed them their permits. The man that was now holding the papers whispered a few words. The ink rearranged itself, coming out of the sheet and forming some kind of magic circle on the ground. Even the permits are a magical item? Lith was shocked. I sensed some mana coming from them, but I supposed it was just some kind of magical seal of authenticity, not something this complex. Solus explained, SHT, we are completely in the dark about magical items, and there's no mention of it in any book we read so far. Either we find a way to correct this situation, or our travels will be much more difficult in the future. Following the man's instructions, Lith and the Count stepped inside the circle that instantly became a translucent yellow sphere. It gently rose up in the air before starting to fly at breakneck speed toward the castle. Despite it was moving faster than Lith ever did before, they felt no different than standing on the ground. This thing is like gyrostabilized. What a brilliant idea. For the first time, Lith was almost regretting his choice. Almost. The trip was short, but Lith still managed to see many huge magical beasts running inside the forest. They even almost collided with an eagle the size of a Piper aircraft. Its eyes were full of scorn, shrieking at them something that sounded a reprimand. Is it me, or there are only magical beasts in there? Lith asked the Count, who nodded. Yes, magical beasts and monsters, of course. They'll explain everything to you once you enroll. The Count had a fatherly tone, but Lith could clearly hear a hint of condescension. I told you so like. The sphere landed on a balcony before dissipating. A 20-year-something girl wearing a magician robe was waiting for them. She guided them through magical escalators and corridors before leaving them into the headmistress' antechamber. She had talked via a small communicator amulet the whole time, giving orders about menial duties. In Lith's experience, that meant bad news. Whenever he had a job interview, the secretary attitude towards the applicants was a tell about how the company treated his employees and what were their expectations about a candidate. She had ignored them the whole time, not giving them a tour or an explanation about any of the magical marvels they had encountered. For someone who wanted to be rejected, though, it was good news. The Count was too mesmerized to notice. His eyes were moving to every single piece of furniture, his mouth agape in admiration. The room itself was a prodigy. Despite no visible source of light, be it windows, torches, or light stones, every nook and cranny were lighted as the morning sun was shining above their heads. "What do you think of this?" the Count asked as a rhetorical question, expecting Lith to show an enthusiasm equal, if not superior to his. "Honestly, I find it pretentious and stuck up. Everything in a room feels like his master is looking down on us, trying to intimidate the guest and put him in his place." "Really?" The Count's dream bubble popped up abruptly. "Yeah, I mean, little splendor is fine, but this? It's too much." He pointed at the gold decoration that kept shifting to silver and platinum, and at the gemstones embroidered at every corner, like shining eyes staring at them with contempt. "Also, how do you explain otherwise that girl rude attitude? She barely looked at us at all." "Oh dear." The Count gulped. "Now that you point that out, this room resembles very much the king's antechamber for the unwanted guests." "Is there such thing?" Lith was curious. "Yes, it's kind of an open secret. The king's room has more than one waiting room, depending on how much he cares about the visitor. The one for the unwanted guests is filled with tacky stuff like this, to remember the visitor the crown's power. It's also filled with painting depicting the previous kings and queens slaying rebellious nobles or mages. Depends on whom he wants to pressure. Like these ones." Lith pointed to many magical paintings. All of them were short movies, showing how the Mage Association got rid of entire families of unruly nobles throughout history. The event depicted would go to the point of showing the bloodshed, the mansion set aflame, before starting to tell their story back from the beginning. "Precisely." The Count swallowed loudly. Expecting to have to wait for hours, Lith made himself comfortable, trying to get asleep again. He wasn't disappointed. When the Count woke him up, he could see from his face that he had quite some pent-up stress. He had waited patiently for long enough to get the message. "Don't say a word. If we want to salvage this thing, we need tact and diplomacy. Leave everything to me," Count Lark said with barely a whisper. The headmistress' office was much less tacky than her antechamber, resembling very much a common principal office from Earth. She was a woman at least as old as Nana, but time had been kinder to her. Her face was full of wrinkles, but her eyes were full of energy and life. Unlike Nana, she was ready to live a long life and stood straight as a string. Her hair was almost completely gray, only some shade of yellow still remained. She wore a robe with the colors of her academy. It was of a light blue, while all the decorations were of a bright yellow, most likely gold. The way its fabric had been woven made it seem like every movement of the headmistress was the wind moving through the sky, while the gold embroidered appeared and disappeared like sudden lightnings. She had only smiles and nice words, but Litha's instinct could sense no warmth in her. "Dear Count, we haven't met for too long." She extended her hand to him. "You are too kind. It's only my fault that I can't bring you enough promising youths." The Count's poker face was impeccable. All traces of stress and anxiety had disappeared. His words were calm and gentle, like meeting a long-lost sister. "Please have a seat. Sorry for the long wait, but as you know, this is the busiest time of the year." The apology sounded fake like a $3 bill. "Do not apologize. I completely understand. Now, sorry if I go straight to business. I do not want to waste any more of your precious time." The Count took out a folder that contained a chronicle of all feats Lith had accomplished, together with his official merits count. The headmistress pushed the folder back. "No need. We always do a full background check on every applicant. I must say that you brought me a really interesting fellow." This time it was Lith turn to gulp loudly, cold sweat going down his spine. "What the heck did I do wrong?" She took out a folder of her own, much thicker than the previous one. "I can see that this young man, Lith, has earned a lot of merits by healing the poor and by getting rid of many of the menaces that threatened your county. Did you know that the criminal underworld has nicknamed him Scourge? Beats me how the heck my beast title reached their ears. How can delinquents and magical beasts view me in the same way?" Lith thought. It seems that he likes his bounties dead as a doornail, and that's good. Being merciful with the scum of earth can only bite you in the back, sooner or later. He also had quite a number of magical challenges with some noble youths. And that's bad, right? Lith clenched his fist, full of expectation. That's good too. A true mage must not fear to defend himself or his name. In our business, talent and power are more important than etiquette. Not to mention that those who have not the skill should not fly too close to the sun and then complain about getting burned. Lith felt like the earth was collapsing under his feet. So instead of sabotage, I self-promoted all this time. FCK me sideways. But suddenly Lith's hopes revived, like a phoenix risen from its ashes. Sadly, I must say that he doesn't meet the requirements for a scholarship. I'm really sorry. FCK yes. I forgive you, deceiving BTCH. I did it, and that's what matters. The Count turned pale as a ghost. May I know why? Talent, skill, heart. I dare to say he is the best one I ever brought here so far. His voice was broken. Lith felt bad for the poor man. Of course you can. You deserve to know. You see, the real problem lies not in your protege, but rather in his mentor. Excuse me. Blood flushed back in the Count's face. Neria is a fallen mage, akin to a disowned son of the Academy, if not of the whole Mage Association. Like for nobles is forbidden to help a relinquished of their own. The same stands for us, or at least for me. She has brought shame to the institution, and up to this very day, she keeps meddling with us. Not to mention that even if indirectly, Lith has been involved in the purge of 2 noble households. As a mage, I can't stress enough how despicable I find dragging the Mage Association into every single petty squabble. It's an abuse of power, and I want to send a message to all the rogue mages out there by rejecting her disciple. You can try bringing him to other academies, but I think their answer will be the same. What? The Count was now bright red, his eyes almost popping out from the rage. Lady Neria has protected and helped Lustria County for years, while everyone else did nothing. This young man saved my life, my family. He did what he did only for self-preservation. And you're telling me that you are willing to ruin his life for your own petty revenge? For politics? How dare you speak to me like that in my office? The headmistress jumped up from her armchair, her eyes glowing with power. Idare, I double dare and call this bullshit. Lith never thought the Count to be such a brave fighter. You are just sacrificing a mage, and a powerful one, for your own political gain. Lith, let's go. The air stinks in here. Before going out the door, the Count turned back, yelling, This doesn't end here. I'll let everyone know how the lightning griffin has stooped. You'll never get again a single copper coin from my county or any of my retainers. And by the way, he is the inventor of the chessboard on your desk. The door slammed behind them, without giving her the opportunity to rebuke. Man, seriously? So much for tact and diplomacy. You are a mall cog in a big machine. Your threats are nothing but wishful thinking. Lith's happiness was clouded by the worries about the consequences that the Count's fit of rage could have on both his homeland and his friend. Count Lark had fought for him fiercely, and that was something Lith would never forget. Chapter 48. The Count was true to his word, and the news about what happened in the Lightning Griffin Academy spread like wildfire in Lustria County. The villagers of Lucia and its outskirts were simply outraged. Life was already hard as it was. The idea that even if talented a commoner had to suffer from political plays was a slap in the face of all their hopes and dreams. Despite her attitude, Nana was a savior to most of them, to the point of considering her part of their own family. Countless people knew all too well that, without her, too many babies would have never been safely delivered. Seeing their benefactor treated as a plague, tainting everything she touched, was too much to bear. The same thing applied to those few noble families she associated with for her personal affairs. Hundreds of letters were sent to Count Lark, who in turn forwarded them to the king's court. Now that he had regained his cool, he realized how of little importance was his county and funding to such a large institution like an academy. Even if coupled by so many letters, his official complaint about the headmistress violating the rules to pursue her political agenda was bound to rise little if no interest in the court. He sent it anyway, surrendering to fate without even attempting to fight was something that he would have regretted his whole life. Lith's family was as furious as helpless, cursing the academy for its unfairness and themselves for their impotence. Lith was the less disappointed one from such turn of the events. One way or another's plan worked, and that was good. On the other hand, though, that trip to the academy had been an eye-opener about how ignorant he was about the new world and how fake magic had developed through the centuries. Solus had confirmed to him that while the rude secretary had a deep cyan mana core, the headmistress had a fully developed blue one. Lith had always felt so proud being one of the only 2 cyan core holders of the county, but not anymore. He started regretting not having the possibility to at least check the other students and personnel of the academy, even if just to collect data about what was the average power level in the outside world. Now that he was forced to follow his original plan, he had discovered so many unexpected flaws in it. The first and most annoying one was being forced to rot for another 4 years in Lustria County, where his talent was doomed to stagnate. On their way back, the Count had confessed to him that rather not wanting to purchase Tier 5 books, it was actually impossible for him. It wasn't only a matter of price, that would be enormous anyway, but he lacked the connections to obtain them. He had already acquired all the books he could, which included only those that the Mage Association was willing to share with the general public. To get more, he would need either a stroke of luck or the association had to change its rules. Both the events were highly unlikely. That meant that he was stuck with Tier 4 spells that he had learned without understanding their purpose. It was frustrating for him, like memorizing a mathematical equation just to pass a calculus exam, but knowing that you had been incapable to comprehend the underlying meaning of it. And during all those years of boredom, all the other magicians in the world would continue their education, shaving off 4 years of magical practice from the advantage he held. Lith was still better than his peers, because while they started their studies at 6 years of age or later, he had already started as a newborn. But soon all his hard work, the sacrifices, the hunger, would all turn out to be a fool's errand. The second flaw was that he had completely underestimated the importance and distribution of magical items. He hadn't seen much, but it had been plenty enough to give him an itch in his head he could not scratch. If it was possible to create such useful items with fake magic, then with true magic he would likely be able to wield and create superior version of those items, getting an even upper hand against other magicians. Now, instead, he had no idea how they worked or how to acquire them. With enough knowledge, it could be even possible to help Solus regain her powers faster, maybe even reforge her or something. FCK, I'm not just a frog in the well. I'm a frog in a well in the middle of nowhere. Considering everything I saw in less than an hour, is not surprising at all that true magic is still a secret. A fully magically equipped fake mage could probably fight with me on equal footing. I have no idea of the scope and availability of magical items. Even if somehow I manage to keep expanding my knowledge, my future travels are bound to be much more difficult than I had previously anticipated. The only silver lining is that outside the biggest families, this should not be too much common, and that I managed to avoid 5 full years of being a bullied cripple. But before calling myself lucky, I need more information. I am starting to suspect that I underestimated my circumstances a lot. Nana and Lark have a lot of explaining to do. Lith took flight and moved towards Nana's house. The Count was just a magic enthusiast, after all, while she had actually attended to one of the 6 big academies, so she was bound to have much more inside knowledge. At his arrival, he found out that Count Lark was there too, and had sent some villagers searching for Lith. Both of his patrons wanted to speak to him. Since the waiting room was filled with patients, Lith helped Nana and Tista clear the queue so that Nana could leave Tista in charge and take a break for their talk. Once inside Nana's living quarters, the 3 of them sat around her kitchen table. First of all, Lith, allow me to apologize. I never expected that old hag of Linnea to be willing to escalate our enmity to the next level. Making you pay for my mistakes, whether true or alleged, is beyond unfair. But aside from that, from what I hear from Tista, you're taking this situation all too well. You still don't understand how wronged you have been, and that's also my fault. I stupidly respected the Academy rules and kept its open secrets. But since they are playing dirty and Lark is still willing to submit to apply in your stead for the remaining 5 big academies, I need to play dirty too and violate my oath. If you want to have even a 1% chance of being admitted, you need to give your 100%, if not more. Enough with this crappy whatever attitude of yours. There's a lot at stake, and we need you to take this seriously. Lith knitted his eyebrows. What oath? What secrets? What are you talking about? I read that stupid academy pamphlet countless times. Sure, unless some miracle happens, I will not get to study tier 5 spells, but that's it. I can still become a member of the Mage Association. To be honest, the idea of spending 5 years locked up with arrogant rich kids trying to stab me in the back is far from alluring. I can easily imagine what they would put me trough day after day. So, if it amounts to just some books, then thanks, but no thanks. Nana shook her head. It's so much more than just books. You see, you are right about the being looked down upon and the daily bullying. The problem is that you are wrong about everything else. In your case, just like me, you wouldn't need 5 years, just 2. Ow, exactly. 2 years were still a long period of time, but much more manageable than 5. He had to concede her that much. The first 3 years cover the basics of magic. They teach things like the importance of accuracy in hand signs, accents, that kind of stuff. Unlike you, many kids have to learn etiquette, history, geography, all kind of topics, not just how to read and write. Otherwise, they would be an embarrassment for their parents. In the court life, they must also learn how to ride a horse, swordsmanship, playing an instrument, everything their parents need to brag about during social events. Lith nodded. That, of course, takes time. Time that they cannot dedicate to the magical arts, hence needing to study the basics of the basics, even chore magic. You don't expect a young duke doing chores, do you? Those like us, instead, need to go to the academy only for the last 2 years, and the endless benefits it brings. At the words endless benefits, Lith's mouth was watering, his mind starting to second-guess his decisions so far. What kind of benefits? Have you ever thought why even the rich and the nobles send their kids there? If it was just about books, many students would rather avoid all the competition, just like you, and study in the safety of their homes. What makes entering in one of the 6 big academies so alluring are the 3 benefits that only them can grant. The access to all kind of spell books, the possibility to take 1 or more specialization courses, and even more importantly, the free access to magical items. Lith's mouth was agape from the shock. Nana used his uncharacteristic silence to strike the iron while it was still hot. No matter what the tier, there are countless spells out there. Those you have studied here and at Lark's house are simply those that the Mage Association deems so common to be released to the public. All the best spells, especially from tier 4 and 5, are strictly controlled, and getting hold of even a sliver of knowledge is incredibly hard. Only in a great academy you have free access to every topic without restrictions, allowing you to build a great grimoire even before you set your foot out of the door. If you get admitted to the 4th year, everything of tier 4 or below will be yours to take. What about the specializations? That's complex to explain. Let me make you a simple example. You're a healer, right? Should you choose to become a master healer, not only you would be taught spells that even allow to regrow lost limbs, but most importantly, the secrets on how to more easily create your own light spells. The same applies to every specialization. What's your specialization? Lith asked. I'm a war mage. Nana puffed her chest with pride. I was taught the secrets behind air magic, and back in the day, I could have wiped out whole battalions all by myself. Lightning hasn't many applications, but when it comes to destruction, is second to none. But now let's get down to the juicy part, the one that I still regret the most. The possibility to have access to a myriad of magical items. Chapter 49. Lith's interest was really piqued, so he let Nana continue, keeping his questions for later. Based on how a student performs, she is able to gain or lose points. Individual points or group points? Lith felt so dumb. He had not even finished his previous thought, that he already had been forced to contradict himself. I swear, if there's some kind of retarded household competition, I'll take back every second guess I had about my choice. Nana raised her eyebrows in disbelief. Do you even remember what did I tell you the last time about the academies and their students? Should you put a juicy slab of meat in front of ferocious, hungry beasts? Do you expect them to cooperate for it? No, they would rather eat each other hard out. Of course, the point system is individual. It's very similar to the merit system, but instead of gaining credit from the kingdom, you gain it from the school itself. The points are the only currency allowed inside the academy, and with them, you can afford lots of things. Magical potions, enchanted items, and even rare ingredients for you experiments. Obviously, the higher the value, the higher the price. From a long pause, Lith assumed that she had finished and was waiting for his questions. What are magical potions? It's the first time I hear about them. Magic potions are like special spells in a vial. The most basic are alike to healing spells, but between the infirmary and the fact that everyone knows light magic, they are rarely purchased. The more precious are those that allow the user to become temporarily faster, stronger, or even harden her skin if she suspects she will be forced to a melee fight. What about mana potions? Mana what? Isn't there any kind of potion to quickly restore one's mana? Nana laughed heartily. Kid, knowledge is shared on voluntary basis. If any master potionist ever discovered something like that, he would keep it for himself. At least that's what I would do. Lith was underwhelmed. Potions seemed a poor imitation of his fusion magic. Not only they are consumable items, but you even have to waste your time bringing them around and replenishing your supply when needed. Plus, fake mages don't even have something like invigoration. The only good thing about potions is that I can pretend to use them while I use fusion magic instead. Aside from that, they are not very interesting. I understand, is what he actually said out loud. What kind of magical items can be purchased? Every academy has at least 10 Forge Masters residents. They act as both teachers and researchers in the magical field. They usually put out for sale their lesser works, but they can even bring out high-grade magical items when the academy wants to stir up a rat race, like right before the final exams. The most useful items I had were a dimensional amulet and rings from Tier 1 to 3. The dimensional amulet allowed me to bring around whatever I needed without suffering its weight, while the rings were able to store spells of the same tier, allowing for an instant cast. Lith didn't miss the strict use of the past tense while referring to her possessions. He felt sorry for her, but instead of hyping him, her speech was having the opposite effect. A dimensional amulet? Is it some kind of magical storage item? He played dumb. Nana nodded. Brilliant as usual. Yes, dimensional rings and amulets can store anything inanimate up to a fixed volume of space, regardless of the weight. The lowest class has only a few cubic meters available. The highest class can store even 50 cubic meters, 65 cubic yards. The size of a whole small house. The underwhelming feeling was getting deeper. Solus, how much can our pocket dimension store? At the moment, the storage can hold thrice as much the so-called highest class, and is still expanding. The library space, or Soluspedia, as you call it, is now around 30 cubic meters, 39 square yards big. And it's also expanding. Litha's poker face was good, but not that good. Nana could see that he wasn't impressed at all. What's with that face? Do you understand or not that whatever you get during your studies, you get to keep it once you graduate? Have you any idea how difficult and expensive it is to purchase even the lowest magical item? Lith closed his eyes while rubbing his forehead. How can I even pretend to be interested in something that I already have, or I can do better? Sure, those things would help me greatly keeping hidden my true magic. Whenever I employ an instant cast, I could use the rings as a cover. But that's it. Being an expert liar, Lith knew what his limits were. So he changed topic. The Forge Master's job seems really interesting. Is it possible to specialize in such field? Does one need to also be a blacksmith to become a Forge Master? Yes, it's among the available choices. And no, blacksmithing is not required. A Forge Master does not create anything. He just imbues objects with magical properties, be it a ring, an amulet, a chair, or even a day dress. They can't possibly master all the craftsman jobs. Most of them prefer to just learn the basic of their favorite trade, though. So, a Forge Master specialized in rings will know something about goldsmithing, and so on. That's really interesting. And for once, Lith wasn't just pretending. Out of the 3 topics, the only ones that really interested him were the books and the specialization. With an endless supply of knowledge, he could easily recreate or invent all kinds of spell with true magic. But that was still something that he could figure out on his own, with time and experience. Becoming a forge master, instead, would be a priceless treasure for him. Lith had no knowledge about such arts. Hence, he could never grasp even the basics without an external help. But once he had uncovered the underlying principles of forge mastering, coupling them with true magic in the Academy's library, he would be able to unlock infinite possibilities. Just the ideas about magical items that came to him on the spot were enough to give him an adrenaline rush. But when his excitement was at his peak, a sudden thought sent chills down his spine. Before getting my hopes up, can you explain to me how one does get points? There's no such a thing about daily challenges between students, tournaments, or something, right? Nana laughed her ass off. That's such an idiotic idea. Not even the wildest rumors would go that far. Otherwise, they would be called magic graveyards instead of academies. There's already enough violence going around as it is. If any headmaster started to reward students for their behavior, only a dozen mages would graduate each year, and no one would make their children enroll. A war battlefield would be much safer. Lith could sigh with relief. One of his biggest worries had just faded away. Points are earned mostly through how a student performs in class and during practical exercises. Any feat that benefits the academy, like sharing personal spells, gives additional points. But the real motherlode are the quarterly exams and the finals. All points can be converted anytime, even after graduating successfully. That's why there is so much competition for the top spots. Beware thought. Even if discipline won't give you any extra point, it can easily make you lose a lot of them. Aside from failing tests repeatedly, is the only way to lower your score. If it goes to negative, you'll be forced to compensate by giving back everything you might have already bought. That's how I lost everything I had. Nana sighed, her voice filled with sadness and regret. Tormenting her neck where probably her dimensional amulet used to be. Count Lark intervened, explaining their reason to hide such things from him. We didn't tell you any of this before, to not put you under any more stress and to not raise your expectations about your future too much in case of failure. Most of the applicants get rejected. In the past, when such knowledge was publicly available, there have been countless suicides among the youths that either couldn't bear the pressure or handle the failure. Especially for those of humble origin, being admitted in a magic academy is the only way to escape their destiny. To a lesser extent, the same could be said for nobles and merchants' sons that are not in the line of succession. I can see that happening. But honestly, I don't see the point in telling me all this. It's not like I got rejected for lack of trying. He lied. What do you expect me to do? Travel through all the county looking for magical beasts? Cause disasters just to be able to solve them? Honestly, I don't think there is any amount of merits that could change my situation. The Count shook his head. We don't expect you to do anything but your best. You have spent years trying to dissuade me to not send you to the academy, and don't think that I didn't notice your total lack of enthusiasm during our trip. You acted the whole time like it was all about someone else, someone you didn't care about. You didn't stand up for yourself. You only wanted to get out of that room. Well, maybe you were right, but maybe I just wanted to avoid the headmistress killing you on the spot. Also, it was you telling me to shut up. It would have been beyond stupid adding oil to the fire. Lith wasn't lying. In that moment, when he had saw the headmistress' eyes overloading with mana, he had been seriously worried about the Lark's family destiny and had decided to drag the Count away as soon as possible. Point taken. You are right. Count Lark sat down with a depressed face. Bottom line, we still have a few cards to play. Most likely, nothing will come out of them. But if by any chance we succeed, we need you to do more than sit on the sidelines. That's the point. Chapter 50. That long conversation had been pretty exhausting for Lith, adding new weight to his burden. Not for the information he acquired. All in all, he felt his opportunity were still pretty good with or without an academy. The only adjustment to his plans was that after joining the Mage Association as a de facto Outer Circle member, a rogue magician, he would need to rack up merits as soon as he could, to get himself an apprenticeship with a good forge master. Normal merits would do him no good. He needed those he could earn as a magico, serving the Mage Association as best as he could. The only real problem with his current situation would be rotting for yet 4 more years, like the proverbial frog in the well. The reason why Lith felt so down was that he had finally realized how much his friends had invested in him, not only in terms of money, but also time, passion, and hopes. It wasn't the failure bothering him, but the fact that with his brash and uncaring attitude, he had hurt their feeling, treating the whole thing as a joke. Lith had to admit that in their shoes, he would feel like having casted pearls to a swine for years. Sure, Count Lark wasn't as judgmental as him, but Lith could see how deeply he cared and how wounded he was after the last rebuke. It was the first time that Lith felt that by having won an argument, he had actually lost the war. But aside from second-guessing, there wasn't much he could do at that point. So, he promised himself to reconsider everything with a fresh set of eyes if the opportunity arose, and decided to move to a more pressing problem. Lith had yet to solve his problems with Tier 4 magic, and asking Nana was out of the question. It would reveal too much to her, exposing how deep his comprehension of magic was, despite being self-taught. The only card he had yet to play was to ask the help of his friend, the Re-King in the west of the Tron Woods. Thanks to his cyan mana core, Lith had become less scared of it, and during the last few years they had developed an odd relationship. Lith would use him as a confidant, sometime asking it advice about fire and wind magic, the 2 elements the Re could use. In exchange, Lith would help him with the problems in the east zone of the woods. After Urtu's death, there wasn't a magical beast strong enough to take its place, and from time to time the power struggle among the various factions would affect the balance of the forest. In those situations, the Scourge and the Protector would join hands to force the magical beast to a truce. At the moment, Tier 4 fake magic was a mental bottleneck that neither he or Solus could overcome. Despite being able to cast all the spells he had found in the Count's books, they kept making no sense to him. It was something unacceptable, eating Lith from the inside. He had always hated riddles, unless he was the one giving them. Lith had almost arrived home when he caught a familiar smell. What the heck are you doing outside the woods? If someone sees you, it could trigger a witch hunt. The last thing I need right now is you having a bounty on your head and me having to explain why I'm not interested. I know, the Re replied, but desperate times call for desperate measures. A monster has appeared in the woods, strong enough to pose a threat for my cubs, as well for yours. We need your help. I have never seen the Re scared before. Whatever this is, it must be damn important. Lith thought. After agreeing to help, the Re asked him to hop on its back, before running at full speed towards the woods. Between the use of air fusion and its physical prowess, Protector was able to easily reach the 300 kilometers per hour, 186 miles per hour. It would be a short trip. When going so fast, the Re would conjure a wedge-shaped wind blade in front of itself, so to protect their eyes and face from insects and dust, that at that speed would hit them with the strength of a bullet. It would also create a slipstream effect, allowing it to go even faster. Lith's horsemanship amounted to the result of 1 lesson, 2 lifetimes ago, so he needed all his focus and willpower to not fall down. The Re had a thick and soft fur, but not being able to follow its movements, he was forced to use both earth fusion and light fusion to prevent permanent damage to his nether regions. What the FCK it's this thing? Is it really necessary to go so fast? If it keeps like this, I don't know if there will be enough of me left to do anything. Quit whining, we are almost there. And yes, speed is of the utmost importance when facing an abomination. Lith's mind went through all the bestiaries he had in Solaspedia and all his tabletop and video games RPG memories before giving up. What the heck is an abomination? Why is it so dangerous? You don't understand. We don't call it abomination for what it does, but for what it is. They were headed north, in a region of the woods that he had never visited before. It started slowly, like the tension in the air before a storm. Only when they got deeper in the woods, Lith could understand what the Re meant. Soon the grass started to thin out, until there was none at all. The earth laid bare, with no undergrowth of any kind, dried and crumbling as after a month's lasting drought. The trees around them had their bark completely blackened out. They had no leaves nor branches left standing, resembling giant wooden stakes. There was no sound at all. Everything seemed out of a post-apocalyptic movie after a nuclear fallout. The natural landscape was completely destroyed as far the eye could see. After a while, Lith could clearly hear the sound from a battle, so he focused his eyes, enhancing his eyesight. They were closing into some kind of moving shadow, locked in range combat with a Gylid, a stag magical beast with a shoulder height of over 2 meters 7 feet, and weighing at least 900 kilograms 2,000 pounds, its fur light brown with shades of blue. Attacking the shadow from the flank, there was also a SHYF, a puma magical beast as big as a tiger, with a shoulder height 1.5 meters 5 feet, and weighing over 300 kilograms 660 pounds. It had a honey-colored fur with shades of green. The Gylid is the king in the north, Lifebringer, while the SHYF is the king in the south, Reaper. Protector quickly introduced Lith to their allies. That thing is the abomination. Stay away from it as much as you can, or it will suck you dry like everything else. The abomination was oddly shaped. It could stand up on its legs, resembling a man with very long and thin limbs, or would stand on all four, becoming large and stumpy, like a pig a kid had drawn. What the heck is that thing? Lith unleashed 5 fireballs with a wave of the hand. The abomination was surrounded by a thin black fog, with a radius of 15 meters, 16.4 yards. By traveling through the fog, the fireballs shrank in size, and when they hit, the resultant explosions were half compared to their usual effectiveness. The abomination emitted a low-pitched scream that resounded of desperation rather than pain. The Ree howled, conjuring a pillar of wind that pinned down to the ground the shadow creature, allowing the other kings to rest and regroup. That's your idea of backup? A human. If someone ever thought that a stag could not look ferocious, by looking at the Gylid he would be forced to think again. Less yapping, more catching your breath. The SHYF panted heavily. If he's good enough to take down Urtu and Gerda, he's fine by me. Lith noticed that one of the SHYF 4 legs was actually made of earth. The real one was unnaturally atrophied and dried. A prosthetic limb out of earth magic? What an amazing control must it have to move it like a real one. I wouldn't even notice if the SHYF wasn't so close. Having noticed Lith staring at it, SHYF explained. That's what happens when you are so arrogant to let the wither close enough to touch you. I would be dead if Lifebringer hadn't caught his attention long enough for me to escape. Wither? Isn't that an abomination? The Gylid scoffed. He wanted to reproach the Ree, but the pillar of wind was dissipating, so he preferred bringing Scourge up to speed rather than wasting time bickering. An abomination is when a creature of the forest fails to evolve. Normally they die on the spot. More rarely they lose control of the world energy, becoming mad. Abominations are incredibly strong, with exceptional powers that make them strong as monsters. Being mindless beings, usually a king is more than enough to put them down. In very rare occasions, we all gather up to kill a unique abomination, like in this case. It shouldn't be difficult to understand why we call it Wither. The Gylid pointed with its snout to the dead woods around them. How the heck did he do all this damage? Lith couldn't believe that 3 creatures of such power couldn't take down a single monster, simply by existing. The Ree explained, wherever it goes, everything dies. Whenever we are about to kill it, its body becomes so formless that not wind, ice, or earth can pin it down. So, it escapes to a healthy zone of the woods, heal itself, and we have to start everything from scratch. We are fighting it from 3 days. We can't hold on much longer. That's why I decided to ask for your help, Scourge. Unlike us, all the elements obey your command. Lith nodded, tried to assimilate all that information. They are fighting from 3 days? Holy SHT, that's some stamina. Solus analysis. Yes, Skipper, I mean Lith. All the kings have a cyan mana core, but the Protector is the one more likely to have a breakthrough in a few years. I meant the Wither. Misty Aura, Shadow Body, is an undead. Lith watched the creature writhe and moan under the dissolving pillar. According to Earth's fantasy literature and a New World lore, undead were supposed to have red glowing eyes. The Wither's orbits were pitch black, like the rest of its body. It's not an undead. Its life force is nothing like I have ever seen before, and neither is its magic aura. What the heck could a black manicore mean?